لحظات البداية عاشت معنا، كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس، نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليته يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا، عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بار معك وين ما تروح.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hour silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Hey everyone, what's up? My name is Afel and we are at the round table. And for this one, it's going to be for MWI at the Esports World Cup here in Riyadh. Alongside with me is Mirko as well as Eterna. So first question, how you guys feel here in Riyadh? Do you guys enjoy yourself so far? Have you guys ever been here before?
No, this is actually my first time.
We were here last.
You know, why can't you just go along with the jokes?
Sure.
You know,
yeah, first time. It's the first time ever.
I haven't seen you guys in like forever, by the way.
Yeah. Oh yeah, dude, like, we're moving on, right? So MWI, like seriously, how do you guys feel that MWI is in the world stage now?
I think it's great. I think like, I mean, you know, the guys have been getting so much attention, especially with the crazy prize pool. It's only fair that MWI gets its fair share of like the prize pool increase of the world's attention as well. I think it's amazing.
I agree. It's a long time coming. I think we talked about this even the first time when we saw MWI. I think it was 2 years ago.
Yeah.
3 years ago? 2022?
Who knows?
I can't math right now. But anyway, like even then I was mentioning, like you mentioned, right, there hasn't really been a media for the women's scene to kind of develop, and the fact that now we're coming into EWC, one of the largest events that we've ever seen, by the way, in MLBB history, and now the women's are here. It's crazy. It's insane. It's something that I believe that even the players did not even dream of having. I
mean, like, I guess we all can agree here that it has been great, right? Honestly, a lot of international tournaments for the female league as well. But now I got to ask you guys, because in Malaysia, honestly, the female scene is growing. It's looking pretty good. But in Indonesia, it's even more intense because now the teams are even in MDL. So can you guys give us a little bit of insight how the female scene is in Indonesia?
I think it started off really, really well already. I mean, I think it was all because of WSL, right? We had a women's league all the way from the start, and we had a lot of different teams already. A lot of the teams that you guys are familiar with back at home in MPL Indonesia. We had Bigatron, obviously we had RRQ. We still have RRQ to this day, but back in the day it was dominated by EVOS. And after that, you know, a lot of transfers happened. It literally just felt like the same from the men's side. You know, it just kept on developing. Teams started going for superstar teams. The other teams trusted the process, and I think the team that we all see as favorites here, they are one of the teams that actually trusted the process. They went for some of these players, put them together, and they just trusted the process. They started off okay, but then they became absolute gods.
Goddesses.
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 Yeah. What about you? Like, you feel the same way?
I would kind of say that it has been kind of, what would you call it? Very
streamlined?
Yeah, in a way, right?
Yeah.
Because like you mentioned, right, earlier on, it felt like there was a lot of competition between these particular teams, especially in Indonesia, but now it feels like it's just been dominating by one team in particular. Sure, we have a second team that's coming very close to them, but they always fall short, right? We're talking about Falcons Vega here, previously known as GPX Basrang. They were amazing as well as a team. Even on the international stage, we've seen them do really great too. In MWI, we've seen them as well. But now, coming into this with Team Vitality, it's basically still the same story. So my hope is now, with so many other emerging regions that are coming into play now for EWC, especially, hopefully that will be able to challenge Team Vitality, maybe.
I mean, like, we gotta talk about this, right? Because there are 12 teams from 11 different regions. Only Indonesia has 2 slots here. So let's talk about the other regions for a little bit. And I'm gonna start with Eterna. Besides Indonesia, is there a different team or a different region that we have to look out for that might be the dark horses?
Honestly, I think there are a lot, right? A lot of people are talking about
I'm gonna say Malaysia. Homegirls got it.
Sure, I mean, yeah, great. I think they do well too. But for me personally, I really want to see what Falcons Vega MENA are made of.
That's a good answer.
Exactly. We were casting a different tournament, and then we saw them play because they were the Egyptian national team.
Yeah.
They won 2 games in 6 to 7 minutes.
Oh, wow. That's very fast.
Exactly.
They almost beat the record, of the
what was
fastest
the record?
game.
Fastest game?
6:15, I think.
6:15.
Wow.
This was like 6:30.
Yeah, around there, 6:30, 6:40.
It was very close. So, but that was for the North African regional qualifiers, right? So I'm curious to see with how dominating they were in their region, how do they fare against the other regions?
And they had a different answer. You know, when most teams are asked, which team are you looking to go up against, like forward to? And everybody would just say, Vitality, Falcons, Vega, Indonesia. They said Philippines.
Oh, interesting.
For me, though, I think I definitely got to give a shout out to the homegirls because of the same tournament as well that we casted. I didn't get to cast that game, but I watched it, and yeah, very impressive stuff from the homegirls.
Thank you, they're very good.
They are very good, but I think another team that deserves a lot of recognition as well has to be CFU. CFU from Cambodia. They are also looking to be very, very strong. I think I've always just been a fan of CFU, even the men's team, because they're notorious for actually making their own meta, playing their own style of MLBB. They're on a roll with these, crazy metas, but unfortunately just don't make it to international tournaments. So hopefully, CFU women's, it's time for them to shine.
I mean, like, I feel like you have to do that for this one, right?
You do.
Especially because we're actually going back to the question of the favorites here. Because you guys said Vitality as well as Falcons Vega are probably the favorites. So even though with me saying that, what are your favorites? And more importantly, what makes them different from the rest of the other teams?
For me personally, I'm going to start this. It's not that, it's more of the story that I'm very interested in. And do you know which team that is?
What?
It's Cloud9.
Oh.
That's an interesting
That's an interesting one.
That's who you're rooting for.
I kind of am. I don't know if we're allowed to kind of talk about that in detail here.
Yeah.
I don't think we should. I think we'll let the viewers kind of, figure it out for themselves. But I'm going to put Cloud9 on the table.
Ooh. On the round table?
Nicolette, on this round table, exactly, with Nicolette in the jungle. And that's all I'm going to say.
I've seen that she's good. But again, going up against all these amazing teams, it's going to be an uphill battle. So honestly, a very good shout out. But what about you?
Yeah, shout outs to Cloud9. I think the journey will be really cool too. I mean, seeing that some of their players have actually, gone up against the, played in the men's division as well, or just normally in BTK previously, Apple or Nicolette. So that's also very interesting. But I think for the favorites, I have to say, I've been rooting for this team for the longest time because they were a different org before. Now they're Vitality. I'm a big fan of Vitality too. I mean, come on, bro.
Yeah, of course, Vitality's great.
Right? But yeah, no, I think Vitality will still probably are the favorites for the most part. Yeah. They've been there for so long. They're on a 26 win streak, even more if you count, national team success. So I don't think the pressure is.
How many years has that been then? 1, 2 years?
I think it
1 year.
3 to 4.
Oh my goodness.
Almost 3 to 4 years where they haven't lost a single tournament and they've still stayed on top. So I think for Vitality for them, they don't really look at pressure. Pressure is not for them.
That's great.
Pressure's for tires.
Okay.
And for some cooking styles.
Yeah, pressure cooking is a thing.
Yeah, it is a thing.
Oxtails. Oxtail soup. Anyway, for other teams, I have a different concern, right? Because Falcons Vega Mena example, I keep going back to them because...
It's okay. We're not judging.
Okay, thanks. This will be their first international tournament that's offline.
Yeah,
Should be, right? I mean, I think they played for SEA Games,
I mean, no matter what, this is on a
too.
different scale.
Exactly.
This is a different scale.
Exactly. The stage is bigger. There's a lot more people looking at you. Everyone's focused on you. The prize pool. There's just so many things that have been magnified. And I think it's a valid question for these emerging teams.
Agreed.
So the thing is, Vitality, 3-4 years undefeated.
Yeah.
We saw that Fnatic Onic, they lost, boohoo, sad, whatever, you know. Will the same thing happen to Vitality? Like, again, they might say pressure smasher, but maybe it could
pressure smasher?
It's like potato.
Okay,
Pressure
okay.
smasher, it's whatever.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I would say the same thing if they're on a normal win streak. If they're like, oh yeah, we haven't been beaten this year. We haven't been beaten the last 2 years.
I mean, like, how does that affect you if you've been undefeated for such a long time that you don't know how it feels to lose?
Exactly.
But remember, even you mentioned that in their last tournament, that they nearly lost a few times.
See, I think that, this definitely, by the way, winning so much definitely has an impact on you, right? You get overconfident. But the thing is, what makes this Vitality team so special for the longest time, why they've been able to keep themselves on track, is because every time they do get overconfident, they know when to step back, when to be like, all right, you know what? That's a bit too much. This happened in SEA Games, in the grand finals, where they almost lost 2 against Philippines. This happened in the qualifiers, like you said, almost losing against Team Malaysia. So there's a way for them to always just come back, stay composed, and then destroy their opponents. It's just so systematic, you can't really explain it. I don't know how to explain it, but that's Vitality.
I mean, like, if you want to, of course, that's the argument, but, you know, anything can happen here at EWC.
Yeah, of course.
And I think a lot of people were like, no way, Falcons AB Brand will definitely win MSC. But they didn't, you know? So there's definitely a chance.
Which team won again?
SRG. Congratulations. It's been a long time coming for you.
Thank you.
I heard they were pretty good at scrims.
Oh yeah, they're very good. We may have talked about that a bit much, but you know what? It's okay now. It's okay now. Not everyone wants to talk about it. But speaking of which, it's like, which teams do you guys think is going to be the hungriest for this one?
I want to say Smart Omega Empress. #1 in their respective region, obviously, but they always, again, fall short against these Indonesian teams. Yep. I think the last tournament that they entered was SPS Women's League, where they were 2nd place behind, of course, Team Vitality. So I'm pretty sure after so many same scenarios, I mean, you're going against the same team over and over again, by the way, against the same members. And it's also the same lineup from Omega Empress that, you know, the hunger is there and definitely they'd want to win it this time.
Yeah, skip breakfast, lunch, dinner,
everything.
just to win.
But I think it's a bit different for homegirls. I honestly think, for me, it's homegirls. I think that's the team that's hungriest. Why? Because Malaysia's, come on.
Malaysia's pretty hungry, you're not gonna lie.
Malaysia's very hungry. The esports ecosystem in Malaysia right now, it's growing. And it's time for these girls, for the homegirls, to show the world that it's not just the men's, but it's also the female division too that has gotten this boost.
Now, honestly, for me, like as a Malaysian, I kind of feel like if Homegirls wins this one, then it will grow the scene in Malaysia, which I feel like is true for every single team here. Whoever wins, doesn't matter who, the growth is going to be there for their very own region, right? So now you guys have a camera here. You guys can't take it home, but do you guys have anything to say to the camera? We'll start with Eterna. Okay, never mind. We'll start with Mirko.
I need time to think.
All right,
don't put me on the spot like that.
I'm sorry.
I don't know, for you guys...
and girls.
Guys and girls, you know,
when he says guys, he means guys and
I know.
girls.
Just because I call you guys, kinda, but guys and girls, there you go.
Guys are gender neutral. I feel like that's the case.
That's true. for you guys back at home watching, you know, the Roundtable and MWI. Thank you so much for watching and supporting. You know, again, for the women's scene, it needs a whole lot of support to continue developing, and for all these teams, it means a lot to them, because I think especially now, considering it's getting so much more attention, even if they don't win, some of these regions, the fact that they make it top 3, top 4 without a coach, without an analyst, it will push the region more to like push for these coaches, push for the analysts, push for them to have better facilities as a team, as players, and it'll be great for the scene.
That was so endearing.
Yeah.
Is it my turn?
Yeah.
I don't really have a message, right?
Okay.
All I just want to say, you know, just cheers.
You can call.
I just want to say cheers.
Okay.
Right? Cheers for finally the female scene in MLB be getting recognition. The recognition that they deserve.
Yeah.
And of course, the recognition that will pull forward into the future to one day a competitive landscape between both female and male MLBB.
Isn't this like an eternal thing to do? She's like, I don't have a message. And then just goes on for like a few seconds.
I just wanted to say cheers.
I just wanted to say cheers, but
I have more. But speaking of which, thank you guys for watching. You guys have been watching the Roundtable. In terms of messages from me, make sure you guys have a healthy diet, because diet is very important for your life. Sleep is essential. 5 hours I think is fine, but if you can do 8, that's great. Exercise if you feel like it. Mobile Legends is great. Be nice to your parents, and give food to cats and dogs, and etc. My name is Ophel. Bye-bye.
Hey there, Renmar here, currently at the STC Gaming Hall, where it's one of the many attractions at the Esports World Cup. You can actually come here as a casual and get a chance to meet your pros that you love, take challenges on with them, and even play games with them like MLBB. Speaking of MLBB, we're actually going to be beginning the knockout stages of MWI 2024 today. 8 teams continue to redefine esports, shine, and break barriers. I wonder who's going to be able to make it past this first round of knockouts. We know knockouts can be really intense. And I feel like I want a little bit less intensity just for myself, because today's going to be filled with a lot of great action. So I see an MLBB booth. I think I'm going to go in there, enjoy some time in there. See you at the Amazon Arena. Let's go, ladies. It's your time to shine, but it's my time to win some prizes. Peace.
Okay, should be hearing time now, man. Can't believe she's. Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to MWI 2024 at the Esports World Cup. I'm Mirko. I shouldn't be alone right now, in case you're wondering. There should be some. You know what? I'm just gonna call her. Gee, unbelievable! I can't believe she's late, man. Pick up. Hello? Hello? Eterna? Where are you? What are you doing?
Yeah, I know. It's just, I need a coffee, okay? We didn't make it to MSC, and now there's no possibility of an Indo-Indo finals, and I'm scared one of them will have to say goodbye, and then they go home, and then I can't. I can't even think right now.
Dude, we know what happened with the Filipino casters. You know, they said they wanted the PHPH Grand Finals at MSC. They lost in the Grand Finals. You want that the same thing happen? No.
Yeah, I know that, but yeah, okay, you're right.
Yeah.
Fine. I'll just okay.
Quick.
I'll run now. Is it too late for me to go?
Yeah, of course it's too late, but just run. Come on.
Yeah, okay. I'm on my way.
All right, we're gonna throw it to replay just so that she can get here. Onward, but now it's gonna be the Crimson blast into the back. Ailey also with the Minis Fury straight into the damage once again. A whole lot of punishment now. Minis Fury knocking him out. Name's gonna be caught in the back. Ailey gets the solo on Names, and everybody tries to dive. But victory song gamers, they take names and they sing songs. Got them out, now the two-man pin down. What a pin down. He's gonna be brought back there. Good penalty zone, locked him down. That's exactly what they need. What a combo. In the pin as well. That's a good penalty zone into the Meter's Passion. Straight into the beacon, still able to survive. Halang taken down, but so does Angelus.
Penalty zone are going to be used, luckily for the body of Smith. However, he doesn't go down just yet. Feather Airstrike also. Guess he will go down, and now next on the chopping block. A couple low health bars here for Smart Omega Empress, but Conceal going to be used. They push back Carrier. Lord gets pulled down to the bottom side. They try to keep it there at bay, but Angelus will go down, and Last Insanity once again finds the mark, and Smart Omega Empress will take the game.
Wait. I'm wearing heels.
Okay.
Okay, I'm trying my
Should have
best.
been making coffee.
I'm sorry. Wait, are we live?
We are!
You didn't say we were live.
You should have known. It's time to shine.
I was never gone, by the way. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the playoffs, to the knockouts of MWI 2024 at the Esports World Cup. And we are going to start with a banger. And unfortunately, by the end of the day, luckily it's not going to be my shift. We will have to say goodbye to 4 teams. Actually, no. It still will be my shift, but I don't get to witness the key crush, so that's something. Back here again in the studio with Mirko, as well as me, Eterna, for the next 2 matches of the day. And I think one of the other things that we need to highlight today is now that we're moving forward from the group stage to the knockouts, we are going to go forward in a best of
3.
I was testing you.
Oh.
Nice.
What's the format? Double or?
Single elimination.
I was testing you.
Thank you. So we're going to start with the quarterfinals today, and we're going to get through all these 8 teams. And unfortunately, only 4 teams out of the 8 will be able to move forward to the semifinals.
It's going to be really tough. I mean, we saw exactly how brutal it is with the single elimination format here at MSC and in MWI 2024. And yeah, you guys heard it earlier. Why Eternal was super stressed early in this morning is because Indo technically can meet Indo in the semifinal. So it's already very similar. It's literally the same as MSC, but I won't say it's the real grand finals.
Wink, wink. But we are going to head over to the Aramco top 5 plays of the day. And here it is, yesterday's highlights. Who do you think was the main eye-opener for you?
I think it definitely has to be Kyoei. Right? The performances that she had in every single one of her games was amazing, but here as well, I mean, some of the other games as well, coming in with these big plays. We saw Rumichi on the Martis. This was the maniac moment. She dove under tier 2 to go for it, and this is what you do on the Martis, especially when you get a lead in the early game. It's a very high-risk, high-reward hero. Rumichi makes it a very low-risk, but high-reward hero.
7 minutes maniac.
7 minutes maniac. That has to be the fastest one, right? And if you take a look at like some of the other clips here, I believe this is the one where it was just a beautiful engage under the turret, but then it looked kind of dicey for VSG. But you can always trust on the all-reliable Kyoei to make a way for the team. Picking up a Maniac as well on the Julian, understanding how to... That was super impressive, by the way. She put a chain on the right. She went in with the enhanced sword to chase the other. The calculation was crisp, clean.
And that was just the group stage, right? Imagine coming out into the knockouts.
Stage?
It was. And this was also an incredible play, right? Melissa debut pick. A lot of people were wondering whether or not that this could actually work against the composition of the opponent. And it did for the moment. And this was like the big play that Mio and Leo were reacting behind the scenes. Or like, wow, we did not expect that Julian to pop off that way.
There's so many maniacs, I think. I mean, the group stages alone, yeah, I think we've been talking about it off cam as well. These girls, they're braver when it comes to taking these fights. They actually want to take more fights compared to, you know, what we saw at MSC. It's a bit more objective-based, but the women, they want to clash, especially for the neutral objectives. Even when they're 5,000 gold behind, you can always count on these teams to say, nah, I'd win.
And I really love the reactions that they make when they make these plays happen. Yeah. So we're going to take to the Doritos reactions to see what happened yesterday, because there were so many emotions. There was sadness, there was happiness, there was relief as well. Do any of the reactions stand out to you the most?
I think there was, most of the reactions that I have in mind aren't the celebration, like those are the reactions that's my standout. When they make a play and it doesn't turn out the way they expected, when ultimately they also kind of like understand, okay, you know, the enemy team outplayed us. That's cool. You know, those faces of like, you got us that time. That's what I really like to see, because it always feels like when I'm playing, that's the reaction I have.
Among others though, what you don't usually react is that bond.
That bond.
Right? The high fives, the hugs.
For sure. I think especially yesterday, we got a lot of very, I mean, high-stakes situation. One team from every group will get eliminated, and definitely for a lot of these teams, they were fighting for their lives, their tournament lives, on their very first day that they're playing. And you can see, ultimately, some of the teams had to go home with these devastating crushing of the keys shown in front of your faces.
I wish there was a highlight of my reaction when we had to talk over this. I was on the floor bawling my eyes out.
Were you actually on the floor, or is that like a...
I was.
You know, a phrase?
I was.
Okay.
Yeah, on the floor.
I can see that, definitely. You're a very emotional caster. I think I work with Trex a lot too. He's a very emotional caster. When Cloud9 won the tiebreaker, he wasn't even casting, but I could hear him from all the way from the talent room.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
I mean, you know, if Gideon was here, he would also be bawling. Well, technically not yet.
Not yet.
Not now, because obviously GGHG are still on the run to make it all the way to the grand finals here in the knockout stage. But let's say GGHG makes it all the way, then that would be one of the reactions that I would love to see on broadcast.
Gideon?
Yeah, he cried. He full cried when SRG won.
Yeah, I know. I mean,
have you ever seen the man cry?
I haven't seen the man express emotions.
Exactly.
The man is a robot. And yeah, I mean, in that moment, it caught me off guard as well. And just goes to show you that technically anything can happen. A lot of people at MSC, they were expecting one team, two teams to shine and everybody else to really not do anything. MWI as well, but now I feel like any team can be beaten.
For sure. So we're going to take a look at today's schedule first and foremost, ladies and gentlemen, because we do have 4 insane matches ahead of us. We do have a highlight over in match number 4. If I'm not mistaken, yeah. Match number 4, Omega Empress versus GGHG. The Jamil Motorsport match of the day. But we're going to be here for the first 2 matches with Team Vitality protecting their throne, protecting their reign, and protecting their dominance throughout the entire world here at MWI against, of course, Xeno Lilies, which I gotta say, I'm nervous. I've been nervous through the knockouts and through the group stage, and now I'm nervous through the knockouts.
Absolutely. I saw your nervousness while you're making copy. You even forgot your copy, by the way, because it's not here with you.
Guys, I was not late.
Yeah, I mean, we
please
don't
don't
talk
cut my paycheck.
We don't talk about that. We don't talk. It's okay. She was not late. She's been here the whole time, you know? You're a great gaslighter. Anyways, no, the match of the day was amazing too. I mean, that is definitely a match that I am you know, very, very excited for too. Homegirls were able to take a game off of Vitality. Team Vitality, they're known as the favorites. I think a lot of people even from Indonesia would expect that Team Vitality wouldn't even lose a single game, wouldn't drop a single game. So the fact that Homegirls were able to do it, even though they had to rely on a little bit of cheese with a Zosk and Bane, that means they can pull off a lot of upsets. And technically, they're up against the second favorites in Smart Omega Empress. And they did look kind of vulnerable yesterday, taking a game loss in their first game in the series up against DreamHack Girls.
You mentioned cheese picks earlier on. Do you think that maybe Sylvana can pop up? It's possible, right? I mean, at this stage, anything is possible, and especially she has a new skin that you guys can actually get for free with the Youth Fair. Don't forget, the Youth Fair is here with incredible bonuses and, of course, exciting events. So don't forget to grab multiple permanent skins for free, just like the Sylvana's Classroom Charm, and it is also given with the Painted Skin Classroom Glam.
Whoa!
Right? More exciting events will be revealed, so don't forget to stay tuned and look out for it.
I'm looking out for the Sylvana picks because I personally feel like that's a good sales pitch, but I don't think we'll see it in the Land of Dawn today, at least for the Sylvana. Maybe towards the end. I don't know. Best of 3, though, for the single elimination is already kind of different because from what we are used to seeing in single elimination brackets is we get best of 5s all the way. They have to go all out, and the best of 5s, it's way riskier to pull off these cheese picks because once it doesn't work, it's going to be really tough. Now that it's a best of 3, I feel like some of these teams can actually make it work. Some of these teams can go for even more cheese. It's still kind of like a moment where you could go with a lot of the experimental picks and throw a curveball at your opponents and make it work.
So let's welcome now our Dr. Slime and Al Habib upcoming showdown between Team Vitality and, of course, Xeno Lilies. Now, this is, again, one of my favorites, I gotta say. Not Team Vitality, but actually Xeno Lilies.
Oh!
They have shown us a different color and a different flavor. And like Raptar put it, right, they're breaking barriers. The fact that they're so versatile, putting the Selena in, they had the Bane in their best of 1 tiebreaker, the Mardis in the jungle, that's something that we haven't seen quite so much. And remember, the last time that Team Vitality was caught off guard by a new pick, that was when they unfortunately had to lose that game.
Absolutely. The Bane, the Zosk, the cheese pick. So knowing that, see, this is the thing for Xeno Lilies. I feel like it's more of pocket picks than it is cheese picks for Xeno Lilies. So I'm not too sure if they can actually utilize the cheese.
Wait. I'm hearing something.
What are you hearing?
Wait.
Uh-huh.
Wait, I'll just whisper it to you.
Okay.
So like they don't know.
there's a roster swap.
For Zeno?
Lilies.
For Zeno Lilies? Okay, so you guys didn't hear anything. I think there's a roster swap for Vitality. That's what she said, right?
Why did you?
I'm bad at listening, man.
I said don't say anything.
Unlucky, man. Sorry. I mean, no changes at all. This is going to be very interesting to see. Both these teams, we saw their lineups just yesterday. You know, Zeno Lilies playing with Taro in the gold lane, Kao in the XP. I don't expect any changes today.
Nope. And with that being said, who do you guys think will win this match? Do you think it'll be Team Vitality, the defending champions, or our dark horses here with Zeno Lilies coming through? Head on over to the stcplay.gg right now and lock in what you guys think. Your predictions matter to us. You matter. We love you.
We do. You guys are amazing. You guys haven't been too amazing on the predictions, though. You guys have gotten a lot of things wrong.
Yeah, what's been going on?
So, yeah.
Guys, don't be Miracle. Oh, they're pulling it out. It's an audience curse now. Oh. You're contagious, Mirko.
You know, I'm sorry if you feel that way. I did predict Falcons Mena, and they got eliminated in the groups.
That was horrible.
I am very sorry. I was testing things out.
You know,
Apparently
Velvet,
it's still
I'm sorry.
here. I'm very sorry, Velvet. I'm very sorry, Names. Yeah, just want to sincerely apologize. But to all you guys, you need to apologize to all the teams that lost yesterday, because what the heck, man? You guys also... Oh, I guess it's my fault. You said it's contagious.
I guess I can apologize now. As we welcome the players onto the stage and into the Amazon Arena. So let's see the Jamil Motorsport player arrivals. And it looks like we are going to start off.
We're going to take a look.
Teams right now.
At Zeno Lilies first.
Okay. Zeno Lilies. Does it look like there's a roster swap? Or is it Team Vitality? Or am I playing with you guys and absolutely no roster swaps?
That would be something. That is an Eterna thing to do. You know, just lie.
That's... Anyway, Team Vitality now rocking into the Amazon Arena as well. And I think one of the big things that we do need to highlight about these two matchups between both of these teams is versatility versus consistency. Sure, Vitality were unfortunately dropped a game against GGHG, but for the most part, the way that they have been playing, the way that they have been implementing the coach's draft into the game has been very consistent. But again, right, when you're so consistent, things that surprise you may catch you off guard. And Zeno Lilies is a team that is known to switch things up, make things interesting.
This is exactly what we pointed out, I think, in day number 1 when we got to see some of these teams play as well. For the Indonesian teams like Falcons Vega and also Vitality, they're used to playing in the league in Indonesia. They're used to playing up against the very best teams with the coaches, with the analysts as well. And that means that they're used to seeing meta picks. So when you get, catch them off guard with the Zosk, with the Bane, it does give them a few problems, because then they're going to have to adapt on the go. And all the preparations they had, all the advantages they had before this match, it's all gone.
Absolutely. Absolutely. These are a few highlights from Team Vitality from yesterday. And that first match, right? That was when we saw them getting really just obliterated. Man.
I think for Zeno Lilies, though, Eterna, we can talk a little bit about how they have the longest game and the shortest game. Up against VSG, game number 1, 30 minutes. And I believe it was 13 seconds or 14 seconds. Correct me if I'm wrong in the comment section down below. But what it means is that they are very, very good at adapting into the late game as well. And that's something that a lot of teams here at MWI, they kind of struggle with. Decision-making in the later stage of the game requires a lot of discipline. And like what we said earlier, a lot of the teams here want to go for the brawls, want to go for the skirmishes. And because they're focused so heavily on their micro skills and mechanics, sometimes they forget about that decision-making that can get them games. Not for Zeno Lilies, though. They know exactly how to take games fast and how to take games long.
But look at this, Mirko.
It's so beautiful.
20 seconds.
Trophy.
Oh, man. It's a mixed feeling here.
It's time.
Right? Because remember, ladies and gentlemen, coming into the knockout stage, a single elimination, which means that after this best of 3, one team will be going home. Will it be Team Vitality or will it be Xeno Lilies? Let's head over to the stage. Twelve teams have entered the Amazon Arena right here at Riyadh, capital of Saudi Arabia. And with that being said, the land of dawn is a cruel, cruel place. 12 teams joined and only 8 teams emerge victorious. And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the knockout stage, baby.
Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. وأعزائي المشاهدين والحضور، نرحب بكم معنا هنا بالمملكة العربية السعودية رياض لكأس العالم للرياضات الإلكترونية. We are starting right now the first day with the best of 3. I cannot wait to see the teams getting over here right now to continue their journey to claim that trophy for MWI.
So yes, with that being said, as you guys can see the trophy that's located right behind us, it has already claimed the hopes and dreams of 4 teams already, and another 4 keys will be added to that box later on today. And we're gonna kickstart with match 1 of the day, where we're gonna be seeing the queens of Mobile Legends Bang Bang, presenting to you, hailing from Indonesia, Team Vitality. Now, the reigning queens, the back-to-back champions of MWI, have finished their group stage campaign as Group D's top seed. This Indonesian team has reigned over 24 tournaments and is looking to extend their streak as they open their journey to the knockout stages.
Well, let's see what's gonna happen here, ladies and gentlemen. وأعزائي الحضور, and to challenge that claim, here comes their opponent. Let's hear it for Xeno Lilies. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this Vietnamese team ended their group stage campaign as the 2nd seed of Group C, with a versatile hero pool ridden without meta picks. This Meghang representative is looking to prove that they have what it takes to upset the defending champions.
Now that's absolutely right. We have seen unorthodox picks that are outside of the meta, such as Selena, we have seen Alice, and of course even a Bane, which was truly the bane of all existence over at the Land of Dawn. Now will we be seeing more of this unorthodox picks over at the Land of Dawn today? We can only stick around to find out more.
Oh, you got that right. You know, I'm always up for a surprise. We might see a Hanzo, Halos. I'm not sure. I'm no expert, but you know what? We got the experts with us here in amazing MWI 2024.
So yes, ladies that stand before us today, it is going to be a best of 3, and only one team will emerge victorious. The Amazon Arena is ready, so head on over to your battle stations. After the conclusions of this match, so yes, head on over to your battle stations and get ready to head on over to the Land of Dawn. And with that being said, this is a best of 3. Make no mistakes, and
Fortune favors the fearless. With that being said, we're gonna hand our time over to the studio. Take it away, guys.
Let's go.
Thank you so much, Cheryl. Thank you so much, Bara, for the introduction of both these teams. And I wouldn't have said it better myself. Only the fearless can emerge victorious. How do you think about this matchup, Mirko?
I think it's a very interesting matchup. Right? Like we mentioned before, Xeno Lilies, they've shown that they can take the late game, they've shown that they can take the early game, and that's really what you need up against Vitality. You need to have the versatility, and honestly, you need to have a little bit of that curveball. You need to have a little bit of cheese to surprise Vitality. Like you mentioned already before, hey, Vitality, when it comes to consistency, when it comes to meta picks, I honestly feel like no team can really beat them at those meta picks, right? They have honed that craft for so long, and now it almost seems like they've gotten the grasp of the meta better than everybody else as well. So try to go for the picks that have already shocked them before. The Zask in the mid lane, the Bane in the gold lane, maybe shift it up a bit. Maybe now they're prepared for that. Go Zask gold. Go Bane, not mid. Jungle, maybe, right?
That's a definitely big possibility, right? Because technically, when we're talking about both of these teams, a lot of things happen, especially in the mid to the late game, because of the gold laners, do you not think? Right? Shell and Taro. Taro, a Filipino import, being loaned in to Xeno Lilies this time around. What about that matchup? What do you think about the gold laners?
It's a great matchup. Both of the gold laners understand how to lane very, very well. I think Taro has been able to play the weak side so well on the Claudes as well. But I think that's a big weakness for Xeno Lilies too. Their strength can also be utilized as a weakness. And Vitality, they're a team to actually try to do that. Taro has been utilizing a lot of the weak side gold laners, but not a lot of the opponents from that have met up against Xeno Lilies have gone to punish that weak side, have gone to play strong side gold. Vitality, they understand how to do that. If Chell gets a good matchup, you can expect Vitality to rotate into the gold lane more often than even the turtle. They might sacrifice that to trade with a turret, full turret shield with the gold, and you can already see here, Vitality got blue side. We know how massive blue side is. You're already forcing the chip and the low Yi to be banned out by Xeno.
Now, so far, Taro has only been picking up the Claude in the gold lane. How do you think this will affect the drafting phase?
It's going to be tough. I mean, for Vitality, I think they're completely fine by letting go the Claude. They've played the Harris, they can play the Roger as well. So many different picks that can bully the Claude in lane. And like I said before, Vitality, they know how to play the strong side. So if Taro still sticks with just her comfort, which has been left completely open, by the way, here, it's a Valentina, Arlet, and a Ruby. Xeno, at this point, they're going to have to be forced to ban out the Lo Yi. Lo Yi, Ling, Roger would definitely be, the prio when it comes to the bans here for Xeno Lilies. I think they still have to go for Lo Yi, knowing that Vitality can utilize the Lo Yi to just make it super fast.
Wait. Am I seeing this correctly? Xeno Lilies, Cow, Roamer?
Oh, you're right.
Wait. So we're missing Shayromi here. Shayromi is no longer their roamer. Cow is stepping in her place, and Cow, previously the EXP laner, has now been swapped in by Daisy.
Oh,
Talk about unexpected, right?
Hey, I guess we were talking about throwing a curveball at Team Vitality. Maybe this is the curveball. Maybe they're saying, in terms of picks, we don't really have that cheese. We are used to playing the pocket picks, what's comfortable for us. So maybe we shift up the rosters a bit. The Angela's going to be first pick, so leaving the Ling open, leaving the Roger open, this will definitely force Xeno Lilies to pick up one or two. Roger and Ling, there you go. Both of them picked up. You asked if the Claude is still going to be, Taro's pick? I guess not. I don't think the Roger is going to go jungle. I don't think the Ling's going to go gold, right? So, yeah, we're seeing a Roger in the gold lane, something different for Taro.
Hiding strats. So technically they were showing a little bit, but they were also saving some picks to themselves, right? Because Taro has picked up the Roger before, if I'm not mistaken, during their qualifiers for MWI when she was with Onyx Soul. So that pick finally comes through, and we see the Claude for Shell, as well as Edith.
So Edith's going to be roaming. The Angela flex pick won't really be utilized as a flex pick as we enter the second phase.
Mirko, technically Angela could still be in the mid lane.
Oh yeah, technically. We can have the Edith in the XP, so we can still have that flex. Yeah, you know what? They're a double flex, now that I am looking at it. Vitality, Edith, that can be flexed into the XP. We don't really see a lot of XP, though, for Fumi Echo.
Now that Terizla has been picked up by Xeno, Lilies, they actually have a very, very scary early game composition. I'm very surprised that Terizla didn't get denied away from them by Team Vitality, knowing how successful Terizla has been all around and just you know, enabling the neutral objective takes for the junglers. And for Xeno Lilies, I think at this point they're going to have to ban out some of these assassins away from Vival. I'm thinking maybe the Hayabusa ban comes through, maybe the Nolan, because, you know, Angela, Edith is still flex, they can use that. Or
But
Julian
remember,
too.
Bane has also been utilized by Vival in the jungle. Do you think it's a viable pick here?
I think it can work. Again, these members from Xeno Lilies are melee range, technically, and very short range for the Roger, even in the notorious gun form, right? But Minotaur gets banned here by Team Vitality. That's a good ban coming out from them, knowing that they already have a reactionary roam in the Edith. They want to take away any sort of reactability from the side of Xeno Lilies, kind of force Xeno Lilies to make the proactive move and are forced to not really be able to react as good. And the Hayabusa ban, as predicted, will come through. So it's going to be Hayabusa and Julian that they're more afraid of here. The Faramis comes out too from Vitality, knowing that Faramis is a good hero up against the Angela. You want to get that AoE hard guard, technically, right, with the Netherrealm.
So now, ladies and gentlemen, we are entering the second phase of the picks. Xeno Lilies. What do you think they're going to prioritize here?
I think at this point they can last pick their roam. They don't really need to go for the Tigreal, but Tigreal definitely is a good option to go for if Vitality go for the Nolan. They're really trying to force Vitality to pick up an assassin like a Nolan that's way more vulnerable compared to the Julian, the Hayabusa. So the safe choice would definitely just be a mid laner. Yeah, no Faramis, no Valentina. I think if they want to go for mid-pressure, Lilia would be a great option to go for, or you could go crazy. Sask in the mid lane.
This was the first time, if correct, that Sask has been picked up for Sa. Last time it was Salina, right?
Sask.
Salina, Sask.
No, Sask.
Okay, we'll see how she performs on the Zas, because so far we've seen that the Zas is definitely a great option in a very assassin-centric meta. Very versatile, independent, as well as a mid laner. Good clear. But now Vitality, they have to close things out. They need to fix the flex.
I think it's really scary. I'm struggling to find choices to go for now for Vitality, and I think it's the same for the players and the coaching staff. They're really taking their time with the picks. They go for an X-Borg here and a Guinevere.
Wait.
Guinevere. It's still
jungle?
super flexible, Eterna. The
X-Borg jungle.
Exactly, right? X-Borg can go jungle, can go XP. We can still see the Edith go roam, XP, Guinevere go roam, jungle, and then Angela mid or roam. So it's a very, very flexible composition. But this will mean that it's going to be very hard for Xeno Lilies if they wanted to go for the Tigreal. We kind of expected a Tigreal if Vitality go for an Assassin. So Xeno Lilies, they're forced on a different pick. I think getting mobility might be a good way, something to react.
Matilda?
Yeah, something like Matilda could be good for them, or they can go for a healer too.
What about Minotaur?
Banned. Oh, they want to go Initiator. So,
It should be X-Borg in the EXP, right?
It should be.
Wait.
Vival's on it. It's a jungle. Sydney is
Guinevere
on
mid?
Vitality. You said they were consistent. You said the other team were, you know, versatile. Vitality shows that, hey, we can be versatile too.
You want to play fire with fire? You want to play versatility with versatility? We got you. No
you.
problem. You think we've been playing safe? We've just been hiding strats to surprise you in the knockouts. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 1 between both of these teams already opening up with these picks. I am flabbergasted. Let's hope Xeno Lilies are prepared as we welcome the casters.
I mean, sure.
Hey guys, what's up? Isabel as well as Trex. We're gonna be casting for this game, and let's talk about the draft, man. Not gonna lie, I'm okay with it. Gwyn in the mid, I'm okay with it.
It's definitely very theoretical in a sense. There are lots of possibilities here. I mean, we were just talking like, how do some of these mechanics work? Does the Dominator's Ascent, is it still able to attack while it's getting knocked up? There's just a lot to unpack here for Team Vitality. And my question on my mind is, was this planned, or is this just running by the, you know, the seat of the pants?
I would say this is one of those things where you're coming in with the right mindset, right? I feel like if you want to go with this draft, it has the right mindset. But honestly, looking at what Team Vitality has, the damage numbers are now okay. Because I feel like if it's the X-Borg in the jungle and the Guinevere, the Guinevere in the jungle and X-Borg in the EXP lane, I kind of feel like it will take a little bit of time, which I feel like is not a good risk to take going up against Xenolilith, where honestly looking at the draft, having this Roger, if the rotation is heavy towards him, which looking at the map right now it is, it's going to give the Roger quite a good time. And just because Taro has not used Roger so far, only using the Claude, I'm pretty sure she can use it well.
For sure, and I think to mention as well, early on in this game, throughout the first few turtles and everything, having Vival on this X-Borg, using that last Insanity, they have good ways to secure objectives. And then as the game moves forward in the late game, I think it all just kind of comes down to Shell and the Claude, right? And those Heart Guards, we're going to see him on the Claude a lot. I think there's a lot of possibilities with that. But the real kicker here is going to be that that Guinevere. Since it's going to be mid Guinevere, will it be damage Guinevere? Are we going to see her maybe hybrid build? Because for a while it was all jungle and roam Guinevere, more tank builds. So I'm excited to see how that build moves forward as well.
Yeah, honestly, that's a very good question, especially looking at Team Vitality. They're more, oh, hold on, Fumi taking quite a lot of damage.
A lot of damage from onto Fumi Echo there. Cine able to dash back. Same thing with the Flicker coming out a little bit early from Fumi Echo right before this turtle. Saw gonna try to make her way over the turtle, but Vivian still able to secure it first. They trade that up for an orange buff over to Ramichi.
I feel like it's worth it for Xenolilith because they really do want to get those items first onto Ramichi, because looking at the draft coming in from Team Vitality, it's about sustaining the team fight, right? You got the Angela, you got the X-Borg, you kind of want to stack your damage first and then you go in for the finisher. So I really want Ramichi to go for a more, like, I would say skip the Sky Piercer for a bit, get your Berserker's Freeze first so that you have a lot of burst damage, take down Vivian first or take down Shell first, and then afterwards their whole composition is screwed up. They can't do much.
Very, very true. I think in the way Xenolilith's right now really playing around the whole map, we're seeing them rotate down to the gold lane, look for picks. They're playing very proactive currently, which I think is going to be very important. And if they can get an early game pick onto Shell, it's going to be huge. But here comes the Dominator's Ascent, getting a lot of damage onto Cine. Ramichi coming in to clean up. Violent Requiem does go off, trying to get a little bit of life back. Heartguard able to lock onto Cine. Now Ramichi in trouble, forced to try to get away, but Vivian gets the first blood. Now Vival stuck against the wall, but they should be okay at this point. But Cine doesn't want to let up. Echo here with the Earthshaker. Misses the knockout, misses the knockup onto KO. But still, Team Vitality walk away with first blood.
I would say that was a very good attempt. It's just because of the Heart Guard that we saw it as a mistake. If there were no Heart Guards, then that's it. Hold on, Shell is actually winning out, going up against Taro, having a level up as well. And now a rotation coming in. Cine can go in for Taro.
Yeah, Taro gonna go into the wolf form, should be okay, able to get the Lycan Pounce onto Vivian, get a little bit of life left, but the stun connects. Shell doesn't want to fully commit, KO's there, so they back off.
Right now, really for Xenolilith, they just gotta make sure that they have enough damage, because we saw what happened just now with the Heart Guard. And again, talking about the draft coming in from Team Vitality, if you shut down Shell or you shut down Vivian, most of what they want to do is not really applicable. The X-Borg is going to be a bit of a problem, but again, I feel like as long as Shell or Vivian are taken care of, Xenolilith, they have a good time. The only thing is, do they realize this winning condition coming in from Team Vitality? If they do, and they execute them first, I'm actually looking forward for Xenolilith to take game number 1.
Yeah, I would say that Xenolilith's depth, I mean, the way they've been hovering around that gold lane, checking in regularly if they can get something on a Shell, they know the possibilities there. The good thing for Xenolilith's here is that they do have a lot of outs, but here comes the turtle. Daisy holding down the front side. Vival still able to get it. Ramichi does dive in, but still misses. Dominator Zet comes in, a nice wild charge to get the knockup onto Fumi Echo, but the Heart Guard just too much sustainability. Taro gonna get involved now with the Lycan Pounce onto Fumi Echo, gets the kill. Taro now trying to get away. A nice Tempest of Blades to get the knockup. Vival, Cine, more members dropping. Xenolilith's feeling good, and Ramichi still playing the walls. Taking a couple shots to the face from Shell there. Shell still under the tower. Xenolilith's back off, but they come out on top of that trade. They lose the turtle, but find 3 kills.
This is amazing for Xenolilith because they were able to set it up so that Taro gets the kill. Taro is now 2-0-0. Not sure what kind of build she's building up for this one, but now you have 2 members that you really have to worry about. And looking at the builds here coming from Taro, it's a Sky Piercer first item. So they can eventually snowball off of this, especially if Vivian is not careful with her positioning. It's going to be an easier target for the Roger to eventually take her down.
Something that's crazy to point out, though, and this is the thing about Shell, she's still holding a 400 gold lead, even with Taro having those 2 kills. So she knows the assignment, right? She knows it's okay if everyone else is dying. My goal is to farm, hang out in off lanes, and do the best. Xeno Lilies, Taro's doing great, but wait a second. Big Violent Requiem, in comes Shell with a nice blazing duet. Saw brought low, not taken out just yet. They're trying to get away, but now with the Heart Guard, Cine is going to have to back off. The rest of the team shows up. Saw there. The Dominator's Descent saves the day in that situation, essentially. Team Vitality unable to get a pick off.
Yeah, but Xeno Lilies, they got to be careful there because they already traded a lot of their HP, and then going back in, I feel like that could potentially be a mistake, especially when you see the Heart Guard. If you see the Heart Guard, I kind of feel like you just back off a little bit because no one's in any real danger, and then you're going to be fine. Especially now that Vivian has the Flash of the Oasis, they do have to be a little bit more wary, right? If you see the Heart Guard, really think to yourself, if you want to kill someone, kill the person that doesn't have the shield and do it fast.
Yeah, even if you're unable to get Shell, take someone else.
Take someone else,
because
exactly.
if you can break down that front line, because that's the thing, Vitality has this huge front line to protect Shell. If you can get, wait a second, Wild Charge comes in, Fumieko going to get knocked up. Daisy able to secure that turtle with a nice penalty zone. But now Vival forced to back off, using the last insanity defensively. In comes the Dominator's Descent, getting some nice damage on Asini. Ramichi trying to follow up as well, but Vival in the jungle, taking damage. Daisy looking for one more shot and able to connect it. The hammer drops, and down goes Vival, but now the Violent Requiem knocks up Daisy so they can secure a kill for themselves. KO now in trouble, forced to use a flicker past the wall. Saw trying to zone away Cine here, but Cine's not taking anything slightly. It's going to be bad, man. Team Vitality keeping up, even in an early game where their comp isn't exactly, you know, they're more of a scaling. They're still able to put out some punches.
Yeah, but can we talk about the worry coming in from Team Vitality at this point? Because Vival throughout MWI doesn't seem to be having a good time. There's so many turtles as well as lords not being secured. Look at the clip here where a good initiation coming in from Kao, but again, Daisy being able to steal that one away, that's clutch. And here, Vival, even though she had the Heart Guard, Daisy still had enough damage to get the kill there. This is becoming a problem. It looks like Xeno Lilies, they might understand how to take down Team Vitality and perhaps just shutting down their jungler. And now they want to shut down Shell.
Oh, wait, the Violent Requiem to save the day. Kao tries to do something there, but unable to get the Wild Charge off. They do back off. But as you said, ooh, Dominator's sent under the tower, and you know, we've seen the Zas picked up a lot, but I think Saw has probably played it the best of what we've seen so far. I've been questionable about it, but Saw is just performing on it right now, even outputting some decent damage this early on in the game with it.
I hope Team Vitality understands that they don't really have the damage at this point, right? I mean, like, if you're really just hoping for the quad, it's not there yet. You still need 3 items. But Vival's here now. Maybe they have enough.
Another nice knock-up on a Cow, but he's going to get that Wild Charge directly connected onto Shell. Taro's not going to fully commit. They just want to clear the tower, protect the tower. Daisy holding down the bush as well. Team Vitality still hanging out in this bush. And, you know, I think Cine also, we wondered if Cine was going to go damage. It looked like she started off on more of a defensive build there. And again, that just means even less damage for Team Vitality. And what we were saying in the beginning is Xeno Lilies has so many outs here. Nice penalty zone onto Cine. Cine might not be able to get away from this one, but Violent Requiem connects, paired up with the Blazing Duet. Saw takes a face full of damage. In comes the last Insanity, trying to connect onto Daisy as Shell looks for Taro and Cow. She's going to BMI back, lock onto Daisy. Daisy going to go down. A nice kill for Vival there. 2 for 0. Team Vitality getting back in the game.
Oh, and now looking at the jungle here, Ramichi is going up against Fumieko. Ramichi, you're in trouble.
Ooh, Tempest Ablaze does come down. Ramichi able to get the purple buff, which is, oh, I thought that was a kill for a second. The tower
no. I get you. Even I was like, wait, no way.
I was like, no way. What did you just one-shot?
Yeah, either ways right now, Team Vitality, they are on the Lord. Looks like the Lord is going to get started. And I don't think Xeno Lilies has the time to really respond to this. This is going to be a free Lord for Team Vitality. So just one good engage on the top lane, getting a few kills. And now the entire game is for Team Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, it's quickly moving into their hands. Pataro's going to be able to take that tower now. So now the playing field's starting to get evened out. I think Xeno Lilies need to convert some. They didn't convert any of those early game kills into towers, into exact map pressure, and that's a bit of a problem. Kyle needs to be able to hold down this front line, use the passive where he can't get CC'd up, and he's not going to get caught off by Cine, right? Use the power of nature while he's against these walls and everything, and he should be okay to face check some of these bushes, and as long as he can do that, he can kind of create space for Xeno Lilies. But let's take a look at these items.
Yeah, honestly, looking at the items here, again, I kind of feel like in terms of the damage, it's really just on Vival as well as Shell for Team Vitality. Kind of feel like for Xeno Lilies, the fact that they have the first item, Sky Piercer, I kind of feel like they could have played around the Roger a little bit more, get more stacks on the Sky Piercer, because, again, the Sky Piercer is a stacking item. Just 2 stacks is really not enough.
Yeah, it needs a couple more kills in the book there, but in comes Cine once again with a Violent Requiem on the 2 members. Cal, Daisy, both knocked up, taking a face full of damage. Vival here, holding down the front line. They're able to get rid of the Dominator center, at least send it back under the tower. They're going to move on to this purple buff now, and Xeno Lilies is helpless under the suppression.
I would say this is more on them, right? Because like you said, they got a few advantages. They didn't really push it. I kind of feel like once you have an early advantage, oh, before the Cine goes in.
Oh, Cine just the star of the game right now. Wild charge for Cal to try to get away. Cine does go down. Taro able to get the kill. But another stack in the pocketbook. Shell backs off along with Fumieko. Ramichi takes a tower in the top side, so good split pushing. Xeno Lilies now kind of picking up the pace.
Yeah, now, oh, Vivian is there, but Ramichi probably not going to go for it. Because honestly, if Ramichi gets a kill there, and then eventually the purple buff gets spawned, maybe not the best idea to stay there for a long time. But still, getting a kill onto Vivian might be clutcher. Shell right now is 0-0-3, which is actually kind of good. Because if you have a lot of kills, then there's a possibility to give over a shutdown gold. The shutdown goal right now is on Taro. So Taro has to be careful. Not only do you have the shutdown goal on you, the bounty on you, but you also have the problem of letting go some of your stacks. I feel like for the Sky Piercer, you need at least 6 for it to feel like an item, you know?
For it to feel a troublesome item at that.
Exactly. So right now, only having 3, not the greatest. If you can get a quick triple kill after this, the entire Lord situation will look so good for Xeno Lilies.
So even when we're at 12.5 minutes now, even when we get into late game here, right? Do we think that just means it's it? Team Vitality has it? Because I still feel like Xeno Lilies have some options here. The major problem has been Cine so far, but Saw on this Zash should start to scale pretty well into the late game. Taro might fall off a little bit since we didn't get that major pop-off early on, but wait, Cine gets the knock-up on a Daisy here, the battle for the purple buff. Pretty sure Vival was able to steal that away from Ramichi, yes. So now it's like, can Ramichi even really contest for this Lord?
Actually, yes, just because Ramichi, she didn't use her Retribution. So in terms of can she do it, she can. But it's really on Daisy as well as Cal. And Cal already taking quite a lot of damage. So Daisy, if Daisy can have a beautiful ult onto Vival, then yes, she can do it. Especially because Vival has to stay relatively close to Lord. It's definitely possible. And again, we got to remember, Vival hasn't been winning a lot of Retribution battles.
That's true. Vival has had some issues overall. I think you mentioned Cal. I'm going to mention Cine here. I think these two need whoever gets the better set here, right? Whoever gets the better knock-up, whoever can set up for the team. Those are the 2 players that we really need to keep our eyes on. Fumieko, we haven't seen too many crazy onwards yet, you know, Earthshakers or anything. But if any big set happens for one of these teams, it could be a game changer. Ramichi. Finch poise on the wall, comes in, Vival still able to get it exactly when it counts in, comes to penalty zone, but Chaos pursues as Vival pops the last insanity and takes out Kyle, takes out Ramichi. Next on the chopping block, Daisy's gonna go down. Saw just trying to get away, just trying to have a good time, but not today. That is it, a 4-man wipe on Xeno Lilies. Team Vitality got the wave coming down the mid along with the Lord. They could try to push this, maybe even end this. 20 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, I don't know what the Roger can do. You're 1v5 at this point. 1v6, the Lord is here. Looks like this is going to be game. Team Vitality takes game number 1.
That is a great start for Team Vitality in this best of 3. It's 1-0, and Team Vitality had a slow start in the game, but they knew their win con, and they performed and executed it perfectly.
I would say Xeno Lilies didn't really use their draft very well. They had a lot of options, but they didn't take those options. So, again, I feel like the draft is good. It's just the execution. But I don't know. That's just me. I don't know what the experts think about it.
Thank you guys for that cast for game number 1. In a brutally unorthodox way we begin that. What did you think about how things panned down?
Oh, I think we'll have to talk about the drafts first, right? Because I feel like
in terms of prio, Xeno Lilies really got all of the prio. They got the Terizla, Ling, and Roger. For most teams, when you get that, it's like, all right, we've won. In the draft itself. But in the execution, it's a bit different. I mean, there were a lot of great moments, by the way. LaFell pointed it out as well in the game itself. The fact that Daisy was able to punish Vival's performances here, here as well on the X-Borg, not able to finish off that turtle with a retribution. It's great timing by Daisy, but also for Vival, she should be able to space out. And if they didn't end so instantaneously, I would have actually taken the Lord fight moment to go and, draw around with the Telestrator, because I think it was just a classic example of how they utilize the Lord Dance, which is something that's already not as common. It's very rare to see that kind of Lord Dance where they just stood their ground and took the fight. I was even saying, oh, they should don't take it. Don't take it. But in the end, it's really all about, for Team Vitality, baiting out some of these big ultimates coming in from Xeno Lilies. And the biggest ultimate has got to be the Zask ult. So another way to do that is if the fight is just spread out. And in that final fight, you can see the Grok go in, Daisy go in, way too aggressively, and it just leaves the Zask so far behind. And when the Zask ultimately does come through, it's a bit too late. Some of the frontliners have already been chunked way too low. Chell is still at full HP, still has the hard guard on her, and on top of that, consistent damage of the Edith, of the X-Borg, as they all clump up like that, just give them so much more value in that skirmish. So it was just really well played by Vitality, executing the game plan that was a very weird game plan. That's a very unique game plan. Guinevere mid, I don't know how they pulled it off, but they did. That's Vitality for you.
So that technically shouldn't have worked. Guinevere in the mid lane versus the Zask in the mid lane. That wasn't prio for the Guinevere. On
paper, no. I mean, you don't have any mid prio, right? It's so hard to outclear the Zask plus the Grok. It's not just the Zask, it's Zask Grok. So mid lane prio is almost never there for them, and yet they still won in rotation.
Sorry, I think. Hello?
Who you calling?
LaFell? Trex, you there?
I don't want to pick up.
Working right.
I don't want to pick up.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
But okay, we're here.
Guys.
You said you don't want to pick up, man.
No, because I heard Mirko's like, I'm okay with Mirko.
Okay.
Shout outs to both of you. You guys are doing a great job. But honestly, looking at that game, like Mirko said, when you have this combination of heroes, it's like, I won the draft. And I don't know, I kind of feel like they had an opportunity to put Team Vitality on the floor and then their foot on their necks, but they didn't do it.
Yeah, their foot slipped.
Yeah.
And then they fell on their back like a banana peel.
Exactly.
It's
not enough to win. But
I do want to argue one thing for the Guinevere. I think we really doubted another crazy mid pick in MSC, and that was the Martis, the aggressive fighter. So I think maybe the Guinevere has some possibilities.
Okay. Thank you, guys. Next time, maybe pick up my call?
I mean, we'll consider. We'll consider.
Okay.
Maybe I should call them next time.
Maybe. Maybe they'll pick up if you call.
Why is it?
Oh, I don't. Me and LaFell, it's not a thing anymore.
Usually it's me and LaFell that is
We're not friends anymore.
Usually we're not friends. We're best friends, right, Rafael? Yeah.
But we are gonna give our flowers to the MVP by PlayStation for that game, Cine. A lot of people already, even the casters, right, they were mentioning the Guinevere in the mid lane for multiple times already, even in the game. The fact that she was able to find so many opportunities was insane, right? Yeah. This was, I think, earlier on where they were able to kind of facilitate Shell in that lane and pick up a favorable trade.
For Xeno Lilies, it's, I don't know, man. Vitality just understand. This is the final fight that I was going to talk about, right? You see the Grok goes in way too aggressive, and then the Zask is caught in a weird spot where she isn't in the middle of the fight. You want the enemy team to go in first, and then you react to the skirmishes. That's how Xeno Lilies were able to win out so many times in the early game. So that final moment there kind of proves that point. Shoutouts to Cine for an amazing performance on the Guinevere. And I want to talk a little bit more about the Guinevere pick, because Trex had mentioned we can see this work. We saw the Martis work in mid lane. I agree. It's not the standard pick, by the way. Hello, Guinevere. You look lovely today. She's gone.
I missed it.
So whenever you approach anyone, you try to call LaFell, he doesn't want to answer. Now you walk up to Guinevere, and Guinevere's like,
okay,
nah.
Can I try again?
No.
Can I try again? One more time.
Sure.
Okay. Reptar, you there? Sa, you there? Are you serious? No one's there?
No one's there.
Guys? No?
No. No one's saving you now, Eterna. No one wants to pick up your calls. You have a good phone, but...
Thank you. I thought they'd pick up.
You know, sometimes when life gives you lemons, you don't do anything with it because I don't know what I'm going to say next. I do know. It was still very, very good. The fact that they utilized it in a way where she was always just constantly engaging to bait out the Zask ultimate. That was what the value was from the Guinevere. Insane sustainability and amazing escapes. Because usually when you engage on a Zask, you're kind of screwed. You go in, you're chain CC'd. But Guinevere has an anti-CC with the Valor Requiem, and she also has the second part of that spatial migration dash that she can use to get out.
Wait. Can I try one more time? One more time.
It's been like 4 times.
I know, but maybe 4 times the charm.
Okay.
For some people. Okay.
Charm.
Reptar? You there? Sa, you there?
Hey everyone, currently I'm here with Sa, the mid laner of Xeno Lilies. This is Erica, she'll be helping us translate. So for Sa, I just want to ask, are you surprised that your team make it to the knockout stage and that you're here right now?
Actually, not really very surprised because we already know and we have 100% that we will in playoff. Yeah.
She's confident. Like even yesterday, we got to lose 1 game, but still have the confidence.
All right, so from the beginning and up until now, pure confidence from Sa and Xeno Lily. So someone told me that you're the best Kagura probably in this whole tournament. So for you, what's your best quality as a mid laner?
Mọi người đều biết đến em với tư cách là một người chơi Kagura rất là giỏi. Có thể nói là best Kagura thì điều gì khiến em trở thành một người đi đường giữa giỏi như vậy?
First is I believe in myself and I can, when I play mid laner, I can like control everything. I can control the map and I can control my damage, and I know when I need to throw the skill, and I can control my umbrella. So like I is the one control everything in the map, and I can like
also cover
So yeah.
Members and also damage.
She covers really well for her team. She controls the map really well. And one last, you give me a vibe that you're fearless, but why don't you want to watch horror movies with Taro and Coach?
Em đang thể hiện ra mình là một cô gái không biết sợ gì cả, nhưng mà tại sao lại không dám xem phim kinh dị với cả Taro?
I don't get anything, but I get horror movie.
She is fearless, but horror movies.
She still's a girl.
It's a no for the horror movies for Sa. So one last, what's your message for your fans and the supporters of Xeno Lilies?
Em có muốn gửi thông điệp gì đến cho người xem cũng như là fan hâm mộ của Xeno Lily không? Em có thể nói bằng tiếng Việt.
Mọi người xem livestream nhớ ủng hộ cho mình cũng như là team của mình để có thể tiếp thêm sức mạnh để cho team mình có thể tự tin để đánh hơn. Và cảm ơn tất cả những bạn fan, những người hâm mộ đã luôn ủng hộ mình và team của mình support cho mình rất là nhiều. Cảm ơn, rất biết ơn.
So her message to the fans and to the audience is that, well, thank you everyone for keep watching and supporting Xeno Lily and Sa. And please don't forget to catch up with the live stream of the Mobile Legends eSport and also EWC to watch and encourage for the teams. We will be win.
All right, thank you so much, Sa and Erica. Good luck to Xeno Lilies.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for picking up.
They
I
finally
appreciate
picked
that.
up a call.
Thanks, guys.
Someone picked up Eterna's call. That never
man.
happens.
Reptar, my G.
Reptar and Sa did.
Sa.
She should respond to your calls with Sa did. But she said she was fearless.
She is.
Are you afraid of horror movies?
No, I love horror movies.
You do?
That's why I asked Taro to watch with me.
Dude, that's cap. I know for a fact that's cap.
No, I love horror movies. I love horror games. I love horror movies. I'm fearless.
You're fearless. So is Sa fearless? Do you count that as fearless? Because technically she is fearless in-game, but outside of the game, horror movies specifically, she's not scared of anything except those movies.
And that's good, right? Because that means they're not intimidated by the presence of the queens of MLBB right now, right? So I'm pretty sure that, well, now with that first game being given over to Vitality, that brings us to match point.
Absolutely.
One more game away, ladies and gentlemen. If Team Vitality can close this out, that does mean the end for Xenolilies. But with that mindset, as LaFell would say, how would you get the win? You need to be fearless. Like Sa.
Like Sa.
Like Sa.
I think the biggest concern has got to be the fact that Vitality got one prio pick, right? It was the Angela. I wouldn't say the Claude is a super prio pick. It's a good pick. The Edith is kind of prio too, but in comparison, Terizla, Ling, Roger, that's a, yeah, we got this in the bag kind of draft, you know? And now Xenolilies are the ones forced to ban out the Ling. They might be forced to ban out the Roger too at this point. I'm not too sure, but Vitality, it seems they are going to give Xenolilies the proper respect too. There you go. That's going to be the Roger ban. Chip will go for, Chip will be banned out by Vitality. They're also probably going to ban out the Chushin unless they want to try to contest it. Hey, they contested the Ling, the Roger, and the Terizla. Who's to say that maybe they might want to, nope, no they don't. No, not, this lady has a bit too much flair. She's got a lot of lanterns. Or no, one lantern, but a lot of flair.
Too much light.
Too much light.
Too much light, my G. But here we are, the last ban coming in from Xenolilies. We had the Luo Yi Respect, as well as the Ruby and the Valentina. And now with the Roger up there, as well as the Ling. This could pose for a different dynamic. So far, by the way, blue side has been doing great. Do you think Xenolilies have a better chance in game number 2?
Yeah, you can dictate a lot of the matchups here with first phase. Remember, Ruby was banned out, so was the Valentina in the first phase by Vitality. And now those picks will be left open, so Xenolilies might be able to go for the Valentina first pick this game. With a Hayabusa banned out, that means they're really targeting Vivo here. So trying to put her on a hero she's not comfortable with. Something like the Export, perhaps. But even then, she kind of looked comfortable. Not as comfortable as, obviously, some of the assassins that we've seen from Vivo. Even LaFell saw that. But still, putting her on utility is definitely the way to go for Xenolilies. You don't want Vival to have that much power in her hands, that much damage in her hands. I'm expecting the Luo Yi to be banned out here. It should be just a standard first phase banning phase.
But what did you think about that, right? Because if we're talking about Vival, the fact that she missed a lot of retribution, was that because of her or the setup coming in from Xenolilies?
Okay. Firstly, I mean, it's not like a lot of retribution. She missed one, right? Technically, she missed the third one. First two, they were able to secure. The first one, technically, she did miss two because Vivian got it. But that's more of a, you know, I'm not going to use my retri here. So, team, might as well go for it. I think, yeah, the third one has got to be because she was definitely not respecting the Terizla as much. The Terizla, there's a instant CC kind of deal with the initiation of the penalty zone, so you get punished by it, and you kind of have to predict that retribution. That's where you saw the miscalculation from Vival. Angela first pick though, and the Edith instantly. Now you know why Vitality really like the Edith from game number 1. They are really comfortable flexing this hero. Not something that you can say for every single team, because most of the times you see the Edith, you expect it to go roam, almost always at this point.
But what will accompany the Edith? Because technically, if you pick up a Terizla here, that denies the flex. So do they just do exactly what they did way... I was about to ask, okay, so they completely let the Terizla go and they pick up the Kagura. I like how Sa mentioned umbrellas in her interview. And now we see the Kagura being played in. But from Team Vitality.
I guess Vitality also saw the interview. And they were like, you know what? Yeah, Sa seems very comfortable on that Kagura. Might as well just pick it away, deny it away. I was personally expecting something like a Valentina to be picked up. Adds a whole lot of versatility. It does kind of cancel out the fact that... No, actually, no. Yeah, the Valentina would have been amazing. But they decided to go for the Kagura instead here, leaving the Valentina open to Xenolilies. So I think that's the idea from Vitality. They're trying to force Xenolilies to go for the Valentina, to force the Angela to go roam instead of mid. It's an Alice and a Terizla. Eterna, this is a scary combination. Alice, her just alone has been very, very scary. But Alice plus Angela? Oh, you're in for a lot of trouble.
Now, Export, right? How does the Export fare against the Alice and the Terizla?
It's great against the Terizla. It's great against the Alice if you have lockdown. Terizla, you're just great. I mean, with the X-Borg, you're amazing up against the Terizla. But the Alice, the thing is you have Flowing Blood. It's a blink ability. Very easy for you to get out of the blast coming in from the last Insanity. So Vitality are really going to have to rely on the Edith and also technically the Kagura to stop the Alice from taking the Flowing Bloods here in these skirmishes. And that's why Vitality, they're taking or getting rid of a lot of the other heroes that can actually escape these kind of combos. Edith, Kagura, and X-Borg. It's going to be hard to land these abilities, these big abilities, these skill shots technically, on someone with a blink. So getting rid of the Claude, that's a Julian as well from Xeno Lilies. But at this point, Vitality could just say, hey, X-Borg's going to the jungle. So your bans are really not saying anything. But who knows? Maybe they're going to throw another curveball, pick up Guinevere and play it in the jungle.
That's what I was about to say, right? I mean, technically, X-Borg and the Edith are still flex.
Yeah.
So if they're lacking the setup that you mentioned, they could still bring in something with that in the roam position for Vivian.
Yeah. I think at this point, if they really want to lock down the Alice, they could go for a Kaja carry to end things off. They already have enough AoE as it stands right now with the X-Borg, with the Kagura and the Edith. And just like that, Xeno Lilies actually reads it out, knows that if they do get the Kaja carry, it's going to be a bit troublesome for this tank, this hyper carry, you can call her, the Alice in the jungle with the Angela. So now that the carry has been taken away, another combo that we see usually with the Kaja is the Beatrix. So if they still want to force it out, they can go Beatrix Kaja. But it's Vitality here. They might just go Guinevere again, you know, or Ruby mid, or Ruby roam, XP. Ruby was a very high prio in game number 1. So I wouldn't be too surprised if Vitality actually go for that.
And technically it is lockdown, right, for the Alice.
Yeah.
And it really hinders the setup coming through. So it is an option. One of the other picks that were left open was the Arlet. But it looks like Shell this time around, no Beatrix. Carry being banned out, goes in for the Moskov. Despite the Harith being completely let go.
I think they have too much magic damage if, you know, they pick up the Harith there. So I agree. Moskov, you need a little bit more consistent damage too, because technically right now it does seem like they are relying a lot on that burst from the last Insanity, from also the Kagura Yin Yang overturn. So at this point for Xeno Zenith, gold lane. So I'm trying to think about it. I think Natan would be a bit too greedy. But if you do want to play in towards the late game and just play for the early game with the Alice and the Terizla Angela, that could be a good choice. They could even go for a Grok here. Get some more lockdown to give a bit more prio again towards the Alice, but they go for an even later game pick. Leslie and an Esmeralda.
This is Leslie's
debut.
This is Taro's signature pick from MWI last year.
Yeah.
Leslie.
That's Leslie.
It's come up again.
Oh man, this is a kind of a greedy lineup, if I'm being honest with you.
What about laning phase? Okay, let's keep it
Moskov?
simple. Yeah.
Oh, you win.
Leslie and Moskov.
Yeah, you win as the Leslie. Leslie is a very good pick against the Moskov if it's an individual lane. But the thing is, when you're up against Vitality, it's almost never a solo lane, right? It does look that way because they might want to play for the weak side in Chell, which then will give a lot of power to Taro. Leslie, you have so much more range, and you can go with the bop bop, the 2 different passive hits onto the Moskov, and then you run back. So
double Moskov is the answer.
That's how you do it. No, it's a Bakshia.
Oh man, I was so excited.
Ooh. Okay, so they're if this is the case, they're gonna have to rely on the Moskov, so they cannot play weak side for the Moskov. I feel it's so risky to do that. If she gets shut down in the gold lane, Xeno Lilies might have a good game, like a real good game.
Match point, ladies and gentlemen, here in our first day, our first match of MWI 2024 X EWC. Casters, Baxia, Edith, Kagura, X-Borg, and Moskov, and now we have the Leslie for Taro. How are you guys feeling about this?
I'm more thinking about the Terizla roam. Guys, I'm excited for it. As a roamer, letting me use fighters, that's hype.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be interesting. These teams never seem to disappoint with the picks that they bring to the table. And a lot of these teams, they make it work.
Oh yeah, dude, like here's the thing, Taro on this Leslie, I'm waiting for her to pop off. Now the thing is more about how you're gonna delay the game long enough, because look at Vivian. Vivian's actually the one delaying the game for Romichi here. I feel like Romichi, even once she gets level 4, is going to be a little bit iffy for her to actually contest around the turtle pit, because here's the thing, level on this Boxia, it reduces healing, so it kind of acts as a counter to most of the heroes coming in from Zito Lilith. Like 4 out of 5 heroes are depending on heal.
It's very true. It was a beautiful answer to Romichi on this Alice. We saw Romichi play the Alice yesterday. Played it really well. Like, Romichi showed up. Maybe it was the day before yesterday. I can't remember exactly, but still, we've seen Romichi on the Alice and has been a monster, has been very troublesome on it. So I'm excited to see how they pull it off here, but Team Vitality continues to come with answers. You mentioned the Terizla. One of the picks that I'm really focused on is this Kagura. How is it going to pair up in lane? One of the things about Kagura is mana's a problem, at least in laning phase. If you keep on throwing that umbrella, you run out quick, and you got to go back to base pretty regular. So Vivian's going to have to help out a lot with clearing that wave. And how is this going to affect their normally aggressive rotations? But a little bit of a knock-up. They onward, almost catches Cow. Cow able to just get away, but Team Vitality now taking that lane, might see him rotate down to another off lane.
I feel like for the Kagura, it's just that you want this early tempo, because once you hit level 4, you don't have enough damage to actually kill anyone, but like you said, enough damage to make them go back to base. But if we're really looking at a lineup coming in from Xeno Lilith, her real options are Sa and Taro. I feel like Taro might actually be a more difficult hero to pick off, as long as they're being very disciplined around the team fight, right? Taro has to sit back for a bit, let everyone absorb the damage, and then go in. Speaking of which, now the turtle has been started by both teams. I wonder if Zito and Lilith can actually grab this for themselves.
Yeah, Romichi has the blood load up, able to just walk up and take it. The knockup does happen. Romichi does get knocked up. Heart guard locked on, but a lot of damage on it. Vival, penalty zone, able to help secure it. Daisy gets the first blood. Now, putting that in the pocket of an Esmeralda could be kind of helpful here. Most of Xeno Lily's, I mean, it's a late game investment here. You have the Alice, you have the Esmeralda, you have this Leslie. You are hunkering down at this point, and getting a first blood, first turtle, it's huge for their composition.
And this shows the strength of their composition here. Look at how they're moving around as a unit, as 4 very beefy individuals, and as we're talking about, Taro got taken down by Sini as well as Vivian and Shell. But going back to the team fight, it shows that they can brute force anything, right? If it doesn't look like a good fight to take, they can still take it, as long as you understand once you get your pick off, once you get what you want, you gotta back off, because you do need those items to make sure that you can stay in the fight for a long time. So go into team fight as a team, get one, and then back off.
Yeah, I think at this point, Cal needs to keep tabs on Team Vitality. Cal or Sa, one of them needs to be regular keeping tabs, because if Team Vitality is able to freely just come down to bot lane, and actually you were right, it is a roam Terizla,
yeah,
Mirko. So I like it. I think it's definitely different, but even more so needs to be watching.
Now, Romichi has to get away, but this is, not gonna happen.
A little bit of damage. Penalty zone able to come in. 5-0 brought down to about 20%. Vivian also on the run. Xeno Lily's able to group up and stay secure.
Yeah, and this is why I kind of feel like the Alice has a bit of a problem as a solo hero. You don't deal enough damage, and you're not really all that tanky by yourself. It's kind of like you need a lot of distractions alongside with you. So I kind of feel like putting this Terizla in a roam position or a mid position even, as long as the Terizla is moving around, it's really helpful for Romichi, because she can have sustained damage. She just needs a lot of distractions for Team Vitality to survive. So again, I kind of feel like if Team Vitality finds Romichi, they might even expand a Yin Yang overturn just to shut her down.
And 2 items just got locked in for Taro and Shell too, so it seems like they're keeping a decent pacing with each other. Last time, Shell was just way ahead. Even after dying, was way ahead. So Taro able to keep up a little bit, just got that Berserker's Fury, gonna help start being a bit more of an impact. But look at the aggression from Shell, staying in the face. Taro now in a little bit of trouble. Yin Yang overturn able to connect. Taro does get the heart guard, so able to survive it out. Shell now on the run, brought down very low. Vivian as well. Here comes Romichi with the flowing blood, the flicker in, looking for the stun on to Vivian. Can they secure it? Vivian goes down. Romichi with another kill. This time Xeno Lily's taking off quick. Can they push the envelope though?
Oh, that was all because, oh, okay, not hitting anyone. That was all because of Cow. That was an amazing penalty zone to make sure that Taro was able to escape. Now, the thing that we have to talk about is that Taro, I think just with the Berserker Fury, already dealing quite a bit of damage. So Xeno Lilith, they're reaching their power spike, and they're reaching it quite early here. So for Team Vitality, they got to make sure that they understand that kind of the same thing with Team Vitality in the previous draft. As long as they take down Taro, it's all good. But in a crazy team fight, but before that, it looks like there's an engagement mid, and Kao goes back in.
Yeah, penalty zone, able to respond. Ramichi looking for the flowing blood in. Maybe a little bit of a premature heart guard there, but it's okay. Xeno Lilies don't lose anything.
Looking at the timers here, I think everything will be back by the next turtle, so it's still fine. Like, it's a mistake, sure, but as long as they stay in their own side of the jungle, they shouldn't be punished all that much. But yeah, as I was saying, Team Vitality, either focus on Taro or take down Ramichi as fast as you can, and their comp doesn't do all that great. So Zini has to be the one to have that initial burst and then let everyone else clean up.
Very true, and I love the way that Team Vitality take that tower right before Turtle, give themselves a little bit of a pressure advantage down in that bottom lane. Turtle's going to be up in about 10 seconds. It looks like everyone is rotating down for this one. Could be a big 5v5. Turtle might stay up on top side. Shell gets a couple spears off here, and Turtle is now up.
Yeah, and this one, I kind of feel like for Xeno Lilith, for Team Vitality, go for the fight. Because again, this 50-50 doesn't really feel like a 50-50 against the Charizla, so try to fight it out, and looks like they're doing it.
Michi comes in once again with the heart guard. Able to start up this fight. The Ying overturn connects. Cal's the first to drop. Ramichi still looking for more, though. Sustainability is there. Taro now involved in the fight with big shots into Vivian's face. Bible gonna finally go down. It's a 1-for-1 currently. Taro wants more. Taro forced to flicker back. Forced to try to get away. Saw able to help out. Bafumi, Vivian, Cinny don't want to give it up just that easy. Ramichi still sitting by the turtle. Might not be the best spot as she is by herself, but Taro finds the kill in the mid lane. While this is happening, Shell able to take a tower up on the top side. Saw helping out with Ramichi. Ramichi finally able to secure that turtle. Vivian now on the run. Saw gonna back off along with Ramichi. How does that trade pan out? 1-for-1, tower for turtle.
I would say it's good for Xeno Lilith because, again, they want to scale up, and they're able to scale up. They're able to give kills over to Taro, even though, Saw taking a bit of damage, but should be fine here. Again, I kind of feel like this is good for Xeno Lilith. Team Vitality had the right idea. Go for the fight. Don't really try to force out this turtle. But again, they're not able to take down Ramichi or Taro, which is both win conditions for Xeno Lilith. So that's the only reason why Team Vitality didn't really look good in the final fight.
You know, that umbrella range, man, is sometimes we wonder about the Kagura and how well it's really going to work, but right now Cindy's using it so well, just kind of zoning them away. The range, the umbrella is always there, and it is a threat.
Yeah, again, it's deceptively long, and now looking at the items, having that Lightning Truncheon early kind of does make it so that you have quite a bit of burst. Looks like it's going to be the glowing one next coming in from the Kagura. So the burst is going to be enough, I feel, going up against Ramichi. Although we do have to talk about that Clock of Destiny. If the Clock of Destiny has its cooldown, you're not going to be able to burst down this this Alice.
Does some damage, though. Vivo, look for the dash in. Ramichi there as well, decides not to take the flicker in. Xeno Lilies do lose another tower in the mid, and this is kind of the problem we saw in last game. They need to take some towers. They gotta, when they get that turtle, when they get a couple kills, I think they need to transmute that into something else because Team Vitality is always going for the enemy objective.
I feel like their idea here is defend, get 3 items, and once we have 3 items, get a big team fight around Lord, and then we force a lot of turrets. So it's basically waiting for that Lord power spike and then just exploding from there, right? Take every single tower on the map. And so they're not being aggressive in the mid game because for their comp and maybe what they practice is not necessary. Once you have those 3 items, once the Lord is up, that's where you pop off, and that's where Team Vitality will not see it coming.
It's okay if your left hand gets cut off if you still got your right one to fight with,
exactly.
right? It's okay to lose a couple towers as long as they're able to hang on, but First Lord is now up. Is this going to be the one? Do they feel comfortable yet? Do they push it a little bit farther? Because there's some risk in that, right? It's like, are we really ready yet? Do we maybe let this Lord crash in one more time, or is this our power spike?
We got to look at the items for Taro. I kind of feel like she has 2 items, and she even has a Sky Piercer. So this is a bit greedy coming in from Taro, but she needs the endless battle before really committing for this turtle.
Uh-oh, the onward, the knock-up. A lot of damage, locks on. Esmeralda about to go down. Daisy taking out Cine, able to get the kill, which is huge for Cine. 104, just got that the wand locked in, the glowing wand. So that's going to be a bit more damage. Paired up with the lethal ignition, you got a lot of burden coming in.
Oh, they got it going quick. Ramichi wants to contest.
Oh!
And she doesn't get it.
It's a good try, but now Ramichi on the run. Heart guard should be able to get her away. Just needs a flowing blood, but the knockups not letting her get any skills off. Taken out. Fumi Echo able to get it. Cal comes in with a penalty zone on 4 members, but still not enough. Shell gonna spear destruction in. Start getting some free shots. 3 people down for Xeno Lilies. A double kill over to Fumi Echo. And now Vitality smell blood in the water. They're closing in. They take out the mid-tier 2, and the Lord's not even here yet.
Big mistake, the fact that Daisy was caught out. And then once your EXP laner is no longer there, it's easier for Team Vitality to actually go for the Lord. And again, looking at the items just now, Taro went for a Sky Piercer, not going for the Endless Battle, so you don't have enough damage when the fight starts out. This is a crucial mistake coming in from Xenolithis, giving the green light over to Team Vitality, saying that there's really no risk going for this Lord. Ramichi went in, and honestly, even if Ramichi got Lord, most of the members of Xenolithis would have died anyways, so it's still a big win for Vitality.
Yeah, definitely a big win for Vitality. A huge win. Even though they didn't break an inhibitor down, they get so much out of that. It's what, a 4.3k gold lead at this point. Almost every tower down. Xeno Lilies are looking at a clock right now, and Team Vitality are trying to punch it.
Yeah, and again, Taro, once she has her Endless Battle, I feel like they have a way to, now they have the Endless Battle. Looking at items for Ramichi, only having 2 items, which is fine, but the Moskov has 4.
Yeah.
So that's a big difference.
And he's also a late game hero, right?
Yeah.
He's also kind of waiting for his time to shine, and right now Shell's in that time. A lot of damage coming out. Even the passive, even the blasts on the backside of the tower are shredding down Xeno Lily right now. They're able to break through that inhibitor, and Team Vitality just playing the distance right now, taking it slow.
Yeah, but I'm not so sure because honestly, their wave clear, I think it's not as good going up against this Moskov because look at how close they are. They're all going to be hit by the Moskov passive.
Yeah, Xeno Lilies want to play in the circle right now, right? They want to play around Ramichi, and Ramichi can't even sit up front right now.
Exactly.
Even Ramichi goes in with the blood flow and just gets shredded down at this point, or gets knocked up like we saw last time, and there's no chance for Ramichi to even escape.
Now Ramichi has the Dominance Ice, so she's able to deal with the Moskov. Now the attack speed has been lowered. She didn't have that before. If they can somehow get a big pick off and then perhaps get a Blade Armor onto Ramichi, it could be good. But honestly, here's the thing. Blade Armor is going to be good. What's better is the Winter Crown. But if you're Winter Crowning yourself, then you're letting Shell attack everyone else. So, I don't know. At this point, it really comes to their experience. Which one is better? Is it the Blade Armor or the Winter Crown? Like, do you save yourself or do you save your team?
I think it's a very good point. I think Xeno Lilies, a lot of it's going to be angles. They don't have any, they don't have something like the Edith that can jump in and get long-term crowd control that can catch something like a Moskov off guard. So they're going to we need a big long-range flicker play, right? Something that can really get into that backline quickly that Shell doesn't know it's going to be coming. Look at the damage from Shell. Daisy is useless at this point. The Esmeralda can't even get into this fight. Ramichi now on the run as well. Lord gonna go down. Team Vitality in complete control.
Yeah, and again, Daisy, what makes the Esmeralda tanky is the shield, but Daisy can't even go in front and actually absorb the shield coming in from Shell, especially because Shell can just push her away. So this is really not a good game for the Esmeralda as well. There's a lot of crowd control that denies her of actually absorbing those shields. So now, Team Vitality, honestly, this is an end angle for them.
Oh man, Vitality are feeling themselves. We got the tosses coming out. Cine sitting in front of the tower. They know that Xeno Lily is helpless in front of them right now. Team Vitality in control. They need a big Hail Mary play right now. Something from Cal, something from Daisy. I mean, something from Ramichi. It's just so tough right now. Inhibitor going to be taking a little bit of damage. Shell looking for the angle. Umbrella does come out. No Yin Yang Overturn connects, but they don't need it just yet. Lord going to come down that bottom side. No tower in the way. 3 inhibitors fall. Team Vitality looking to clench in the win here. Looking for the 2-0, the knock up, the airborne. Remichi does get the hard guard, but Fumi Echo able to take out Kao, and now Remichi on the run. Taro down, there goes the damage. Xeno Lilies about to take the damage. Team Vitality with a clean, easy sweep to steal the game 2-0, moving on to the next round.
This is why they're the queens. Everyone else bow down. It was a good showing coming in from Xeno Lilies. It does look like they understand that this draft has risk. But again, if we're gonna go down, we're gonna go down with our very best draft. We're gonna try it out. But again, going up against Team Vitality, the Baxia is able to basically be the counter for 4 heroes that Xeno Lilies has. Is unfortunate, but looks like Xeno Lilies, this is the end for them.
Yeah, and they put up a good fight, right? Through groups, they were able to power through, make it into the bracket, but today they met their match. Team Vitality, just a different breed, coming in game 1 with a slightly off-brand composition. We have the Guinevere, this time we see the Kagura, and just showing that their pockets are deep when it comes to a hero pool.
Yeah, congratulations to Team Vitality. They will move on. And again, this is looking good. This is looking like, this is why they're the favorites. And if they win this one, repeat, baby, all MWI is them.
Who can stop them? Who can put an end to the reign of the queens?
If anyone, maybe it's Falcons Vega, where if they win their next match, they'll be facing up against them. But if they take down Falcons Vega, then at this point, who knows, man?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a toss-up. Team Vitality showing why they're here, what they came for, coming for that trophy.
And again, looking at his game, amazing plays coming in from both teams. But with that being said, Team Vitality, they did well. Later on, we'll go to the stage for them to be interviewed by Bara as well as Cheryl. With that being said, it's over to you guys.
Thank you so much, guys. We're here from the studio. Now, here on the stage itself, we have Seni right here with us. Thank you so much, and heartiest congratulations to you.
Amazing stuff taking place in this match. You went in with confidence. Queens, definitely. So the thing is now, you lost one game with the Xeno Lilies and another game with GGSG. How do you rate your performance as part of the team for Vitality for MWI 2024?
Great.
It's like, how do you see your performance? Like, what would you say about it?
Because I think it was great so far. Because before it was just group stage, so we tried many things. And now this is the playoff, so we're gonna go all out here.
Go all out, let's go.
That's right. And of course, you know, speaking of the level of competition, you know, you guys have been reigning champions so far. So what do you think of the landscape of the current MWI? You know, do you think the level is stepping up, or do you think that, you know, you guys still got this in the bag?
I think so far the other teams are improving, because like they can't be the dark horse, but I'm still confident with us.
Right, so, you know, just a curious question. You know, previously when it comes to, you know, Xeno Lilies, they actually took out the Alice even without the Angela, and they stomped. And right now with the Angela, it's the AA batteries right here. So what was going on in your mind when you guys are facing off with, you know, their pocket picks, you know, with the Angela, with the Alice?
We know that in this game, they'll do something with the draft, like they'll use the hero that they never used before. So we kind of expected that. So we put Baxia in the last pick to counter their heroes.
Ah, that's right, the anti-regeneration of the health. That's right. Okay, so speaking of which, congratulations. Now, we will have our representatives coming from Xeno Lilies pass you their keys.
And here you have it, passing on the key.
Now, we would love for you guys to have a fist bump, you know, to signify good game, well played. Thank you so much.
For the amazing performance and everything you've been doing in MWI 2024. And there you have it, you have the key. How do you feel about it, holding it, and an identity that represented the team that you won against?
We're happy.
Simply said.
Because it's our first time getting the key.
All right, so the next question for you would be, you know, the team has mentioned, Team Vitality, that, you know, you guys got your eyes on Falcon, all right? Same Indonesian team that would be challenging your throne. Now, the secret sauce to you guys would be the sisterhood between you and Shell. But of course, at Falcons, they also have sisters. So, you know, what do you think gives you that competitive edge over Team Falcons?
I think that we're the stronger duo. Yeah, that's it.
So even though they have the sisters in sync, you guys are the superior sisters. Got it. So thank you so much, Cindy, for that spectacular performance over at the Land of Da. Now, handing you over to the studio back. Take it away.
Congratulations once again to Team Vitality. 2-0 against Xeno Lilies, and that does, ladies and gentlemen, mark the official standing that unfortunately Xeno Lilies will be unable to move forward here in the playoffs, in the knockouts for their run at EWC MSC.
Clean sweep, man. Despite, you know, the draft that I think me and LaFell, LaFell also agrees that the draft just looks so good for Xeno Lilies, but I will have to say, I'm not a fan at all of the Terizla Rome, sorry. It's just, I don't know, because usually in the context of, let's talk about these clips first, right? I mean, obviously for Vitality, after picking up Daisy up top, that was really the moment. I don't know, Xeno Lilies as well, up until this moment too, they were still really stable, but then they got the pick onto Daisy. For some reason, Xeno Lilies started playing, going to the side lanes again, isolating themselves, leaving them open for a lot of the pickoffs from Vitality to happen. For Vitality, they're very happy with these pickoffs. They can go in and take them down, especially if the one split pushing is an Esmeralda with Sprint. There's too much CC lockdown for the side of Vitality for really any sort of reaction from the side of Xeno Lilies to get out with the Esmeralda. That's why we were talking about how the Alice could get out with the Blinks, Esmeralda not so much. But back to the topic of the Terizla mid, you know, usually we say in the context of XP, you don't need resources. Terizla is really, really good at just doing his job without getting resources. But it's different when you put him in the roam because you don't get anything at all. XP at least get minions.
You're right, you're right. But who's our queen of this game? Who is our queen of this match? Let's take a look at the MVP by PlayStation. Once again, Cini. So we got an interview with her earlier on the stage with Cheryl as well as Bara. And, you know, she even mentioned, right, coming into this game, they were already very confident about this. And she even mentioned that she's a superior sister duo as compared to Falcons Vega that we will see perform later on. But again, her performance, the way she's able to flex out these different roles, these different picks in her lane has been insane. And look at the way that she plays here.
It's been amazing, really, the performances of every single member, I would say, from the side of Vitality. It's just so phenomenal to see them again go back-to-back in Game 1. I think we can all agree. Ling, Roger, Terizla was the better draft, especially for the first phase. They were able to outplay that with their own style of MLBB. And in game number 2, I think we can also agree that, you know, having the Alice, having the Terizla, having the Angela for the first phase, it just looks so much better. And ultimately, with the Leslie too, you have a way to bully the Moskov in lane. And unfortunately, we didn't get to see that too. I think that's something we can definitely talk about. Taro, I think, wasn't confident in going in for a lot of these trades in the early game. And she was just really trying to farm, looking for that power spike to hit, and then playing late game with the rest of the team. But even then, the power spikes hit a bit differently for the whole team. Terizla, power spike is literally level 4 for the roam because, yeah, no resources at all. So you're really good at level 4. After that, full drop-off for the Terizla. Unlike the usual Terizla XP, they can still hold his own with a few more items there. And especially in this scenario, the Esmeralda's power spike is just so off-sync with the rest. A lot of them have the early game power spike and then mid-game. Some of them have the late game instantly, like the Leslie. But the Esmeralda is a weird one where it's like early game good, mid game horrible, and then late game good again. In the mid game, she was completely demolished by everyone, Moskov, Kagura, anyone, because they already have burst plus anti-regen.
Wait, I'm gonna go for a call again. Shell? Shell?
Oh!
Oh, there you go. Thank God. Thank God you picked up. Hi, Shell.
Hello.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
How was that for you? 2-0, that was very dominant. And I think a lot of people expected that you would go, undefeated even in the group stage. But coming back here, it feels like you got your groove back. What happened? What changed?
I think we just need a little loss to improve more and just to do better.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's all about the reality check, Eterna, right? I mean, for them, they've been reality checked quite a few times, but they've always been able to bounce back somehow. So my question for you, Chell, is the drafts. Because I think for me and LaFell, as analysts, we think about the draft and we always look at the other side, Lilies. They have an amazing draft, but you guys were able to outplay them constantly. Do you think your draft was better? Do you have your own style now with, your new coach, with your new analyst?
I think the draft is so-so, but I think we did better.
So execution was better or draft was better?
Execution, maybe.
Execution.
Yeah.
I mean, the execution was phenomenal. But how do you keep yourselves from, even in the game, you spoke about the reality check, taking a few losses out game and then coming back. What about later stage? Like in the game, you lose the first fight. How do you come back from that?
Maybe for me personally, I just keep in mind that I'm better. So yeah, just be confident.
Confidence. But what are you confident about the STC predictions? Do you think that you guys won the predictions from the audience in that game?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Okay, let's take a look. 88% for Team Vitality. You have the masses behind you, Shell. So once again, congratulations and good luck moving forward. I believe straight into the semifinals, best of 5.
Yeah, tomorrow's the real day.
Tomorrow's the real day.
I really love the confidence, right? The mentality of just being better. But okay, as the better player, what's your predictions for the next match?
For the next match, Falcons Vega, of course.
Falcons Vega.
No pride.
2-0?
All right.
2-0. Yeah.
We'll see how they do in their next match of the day. But of course, we do have to toss to a short break before we get into that. So once again, thank you, Shell, and we'll see you after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, from that short break, that short quick break, as we all restart for the next match of the day, Falcons Vega. We are going to have a look at it with the Dr. Sulaiman Al Habib showdown. So let's get into it. Another Indonesian representative after we saw their first Team Vitality 2-0 moving forward. Now we're going to see Falcons Vega against Net Angels. They had an outstanding performance from the group stage, not losing a single game. So coming against Net Angels, how are we feeling about this? And we also want to know what the viewers think about this, right? What do you guys think? Our first game, first match, you guys got it. You guys got the predictions down, but what about this? Do you think Falcons Vega will win it all? Or do you think Net Angels have the chance to bag this?
Huh? Well, tell us. Tell us now. I mean, we'll see the predictions later. We'll see the result of the predictions later. But yeah, I mean, me personally, I'm not going to give predictions out, but I will talk about how I think it will play out. Net Angels, phenomenal performances in the group stages, but obviously we're going to have to give it over to the favorites here, which is Falcons Vega. The way that they performed in the group stages, it was dominant for the most part in the early game. There are a few weakness points, though, that Net Angels could capitalize on, which is their late game decision making and just Falcons Vega's very classic, very this is a characteristic that they have, which is the discipline not being there as we get into the mid to late game stage. Sometimes they like to overheat when they get early game power spikes and when they win in the early game. So that's definitely something that I'm looking at Net Angels to try to decipher, to try to punish, but also for the side of Falcons Vega, I'm expecting them to fix those things because it's been a while.
And let's hope they don't overheat on the way to the venue.
Oh, that could definitely happen.
Okay. Let's take a look as they walk into the Amazon Arena, ladies and gentlemen, as we take a look at the Jamil Motorsport arrivals. And there you have it. Falcons Vega. Earlier on, you know, we had a little bit of spice between these Indonesian teams, claiming that they were the better sister duo, but it looks like the sister duos from Falcons Vega are also rolling in. Do you think that this might mean that we're going to see a different roster from the side of Falcons Vega? Because in the group stage, we saw two different lineups, right? We had Caramel and Agatha, and we also had Maylene and Funi. From your feeling, who do you think will be playing today?
I mean, personally, I think it should be Agatha and Caramel. You know, the more experienced bunch. Technically, experience is also a weird term to use because Funi is also very, very experienced. But obviously, with the lineup, they have been starting Agatha and Caramel way more compared to Funi and Maylene. So that's what I'm expecting. Hopefully, we get to see that. But hey, even if they deploy Funi and Maylene, I'm expecting kind of the same for Falcons Vega. Early game dominance.
We're also kind of getting that, right? That's the same kind of feeling of match number 1 where it was like a powerhouse against a dark horse. And it's a similar story here, right? Net Angels, I think a lot of people were surprised with how dominant they were able to perform in the group stages. And now coming into the knockouts, they're also considered one of the dark horses. Last time, match number 1, it was the, you know, the powerhouses that were able to pull through and reign over, but maybe this time it's a different story.
Hopefully we get to see, you know, a little bit of splash here and there, upsets, because we've been hyping up upsets all the way from the group stages. Unfortunately, we really haven't seen a lot of upsets. We saw an upset victory in Group D, Homegirls. GG Homegirls were able to take a game off of Vitality, and
that wasn't an upset for me.
That wasn't an upset.
Because you guys were talking so much about scrims.
Yeah.
Oh, we don't talk about scrims?
We don't talk. We can talk about scrims. It's only LaFell that can't talk about scrims.
My point being is that I thought that GGHG, that was my highlight match. I wanted to see how good GGHG were, and no disappointment, right? 1-1 against Vitality.
Exactly. Very, very
big
impressive
contender,
stuff.
by the way.
They are definitely contenders for the title here to try to steal the throne away from Vitality and technically from Falcons Vega, because Falcons Vega right now, a lot of people are already talking about how their group stage run was even better compared to Vitality. So maybe they might be on a run, on their own run, to go for glory, to finally get the better of their rivals. The rivals all the way from like 3 years ago.
That's true.
They haven't been able to do it.
That's true.
At least not in the finals. But maybe this is their time. This is their time to fly high.
The uncrowned queens for so long. And this is their first step, right? The first hurdle for them to finally make it all the way into the grand finals. And they have to be able to pass through this best of 3. And if decision making and if discipline is an issue, Net Angels is a team that is known to be able to capitalize over things like that.
Definitely. And I think we can take a look at the highlights here all the way from the group stages for Team Falcons Vega. The way that they were able to play so many in so many of the situations. I think the main playmaker and the main highlight for me has got to be Violet. Violet on the Arlet, Violet on the playmaking heroes always is able to find these big moments. The core memory that I have from the group stages is the moment where she just final slashed 4 members off of the bush up top under tier 1. That was one of the best Arlet plays, like, in terms of satisfactory. Like, I was just so satisfied. As an Arlet player myself, I see that and I'm just like, oh, when can I achieve that?
When can we achieve that?
In a tournament.
That's the question. But look behind you, Mirko.
Whoa!
13 seconds away now, ladies and gentlemen, to get onto the stage in a best of 3, our second match of the day. Earlier on, we had to see one key get handed over. So whose key will be next? We're gonna hand it over to the host.
The time to shine continues right here at the Amazon Arena as we approach the next series to bring us one step closer to unveiling our champions for MWI 2024.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we have it right now, competing to pretty much secure a slot at the semifinals with the powerful powerhouse. All that taking place right here, ladies and gentlemen, and an Indonesian powerhouse may go against a potential dark horse, all right here at MWI 2024.
So speaking of which, let's jump straight in and let's take a look at the wonderful faces of the Indonesian powerhouse. Presenting to you, Team Falcons Vega. Team Falcons Vega has been in the shadows of Team Vitality for the longest time, but now the girls are hungry and the girls are ready. In the group stages itself, even though they're in Group A, which is the group of death known by many, they have come up in the top seed, sweeping all of the games and all of the opponents they face. So this is their next step to face off against the rivals of the longest time. They have to take this game to meet Team Vitality over at the semifinals.
And they'll be going against Myanmar's Net Angels. Well, there you have it. With us here right now, Net Angels, a mix, a multinational team, as we have members, Burmese members and Philippine members, all in a mixed team, pretty much competing to go to the semifinals.
That's right, stakes are ever as high right now. Ladies behind me, in just 2-0 earlier, keys were crushed. This time, it is a best of 3. May the best team win. Please head on over to your battle stations. The Amazon Arena is ready for you at the Land of Dawn. So yes, with that being said, the ladies are looking to head on over to the Land of Dawn. Stakes are high as ever. For the Indonesians that are currently watching, they're praying for an Indonesian semifinals where they'll hopefully get to see Team Vitality going up against Team Falcons. But up against that, we have our Burmese princesses who are going to challenge that. Gonna happen. That's what's gonna happen, right? They're gonna challenge that. They're gonna deny that Indonesian versus Indonesian semifinals.
A lot is taking place right here, but you know what? As the slogan goes, it's their time to shine.
Take it away, friends at the studio.
Thank you, Bara. Thank you, Cheryl. And take over we will. Again, another matchup that will be, I don't even want to say interesting anymore. This is going to be an intense matchup, seeing as how they've performed in the group stage. Both of these teams are known to get aggressive. And now we get a confirmation of the lineup that Falcons Vega have brought in. It doesn't look like Caramel is on stage, so that should be Maylane. And I do believe that's Funi as well.
No Agatha, no Caramel. It's Maylane and Funi who takes center stage. So not as expected, but still a really, really good lineup. I don't know, it almost feels like, even in the group stages, we were expecting a bit of difference from Agatha, the way that she usually plays, from the way that usually Funi plays. But no, we saw the exact same. They played the exact same heroes too. Funi played the Vixana, Agatha played the Vixana. She didn't really go towards, the carry picks that we would like to see. But maybe Funi does it here. Maybe she does it with that synergy. Oh, I know why they deployed Funi.
Why?
I mean, earlier, Chell mentioned they're the better sister duo. Well, now it's time for Chin Chao and Funi, I guess, to try to show the world that
they're the better duo.
Maybe. Who knows?
Well, that's great. Net Angels now. So, despite Caramel not being in the jungle position, right?
Okay.
Despite it being Maylane, we're still going to have an ID versus ID jungler battle. What do you think about the playstyles, the difference in playstyles, and maybe the difference in picks, maybe?
I would actually say it's kind of similar. Vanilla and Maylane. If we were to compare Vanilla and Caramel, then it'll be completely different because obviously they're different flavors. But also, they also play different picks in the jungle. We are used to seeing more of the Hayabusas from Caramel, the Marcus as well, the Alphas of some fighters too. Meanwhile, from the side of Vanilla, she really likes to play the Rogers. She really likes to play those kind of heroes where It's hyper carries too, but it's a different kind of hyper carry compared to Hayabusa. Some of these assassin picks, they're very niche, I would say, in the way that we can describe them in their playstyle. Because a lot of people can play the Lancelot, but they can't play the Hayabusa, they can't play the Ling. And I think Vanilla falls in that category a bit, where she's definitely more comfortable on the heroes like the Roger. And I would say maybe even, she can still go on the Ling, but when it comes to the Hayabusas and the Lancelot, I'm not too sure about that, right? And this time, it's already a bit different here because Falcons Vega, I believe in their group, they were always able to get first pick. Now it's Net Angels who get first pick, blue side.
So we'll see how this actually impacts their gameplay and, of course, that drafting phase. And I was about to mention, as we head in over for our first game of the series, that Roger would be such a contested pick, but it looks like no contestation whatsoever. They're just going to eliminate it out of options entirely, as the Roger is the choice as well as the Ling. So maybe they want to leave the Hayabusa open?
Yeah. We were literally just talking about it, right? I mean, the Roger for Net Angels, for Vanilla, she can play Ling, she can play Roger, she's that type of jungler. Falcons say, nah, let's not give her the Ling. And same for Net Angels, seeing how Mei Lane performed on the Roger. I believe that was game number 1 on the Roger, their first game at MWI in Falcons Vega, where Mei Lane got, was it a Mania? I don't know, but it was a really amazing performance. Crazy KDA. Minotaur ban coming from Falcons Vega. This is already very interesting because usually we see the Chip banned out by red side. We see the Loyi banned out by red side. And this is already kind of scary for Net Angels because usually on blue side you want to try to force those bans upon the red side opponents so that you can actually go for a lot more respect and you can leave a lot of the other heroes that you're comfortable on, that are your personal prio picks, open for first pick. So if they can't play the Chip and the Loyi, it'll definitely be concerning when Falcons Vega get the blue side. But we'll see their game plan. Maybe Terizla is that much prio for them. They want to just first pick it. Edith, man.
Talking about Edith, before we continue on in this drafting phase, I just want to point out that Net Angels, they also have a variety when it comes down to their EXP lane, right? We've seen Line and we've seen Namira, and they get interchangeably swapped out. This time, we are going to be seeing Namira step in that EXP lane. So I believe in this situation, last time she picked up the Arlet, maybe that's something that might pop up here, Mirko.
Yeah, I would say for the difference between Lang and Namira, Namira is more of a individual kind of XP lane in a way where she thinks about what to do individually. Meanwhile, for Lang, she follows calls a bit better and she's a lot more brave, going for the Terizla picks, and whenever the team needs her to initiate, needs her to body block, she will be there. She will flicker forward, standing there in the way. And Namira, now, will we see still the Terizla being prioritized? Because we didn't see it get banned out. Terizla has been left open. Loyi has been left open. The Angela too. So a lot of different picks. They go for the Terizla as the Vexana gets banned out. That's their prio.
Okay. Valentina still opened up if Funi wants to go to that direction. There are other few things option as they're open as well. Nolan could definitely be one of the options that they can go for here.
Jin Chao, the signature Harith.
Ooh.
Saman 4, Synchrovision, Lane Kingdom Dominance. That's what is known about Jin Chao, at least in MWI 2024. Actually, her entire career, she's always been an amazing laner. So if you set her up for success, the Roger's already been banned. So not a lot of other goal laners can really stand head-to-head up against this Harith. And wow, we got that Hayabusa coming in from Mei Lane. There you have it. Hot pick. You usually see this from Caramel. And it seems she's been learning a thing or two from, you know, her partner in crime in the jungle.
So the big question is, what does Vanilla play, right? The Hayabusa's been taken, Roger's been banned, and the only hero that she's been playing before from the group stage is Julian. So the Julian does get instantly locked in. Maybe there's fear that perhaps she might be pushed onto something that she's not comfortable, although it has not been put to the test. And Ruby is the next option. Does the Ruby still counter the Hayabusa in the way that it used to, like back in the day?
Yeah, it's still the same idea behind it, right? Don't run Wolf King, and obviously the I'm Offended. Every time you get into that vicinity of the skill, it's a stopper. It's always a great stopper against assassins. But now there's an Arlet there too, picked up. So for Falcons Vega, it's really all about comfort picks and setting themselves up for success. Violet, the Arlet, she's a playmaker. She needs a pick like this, and she gets it. Even though in lane, it's not going to be as dominant as we usually see for a Violet, you know, really trying to win out in that side lane too. The Arla Terizla matchup will be basically a race to level 4, a race to whoever gets the setup better for the neutral objective. But back to the question, yes, it is a stopper. It still has the same interaction, so they're going to have to try to bait out some of these skills. And also, not just the Ruby, but the Julian is a good way to technically counter the Hayabusa, but it's very skill dependent. Because when you're on the Shadow Kill, the Enhanced Sword does get you out of the Shadow Kill. It's an untargetable ability. So there's a way.
So there are 2 ways, essentially.
Yeah.
Okay. Coming into the second phase, the Claude does get banned out. What else would be a good laner against the Harith? Do you need to continue to give Chinchao that better lane? Understanding that the Arlet, like you mentioned, is not in the best of matchups.
Yeah, I think setting up for Chinchao is amazing. Good Claude ban. The Claude can blink out away from the synchro visions. Carry has been a very good choice as well up against the Harith. Not in the way that you bully the Harith, but in the way where you can actually just dodge away from the synchro vision and just farm up. I think for Carry, we've been talking about how she's basically a non-laner. She gets to decide when to disengage, and she can trade pretty well too with the QC and dodge a lot of the skill shots. But they'll decide to go for the Moskov ban here. I think mainly, not for the matchup itself up against Harith, but for the rest of the team, with Arlet dashing forward, with the Hayabusa as well. They're already gonna kind of struggle up against so much CC coming in from the Terizla, technically even the Julian with the chain, and especially the Ruby. So they want to get as much CC out of the composition from Net Angels with the Moskov ban too. So one to set up for the Harith, the other one to set up for the team, and then the Valentina that has been left open all the way to second phase. And those are some big ultimates, by the way. Penalty zone, I'm offended.
It's a comfort hero as well for Funi, so I was surprised that it wasn't picked up in earlier on, but wait a second. Phoveus and the Novaria has been locked in. So with this being said, who goes where? What does Sakoshi play in the gold lane? Is it a Phoveus gold lane against the Harith? Is this the idea?
Wait. I guess so. It's a Phoveus gold lane. Ruby Robe, Terizla XP, Novaria mid, right? Yeah. So Phoveus gold. Unless they pull a crazy swap again, but that's going to be the Tigreal. It's an amazing answer to the Julian, to any assassin. So there you have it. It's actually in the mid lane. It's gold lane Ruby. It's Rome Terizla again.
Rome Terizla?
I believe so. No, it's Rome Novaria and mid lane Phoveus. Okay, so
XP Terizla.
There you
go.
So it's Rome Novaria.
Okay. Well, technically we've seen the Novaria work in the Rome like way back when. Is it still a viable option in this meta?
I personally am not a fan, but hey, I can see it work. I can still see it work. The vision gets you a lot of prio.
What about you, casters? Do you think that this can work?
I don't know.
What I will say is this, since LaFell seems to...
No, I mean, like, legit, if she asked me, like, will it work? And I'm like, I don't know. Good.
We've seen a lot of things so far in MWI.
Oh,
we've seen a lot of things, and we've seen a lot of those things work. We've seen a lot of them,
Here's the thing, man. With the right mindset, all of it works.
You can do anything.
Novaria jungle, it's not even a question. The answer is just yes. But with that being said, we're jumping into this game. And yeah, looking at the composition here coming in from Net Angels, it's really all about fighting, man. Like 1, 2, 3. Like, they got 3, 4 fighters here. They only have a Novaria to provide them the support. So I'm really looking at Net Angels. Second turtle, man. Second turtle, that's where they want to pop off.
Ooh, already a lot of damage on to Vanilla there. Brought down to about 10%. Might have to go home. Yeah, gonna have to go home for that one. Team Falcons Vega already shown some aggression, and I think when it comes in term of mid lane, Funi and Thol are gonna have some rotation advantages. Ku, Cassie, you're gonna have a little bit of trouble. We did see, we saw the Phoveus back in MSC, and it did perform well against the right compositions. There are a lot of dashes here. As long as Cassie can get through this early game, get through this laning phase without taking any deaths, be able to get some farm in, there are definitely some possibilities for it.
Let me just say, this is already like not great for Net Angels, because if you look at the draft, everything has priority, but they're not really having priority at this point because the Hayabusa is farming a little bit better compared to the Julian. Because again, look, you got fighters everywhere. You should be winning the lane, but it's not happening so far. So that power spike is not being used all that well just yet.
Ooh, Cassie already taking some damage. Should be okay. Now, what I will say for NetAngel's composition here, because it's all these fighters, you're going to have kind of this box around Ku here. Ku needs to be careful how far back she actually goes because it's going to be the perfect target for Meilane. And if everyone else is diving forward and Ku's just sitting in the backside waiting to line up that meteor shot, Meilane's going to have the perfect target to lock on. Also, another big thing that NetAngels need to watch out for when they do that big engage is the reaction from Thal and the reaction from Violet. You get caught by one bad implosion or one bad final slash, you're a little too grouped up, it could definitely spell death. But Thal already pushing away Halang there. Vanilla keeping a good position in front of this turtle, but Meilane already gets first blood. Down goes Helene. Violet now trying to lock up. The implosion does lock on to Vanilla here. Vanilla not going to be able to even fight for this. At this point, they're just trying to get away, but no, Helene gets a nice enhanced chains, able to back off. Meilane able to get the turtle. Penalty zone does lock in. Thal, Violet, Funi there as well, trying to lock on to Cassie. Demonic Force does proc, but Cassie as well just wants to get away. Ku looks for the meteor, isn't able to get the final hit on.
Hey, good job on play by playing that one because a lot was going on around the map. Like, it was very messy coming in, especially for NetAngels, where honestly, this is the kind of draft where you almost just shut your brain off. You see someone and then you go for a fight. But looks like Team Falcons Vega, they roughly understand how to play with this kind of composition because they just focus on one target, let possibly Meilane to just get an advantage, get the kill, and now she has, honestly, like the Hayabusa having more farm and one kill here, it's not going to look good for NetAngels.
Sakoshi looks for Thal there. Zamon's Force does drop. The implosion locks on, and Sakoshi might not be able to get away from this one. Jinja gonna be able to lock on, get one more Synchro Fission down, and gets the kill. Thal escapes with just a sliver of health. And this is something I'm a little worried about with NetAngels not having a marksman, right? Where does the damage come from? Is it gonna be Cassie? Is it Vanilla? Is it Ku? How do they even, like, when do they hit their power spike? When do they actually get online here?
Honestly, it's going to be all on Vanilla. It really depends where the Vanilla wants to go for. Oh, hold on.
Nice knock up. Hands chains, does lock on, and in comes Cassie with the Demonic Force. Not able to get another proc. Jinja able to just get away.
And again, going back to Vanilla, it really depends on her itemization. If he goes for a Genius 1, then pretty early on that you can go for those fights. But if Vanilla, and I kind of want to suggest it, go for a Holy Crystal, you're going to be the main damage dealer for this one. And your scaling is going to be a little bit much better because you're going to control the turtle onwards.
I think it's very fair, and I think there's a lot of possibilities. There is one good thing about NetAngels, they do have some CC here. And when they do get into the late game, Ku could become a problem, and Ku's staying safe at this point of time. We're seeing some of those snipe shots lock on. The damage isn't quite enough to get the finishing blow in. And even Sakoshi on the Ruby, we've seen Rubies actually start to pack a punch when the game gets going. So we'll see the possibilities. Team Falcons Vega don't want to just give up this second turtle so easily. Meilane able to just come in, steal it with ease, but look at the implosion, look at the Demonic Force, the damage unloading on both teams. Vanilla is the first to drop, and now the Demonic Force continues to unload. Meilane still fighting though, somehow pulls out safe with the triple kill, but Cassie doesn't let him go away freely. It's a 3-for-3 turtle over to Team Falcons Vega though.
I mean, here's the thing that I said. Is the second turtle. This kind of lineup, you're waiting for the second turtle for you to really fight this one. If they were able to secure it, then it would have been much, much better. You can see how Thal, honestly, should have turned things around with that amazing implosion, but because this is a lineup that has a lot of ways to defend themselves, they don't really rely on someone else to give them the protection, makes it so that even if they get caught, it's still fine, as long as you have at least one item, which we saw Cassie got a little bit later. But again, now Cassie having that Clock of Destiny makes it so that Team Falcons Vega now will have a difficult time to get down Cassie. Looks like Vanilla is going for that Genius 1 route, so the damage is going to be there a little bit earlier. It's just that the burst isn't going to be there when you're starting fight around the board.
The fact that Cassie's now 2-0-1, could become, I mean, that could end up being one of their major damage dealers. You know, that Phobius could end up being a big problem. But look at the conceal play, locking on to Violet here. Violet going to be in a little bit of trouble, locked in by the implosion and taken off. Sakoshi goes down. They keep on getting those ganks into the bot side. Net Angels needs to find the answer to it. Team Falcons Vega just out-rotating.
Yeah, at this point, Sakoshi really needs to think about just being a little bit safer here because, again, even though she's not a marksman, you have this mentality as an EXP laner. You want to go for the trades, but it looks like Team Falcons Vega, they don't care if you're Ruby. They still see you as a marksman, and they're coming for you. But to be fair, comparing Ruby to maybe something like a Beatrix, you don't mind going 0, 3, and 3. She still has her War Axe during the fights. She's still very much usable. She has a lot of ways to deal damage, not through just pure damage, but sometimes even with just the crowd control, it helps out a lot.
Very much. Now with Third Turtle up and Vanilla up in the top lane, Net Angels going to have to just give up this Turtle. Up on the top side, though, Vanilla might be in a little bit of trouble. Final Slash able to connect. Simon's Force drops, and there goes the damage. Enhanced Change able to help him get away. Helene comes in with a penalty zone, but Maylane doesn't want to let anyone escape freely. Shadow Kill does go off. Ku able to flicker away. Implosion locks on. The Neuronic Force locks on as well. Coming down. Bang, bang, bang. Looking for more targets, but gets the shutdown. That's 2 for 1. Cassie doing everything she can right now, but it's still not enough.
Can we talk about how fast Team Falcons Vega is moving around the map? They do look like Falcons, just going here, going there, finding these pickoffs, and is making it a Net Angels. I was saying they're pretty tanky, but 1v3, when you're not moving, when all this crowd control is on you, looks like nothing much can be done. Looking at items here, looking like Terizla is going for the more tankier route, not going for that War Axe early. Kind of feel like he should have gone for that so that they have a little bit more damage in this kind of composition, because even the Phoveus, the Clock of Destiny is the only magic item. Afterwards is going for that dominant eye. So yeah, the damage looks like it's going to only come from Vanilla unless they go for a War Axe soon.
Yeah, Vanilla, I mean, the gold deficit's starting to get there. Same thing on the rest of the map. It's 5,000 for Team Falcons Vega. Cassie did pick up Clock of Destiny. Picks up half of the Dominance Ice. So there's some possibilities there, but I think at this point, Net Angels might just need to start grouping up a bit more. We're seeing Vanilla kind of run these off lanes, trying to macro a little bit, but it's not going to be enough. And kind of like what we saw in the last series, even though it didn't work well from Xeno Lilies, you might just need to bide yourself a little time and look for that 5v5. I think their composition will work much better if everyone's together.
Yeah, Trix, my friend, do you agree that for today, it looks like one of the major problems looking at most drafts is that they don't have enough damage, right?
And it's an aggressive meta right now.
It is an aggressive meta. And it looks like Team Falcons Vega, they're actually pulling around Net Angels because they're showing Hayabusa up top. It's like, hey, I'm here. You guys want to group up? You guys want to take me out? And then Chincha just starts getting turrets everywhere. So Team Falcons Vega, they're pulling Net Angels around. It looks like Net Angels are the one getting netted.
Yeah, they're the ones definitely getting controlled right now, being a bit more reactionary to just what Team Falcons Vega want them to do. And now with the Lord up, Team Falcons Vega with a strong box controlling this pit. So the Echo does come out, so nice vision over to the Net Angels. Maybe they can get a position on this Lord.
I feel like they got to go for the pickoff as well, because if they try to fight for this Lord, Tal has a flicker, right? If the Tigreal has a flicker, it can go lights out very, very fast. So Net Angels, they got to take this calculatively. Like, they have to prepare to sacrifice one. Who's going to be the one sacrificed?
I don't know, but right now, Cassie tries to come in, but look at the damage coming out. Lang able to take out Funi Maylane, finds Sakoshi. Cassie still on the chase with an Neuronic Force, but it does not lock in. The Meteor does miss, but now Thal might be in a little bit of trouble. Echo comes out, looking for one more shot. Helene trying to lock on, and Cassie gets the final blow. Vanilla now drops to Zamon's Force does drop out from Chincha. Violet now up against Cassie. Chincha there as well, trying to help out. Cassie just wants to get away. Ku trying to give a little bit of slowdown, a little bit of help, a little bit of peel. Cassie able to just get away. Lord still up. They're battling so far apart. It's 2v2s all across the map. Yeah. It's not a big 5v5. They split up and they attack.
Yeah, they just have partners, and they're like, okay, you do that, I do here. The problem is Team Falcons Vega, now the Hive has a Holy Crystal, so good luck tanking that much damage. The Lord is being danced around. Maylane, you gotta do this. Maylane, Vanilla, it's on you guys.
Maylane does get locked up and taken out. Vanilla able to get the Lord in multiple kills. Ku takes him out as well. Cassie with a kill for herself. It's a 3-man wipe and a Lord over to Net Angels. They need to translate this into as much as they can, but look at the beautiful implosion. Chincha drops him as Zamon's Force. Cassie down. Chincha, Thal, save the day, but still, Net Angels not done just yet. They lost Cassie, but 4 members still standing. They take the inhibitor. They move forward, and the Lord still coming up the top side. Team Falcons Vega push back into the base. Another tower drops. Sakoshi able to take it. Net Angels not slowing down.
Dude, this draft here, again, having a lot of fighters, having one goal in mind, having the mindset of, I'm going to attack you as much as I can, and you're going to be the one to go down first. Vanilla now having the Holy Crystal, it's going to deal holy damage, because even Lane, the fact that Lane during that Lord fight got the War Axe, we got to talk about the timing there. Getting the War Axe so that you can stack and then start having more damage and more sustainability makes it so that Net Angels can actually deal enough damage against Team Falcons Vega. Cassie, honestly, throughout this game, is slowing down the tempo, right? Cassie, before that, Violet.
Violet maybe a little too deep. Demonic Force does get procced, maybe a little bit too early. Thal able to come in. Cassie looking for more targets. Penalty zone locks onto Violet, locks onto Thal, and Vanilla cleans up the pieces. Demonic Force still going. It must feel like an eternity at this point. Falcons Vega push back to the base. All there's left is inhibitors.
Let me just say, Vanilla is playing so well, using this Julian as the main damage dealer for the team. Everyone else is just distractions, right? They're making sure that Team Falcons Vega doesn't get away, just so that Vanilla is able to use the enhanced scythe without getting punished. But still, with that being said, still able to hold on to that enhanced sword, just in case if those crowd control doesn't actually hit on the right targets.
And Melee, you know, what we saw in that last big Lord fight, right? This has been kind of the answer to a lot of Hayabusas. You wait for the quad shadow to proc, and then right when the Hayabusa comes in, if you can just catch him for that split second, it's GG's. We saw it happen to Nicolette a whole lot. She was having problems every time she'd quad shadow in before she could even hit the shadow kill, because the deal is normally you want to get the shurikens off and then shadow kill, but if you're able to stop Melee for just a second, you can get enough damage to get the kill.
Oh, looking at Melee now. Probably going to be able to run away because the quad shadow is still there. Looking at the itemization here. Radiant armor on lane, making sure that you can actually survive going up against Chincha as well as Funi, as well as having that Queen's Wings, make it so that you can stay in the fight for a very, very long time. Looking at the itemization coming in from Net Angels, it's really about sustaining. We see Oracles, we see Queen's Wings, making it so that you're able to outplay Team Falcons Vega when your HP is super low.
Most definitely. Now Lord up. Does Net Angels have the advantage on this Lord at this point? It has the game completely turned into their hands.
As an assassin, it's going to be hard for you to really contest for the Lord just because you can't tank the damage that the Lord deals. And Net Angels, we got to remember that War Axe has a stack. They can hold on to their stack for a very, very long time. So they actually do quite a lot of damage at this point during the Lord dance.
Very fair. And another person that we've kind of failed to mention, but Vanilla's been doing great. But look at Ku, 2-0-7. We're 15 minutes in. Those meteors are going to start hurting a lot more. The vision also getting applied gives Net Angels this great advantage when it comes to especially objectives like this. Thal, though, looking for the play, looking for the lock-in.
Yeah, again, just be careful of Thal. Having that flicker, you kind of don't want to risk this. And now we see the concealed play being used, and then you reset the Lord. So that's one thing out of the way. Now you got to force the flicker out, and then Net Angels have a good time going for this. Oh, but Meilane finds Vanilla. Vanilla able to get out of there.
Yeah, Funi also takes a bit of damage, though. Now we're back to the tango, man. We're back to the dance.
Again, I feel like it's fine for Net Angels here. They can heal up, so it's all good. And they kind of have to do that because it's all about the trigger finger. Who's going to go first? Is it going to be Thal, or is it going to be Net Angels here?
Yeah. Helene also, I mean, it's got to be tempting when you see them all grouped in that jungle to pop the penalty zone, but the patience coming from Helene right now is going to be crucial. Same thing from Violet, looking for the final slash. But here comes the shadow kill onto Kuku, able to get away though using the flicker, and that is going to be a utility down. Helene able to lock on to Thal. Here comes the Demonic Force. Trigger has been pulled. Can they get the final blow, though? Can they find the kill? Down in the mid lane, though. Chincha getting the push in. Gonna move on to the tower as well. Ku trying to go back. Vanilla doesn't want to stop as well. Thal taking damage. Thal goes down, but Chincha's on the base. Chincha's on the base, and Ku can't defend. Team Falcons Vega with a cheeky mid lane steal. Not like this.
That was 2 towers. There's the tier 2. There's the base towers, and then she went and ended in one wave. Not like this, man.
Damn you, Tinshaw.
Dude, this is...
That's what Leo would say.
Maybe this is the answer. You want a Lord dance? I'll just end the game.
That's always the answer.
There's 2 towers. If the base turret was not there, I get it. The tier 2 was there. The base... Chin Chow, man.
The timing, it was almost like it wasn't improvised either. It was almost like it was playing like, because once the trigger was pulled, that's when Chin Chow went. And because they were so invested in that fight, there was, I mean, Ku could go back, but...
It's like you say, Udala and Ajasi.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right. You understood, right? Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah, with that being said, now we're going to throw it over to Mirko and Cherna. What do you think about that ending?
That was iconic Chin Chow play. That was iconic Chin Chow play, man. You give her the Claude, you give her the Roger. She's never actually done it on a Harith before.
Nope.
But you know, it's the first time for everything.
Oh my goodness. What an amazing decision to make there in that position. Because seriously, all right, let's talk about the replays first. We're getting ahead of ourselves, right? Because there were a lot of great skirmishes back and forth from Team Falcons Vega, also from Team Net Angels. And this was one of the big fights that obviously Net Angels kind of miscalculated in. And this happened a lot in the early game where whenever they kept on going for the fights, it would be Team Falcons Vega winning it out. But this is the big blunder from Team Falcons Vega. Already losing Violet, still holding onto the Lord for some reason, and then committing onto it, not letting it reset, forcing a response from Net Angels. But at that point, Net Angels are very okay with the responses that they can make. They can just be like, all right, you want to fight? We can fight. And again, a lot of the fights here, it just feels like for Falcons Vega, they're very amazing mechanically, right? But when it comes to a lot of the baiting out, the feinting, that's when they get beat out. Because in that particular moment, in the bottom side of the map as well, they wanted to bait out the Demonic Force. They baited out, but then they were kind of confused. They were like, wait, do we continue fighting when the Demonic Force is up, or do we just back away? Because the real answer would have been 100% back away, wait a bit, and then jump back in. With no Demonic Force, Funi saving her own IMU Demonic Force would have been so much more value to actually go for the fight after those cooldowns and those frames have been already used up.
But what did you think about the possibility of that split push from Chin Chow? Was that a miscalculation on Net Angels' part? What went wrong for them there?
I think for me, I'm definitely, you know, I'll be waiting for the Telestrator later on to really draw things. But even while we were watching that, we were talking about, well, I was mentioning, Hayabusa should be the one going bot, not the Harith. Harith, yeah, I mean, throughout the game, by the way, let's talk a little bit about how they have set up and how they made that decision. Because throughout the game, it was the Ruby in the gold lane who can't really stay in the gold lane, always want to look for fights.
And it makes sense, right? So let's crown our PlayStation MVP right now. And I mean, everybody was like high-fiving, hugging Chin Chow. So is it Chin Chow? Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look. Okay, there you go. Team Falcons Vega, Chin Chow on the Harith, on her signature Harith, pulling her signature iconic move. I think at this point, right, a lot of the teams, a lot of the players out there should just be very wary of this play. The fact that you will always be unable to count Chin Chow out no matter the hero that is given to her. Because that shouldn't have happened, right? Okay, let's say it was an inhibitor turret. That makes a little bit more sense, but there were 2 turrets left.
That's why you have to respect the magic damage gold laners in their ability to siege. Because I think if this was the old MLBB, you wouldn't be able to see the split push happen all the way from the tier 2, like we mentioned. But I forgot which patch exactly this happened, but you deal extra damage as a mage now. You have a lot of damage to actually siege. So heroes that go for Feather of Heaven, that go for base damage plus attack speed on the mages, you can still go for a lot of the big sieges. And again, we'll get through it later on. We'll get through how exactly they played around it because it's going to be really, really cool. I think it's amazing how they decided to go for that. Let's go back to the fundamentals. Let's continue. Hello, Harith. This is a real cool guy right here. Ended the game. High five? No?
Okay.
He's too cool for us. Yeah. He's too cool. He's just there. But let's go back to the fundamentals. When you pick a Ruby in the gold lane, you're really built for fighting. When you pick the Phoveus in the mid lane, you're really wanting to go for the fights, right? So in the mid game, I think after the first turtle, it was coming into the second turtle, the Ruby was always out of lane. That was what gave Chin Chow the moment, the opportunity to get tier 2s, to get tier 1s on the side lanes. When she got the tier 1 in the bottom lane, she rotated up top as the turtle spawns in the bottom side, just constantly mirroring the maneuvers of Net Angel.
I don't understand. Can you show us?
For sure. Let's take a look at it right now. I don't know if you guys can see it just yet right here, but there you go. Now, this is a bit further into the game. We were talking about the mid-game earlier. But the main concern for me was the fact that Hayabusa, I feel, should have been the one really managing the side lane there, managing the one in the bottom side of the map, right? Just pay attention to the map here, because the Harith, you can't expect the Harith to go back and forth around the map at that fast. And that's why the adjustment was just beautiful from the Harith. She went from the gold lane, which she was trying to go for the split push, by the way, through the gold lane. This was the moment where she was looking for it, right? Here, and then she tried to rotate. She decided to rotate over to the mid lane, which is closer to the fight. So at this point, the Harith will be able to continue joining into the fight through the mid lane. I want to draw an arrow. That's from the Harith's direction, but she can also continue to push in to the base right there, as you can see from the map. The moment that we have here is the moment where Tal kind of got picked off all alone. She used this to kind of make a moment for herself to force a lot of the fights to happen here. And as we play through the clip here, we'll see how they were able to actually stop all of the members from recalling. Tal gets picked off right there. You can see it, right? And then they decide, you know what? Let's start poking them down. Harith gets rid of the tier 2. Like we mentioned, with the changes of the mage, you can actually now deal so much damage to the turret, and I believe here, she does pop the Zaman Force as well. And then the rest of the team, the fact that they sent the Novaria instead of, you know, all the other members, just goes to show you that technically, none of them can really get out. None of them can really back away. None of them can disengage except for the Novaria. They're all-in heroes. They're all built to fight. So when a moment of forced error happens in that way, it's just very, very difficult for any of them to react. And whoever does react won't even be able to withstand the 1v1 dual pressure that anyone... I mean, at that point, they could have sent the Hayabusa. It really doesn't matter. Hayabusa, Harith, both of them would have been able to 1v1 in the Varia, no problem.
It was absolutely brutal. And I think even you mentioned it in game, right? They have to keep adjusting, right? Yeah. They have to adjust. They can't play into what Najels really wanted them to do. And at some point, it clicked. And then that's when things kind of went really badly for Net Angels. But talking about bad, ladies and gentlemen, I have just gotten confirmation that the key crush will happen now.
What?
Now.
Oh, man.
It's
not ready.
So
okay.
We'll take to that.
Right now with Team Vitality, congratulations to all of you for winning your first knockout match. Now, I gotta ask you though, how does it feel to get to crush the key of your opponent? Where's the key at? Where's the key? There it is. How does it feel to be able to crush that?
This system is very interesting. We had never experienced a system like this before, and getting to be able to crush the opponent's key is, of course, very heartbreaking for them. And the thing in my mind is like, I hope our key don't get crushed like this. Oh, yeah, it's very interesting.
Well, I hope that your key doesn't get crushed too. So there could be another key you'll be crushing in the next round. Team Falcons Vega or Net Angels, who would you rather face and why?
We would actually like to face Net Angels because we have faced Falcons Vega a lot of times in the past, but we are fine in going against both teams, and we are fine in crushing any of their keys.
Ooh. All right, that's a great way to end it, so we'll wrap it up there. Congratulations to Team Vitality.
Thank you, Vitality. Thank you, Reptar. She said it was interesting. Imagine this. Imagine if Falcons Vega, I mean, they are at match point right now, right?
They are.
If they take another game off Net Angels, and then they would be the one, well, either or, right? Either Falcons Vega have to crush Vitality's key, or Vitality would have to crush Falcons Vega's key. And both being regions from Indonesia.
Absolutely.
Is that considered, like, bad?
I mean, it's good and bad in a way, right? Because at MSC, we saw the same. Falcons AP brand, you know, crushing TLPH's
that's
too.
True.
It's good and bad. I think in a good way, we get to see who deserves to represent Indonesia more, right? Is it going to be Vitality or is it going to be Falcons Vega? But first, Falcons Vega have to beat Net Angels. And even in that game, they were kind of struggling. The fact that they had to rely on a split push instead of going for the team fights, the adjustment, like you mentioned, was amazing. By the way, just Savage Vival there saying, yeah, we would rather go for Net Angels, but we don't really care. We'll smash anyone. Okay. Just casually saying we're the best without saying it, you know, indirectly saying we're better.
Let's hope it's okay for them, though. Because the last time a team got confident like that.
Yeah.
Anyways. By the way, I just wanted to let the viewers know that earlier on when we went into the drafting phase, we saw that it was Namira.
Yeah.
But maybe there was like a really, really sudden swap in roster that Helene was actually the one in the EXP lane for Net Angels instead of Namira.
And it actually kind of makes sense, right? Because we were talking about, Helene, she likes to play with the Terizla. She likes to go and initiate. And we saw the Terizla and I'm like, that looks like Hling, and it was Hling. So hey, glad that was right. Unless Namira, obviously, I think everybody can play Terizla, but it's a different way that she tackles it.
So coming into the second game, what do you think the adjustments need to be made? Because definitely Net Angels, they want to stay in this game. They want to stay in this tournament. Because don't forget that prize pool, ladies and gentlemen. We haven't been talking about it quite so much, but 500k USD is on the line right now. And so that brings us back to that question, right? How do they come back? How do they take this off Falcons Vega?
I think number one has got to be, I think in game number one, it was a great idea for them. The fact that they went for, I would say it's a cheese draft, right? They went to go for team fights. It's very one-dimensional, and that was the reason Falcons Vega was able to punish it. In game number two, go back to the normal meta. Go back to what is meta. Try to play for the gold lane as well. Just get a marksman here. Try to play for a balanced composition, because even in the group stages, we saw impressive stuff from Net Angels. And again, considering the cheese didn't work out, maybe it's better to go for the safe route.
Wait. If this is correct, there's another swap.
What?
In the EXP lane. Am I seeing this right? Okay. That should be Namira. Yeah, Namira is playing officially now for Net Angels. There has been a swap, ladies and gentlemen, from game one to game number two. How does this change our drafting phase now?
Well, I don't know. I still think Terizla should be prioed for them. They started off the draft really well. I don't think they should change too much here in the draft, at least for the first phase. They're also still on blue side. They're going to ban out the chip. It's going to be the Ruby ban this time around. So it's actually Falcons Vega having a bit more trouble against the Ruby. They think, hey, we're a team fighting team. If you need to force us to go for side, like split pushes, we don't like that. We'll do it, but we don't like that. We'll still stick to team fights, so banning out the Ruby there is amazing. Jushin gonna be banned out this time from Net Angels. Interesting that they don't leave it open for themselves as first pick. It's Falcons Vega now. They decide Ling, Ruby ban. Do they want to take away the Julian? Do they want to take that power away from Vanilla?
What about the Hayabusa? Contest it? Valentina's the option?
Yeah.
All right. So essentially, Luo Yi is up for grabs. Angela is up for grabs. Terizla is up for grabs. What would you prioritize in this scenario?
I think for me, it's either Terizla or Angela that you would want to go for as first pick. I don't think you want to go for the Hayabusa first pick, but we have seen that before. I think we saw that from Falcons Vega when Caramel was playing Hayabusa first pick. They still go for the Terizla here. Falcons Vega, they can go with this same exact answer with the Harith and then the Hayabusa, and then later on the Arlet. But knowing that they banned out the Valentina,
Faramis?
Is it possible that we want to go for, the Faramis, or perhaps an Angela? So maybe Harith Angela or Harith Faramis, or another hero with a big ultimate that I did not mention, Mr. Tor, Mr. Minotaur.
Yeah, he was banned in that first game, right? In the first phase, but they left it open this time around. So insta-lock here from Falcons Vega to pick that up for themselves. And wait, what would you think about this, right? Faramis and the Terizla. Do you think Terizla is like a deny pick for the Faramis to be picked up?
No, I still think Faramis is... I understand. You clump up, not good against Terizla. But either way, looking at how Falcons Vega play, they just really like to clump up, right? So having another additional HP bar would be so okay for them. But looking at the fact that they got a Minotaur, maybe they might just want to go for the Arlet there as their last pick in the first phases. Net Angels go for the Terizla and the Julian again.
Is that
now they go for the Phoveus early. And this is good for them because The Valentina was already banned out. That was the real answer by Falcons Vega with the Valentina towards the Phoveus. My question is wait, this Phoveus is going mid again, I assume, right?
It should.
Okay.
Either, unless we see a gold lane Phoveus.
Yeah. No, I don't think so. The Phoveus gets bullied hard by Harith before level 4. You need level 4 before you can actually do anything. They decided to go for Luoyi. I was thinking if they want to go crazy too, they go Esmeralda mid, bully the Phoveus, but it's a bit too crazy.
Okay, so their choice is the Luoyi here, a little bit more burst damage, a little bit more control the map. I mean, if they want to look for an option to go in for that split push again, they definitely can with the Luoyi and her entire global map presence. Second phase though, Arlet was not prioritized here. Arlet was not picked up. They picked up the Luoyi instead, so that does give Net Angels a chance to ban that out if they want.
Yeah, but I think Net Angels kind of want the Arlet to be picked up. They want someone that will be constantly dashing. Now, the fact that Falcons Vega went for the Luoyi means that technically only the Harith will be proccing that Demonic Force, right? We'll be giving that Demonic Force proc. So now, they actually ban out the Fredrin, so yeah, they don't really care about the Arlet because they want the Arlet coming in from Violet.
That's
Angela.
peculiar, is it not? Fredrin ban?
It is. It is very peculiar, especially in this meta. Especially considering me personally, all of us, we haven't seen Mei Lane on a utility jungle, right? We've seen her on Assassins, on Roger jungle too. But knowing how, technically now, there's not a lot of Assassins up. The Hayabusa is still there, but I believe for Net Angels, they kind of want to go up against Assassins. They don't want to go up against utility because the same reason as why they want to go up against Arlet. They want the Phoveus to have as many procs as possible with the Demonic Force. He needs to be air Phoveus, just jumping in the air.
So the two heroes that Milene has utilized so far is the Roger,
Julian,
which is banned,
mm-hmm.
and the Nolan, right?
Mm-hmm.
And because of the dash.
Yeah.
So no Nolan?
I think it's difficult to play the Nolan here. Into the Julian, it's difficult. Into the Phoveus, it's extremely difficult, and that's why they ban out the X-Borg too now. Really pushing the buttons. I mean, basically, in XP, they're forcing the Arlet. In the jungle, they're forcing a non-utility. They're forcing an assassin so that they can get as many dashes as possible. For Falcons Vega, they still need a physical damage dealer. They go for the Edith. That is going to be XP. But who's going to be the physical damage dealer at this point in the jungle? I'm trying to think about it. I don't know, man. It's really tough because when you think physical, you think assassins, but assassins are what Net Angels want with that Phoveus.
So they're leaving it for the last pick.
Yeah.
They're keeping it secret. Meanwhile, Net Angels, they pick up the Claude to deal with the Harith in that gold lane. Martis doesn't work.
I think the Martis
Alpha?
Oh, the Alpha is a great answer. Yeah. I think it's a great answer. They just need a bit more physical damage at this point. Because if they go Baxia, that's so easy for Net Angels to atomize against, right? They go for the last pick. Oh, and it's a Masha. Speak of physical damage. Net Angels,
I'm so confused.
They're full damage.
I'm so confused.
Okay, why are you confused?
Because in game number 1, it was Namira.
Uh-huh.
And then she picked up Terizla, and it turns out it was Line.
Absolutely.
And now it's Namira, but Masha's Line's hero. So, guys.
Hey, I think the Masha should be going Roam. I think this is Roam Masha and mid Phoveus. I think. But it obviously can rotate to the XP2. We saw Terizla roam just earlier.
Yeah, we don't know at this point.
Not a big fan of it. Oh, they still go for the Hayabusa. I guess they're still trusting that Shadow Kill to be a way for, Mei Lane to get out of the Demonic Force, even if she dashes forward. But yeah, this is it is an interesting draft from both these teams.
Interesting draft, and it's match point right now for Falcons Vega. One more game away for them to move forward and crush the hopes and dreams of their opponents here. It's a high-stakes match. Can Net Angels come back from this and force a game number 3 in this best of 3? Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much. An interesting draft indeed. I actually do agree. Honestly, me and Trex were talking about it, and the Alpha kind of looked pretty solid for Falcons Vega, but they still want the Hayabusa. I'm just worried if the Hayabusa is able to chunk down a lot of these very high HP, very high armor heroes as we jump into the Land of Dawn, where this game might be scrappy again. Will we see another split push?
You know, I think the Hayabusa could definitely have a few problems chunking people down, but one thing the Hayabusa will be great at is securing some of these early objectives to make sure that Jincha and Funi get to a point where they can start outputting damage. Even if Meilane isn't exactly the one to reap all the kills, they have other options. I think Meilane's major job here is going to be objectives, right? You shadow kill in, you steal a turtle. You're always kind of comfortable with that. On the other hand, NetAngel, the composition is definitely interesting, a great way to put it from Mirko. My question to you is, do we think they're thinking too far outside the box here?
I feel like based on what happened in game number 1, what they felt was the concept was there. Their drive was good. They just didn't have an answer for the split push. So this time, incorporating the Claude into this idea of a fighter in the mid, as well as having a roamer that can actually deal damage, maybe they're like, we just needed a Claude. When we have the Claude, we should have taken the game.
Oh, Sakoshi's going to go down in this one, though. Shadow kill comes in. It's going to be a lot of gold plating over the side of Team Falcons Vega. And as you just said, this time they have a Claude. But right now they do not, and Team Falcon Vega knows it. They know, all right, Claude's your answer. Well, we're going to handle that very early on.
So we're looking at a second Turtle 0-3-3 gold lane? I mean, that's what happened in the previous one.
Definitely going to be problems. Sakoshi's going to have to keep up with Chinsha. We've seen, I mean, from group stage and now, Chinsha has definitely been a performer. Even back on day 1, I think it was, my vote was for Chinsha's lead MVP of the day. Has just been great, especially on the Harith. And if Sakoshi can't keep up, it's going to be an issue because we know how Harris can do. I mean, you drop down the Zamon's Force and you just start cleaning up. Luckily, they have Cassie to kind of answer that. But as we saw from last game, Cassie takes a little bit of time. Here goes the knockup, though. The onward, the Earthshaker, Violet. Going to take a little bit of damage in return. Demonic Force able to lock on, get the kill. Violet might just be next on the block. Demonic Force drops one more time, but Cassie can't get the finishing blow. Knocked up, taking out Violet with a double kill. It's 2 for 0 right there. What looked good for a second ended horribly.
I'm sure Ku wanted to go for that because 2 members were so low. And yeah, this is very good for Team Falcons Vega because, well, before that, Violet, where are you going?
Oh, the Thunderclap. Nice kill over to Vanilla there. Going to get the knockup, going to get the takeout, so at least they find something.
Yeah, but again, I kind of feel like Violet shouldn't be there, honestly. But now we're going to look at the replay here, and this is going to be a problem for NetAngels because Falcons Vega, they have the Minotaur, and they have the Luyi. In this one, the Luyi was caught out, but if the Luyi had safe space, the Luyi can control multiple members of NetAngels, especially because they want to group up. But, oh, another kill.
Another kill. Sakoshi down once again. Cassie trying to help out. Not going to be able to proc another Demonic Force. Able to get it at least onto Thal. Ku wants it, wants something, but can't seem to find it. The damage still not there, especially as a roamer.
Yeah, here's the thing. You got to wait for Vanilla. If Vanilla is there, the damage is going to be there. Sakoshi, 0-2 and 0, is going to have a hard time because you want to get that 3 items sub 10 minutes. It doesn't look like it's going to happen here because... But with that being said, only a 600 difference. It's not that bad, right?
Yeah, it's not that bad.
It's not that bad. Now it's 700. Okay, now it's 800. It's
not that bad. It's not getting bad.
It's not 1,000.
It might be soon. There's some gold plating about to possibly come over to the side of Jincha here. All right, so where do we take it from here? Turtle going to be back up. Second Turtle. NetAngels were able to secure the first one, which at least kind of staunches the bleeding here. It's only 1,000 gold lead over to Team Falcons. All of that seems to be in Chincha's pocket. So as long as Chincha stays down here, the rest of the team can fight for these objectives.
The problem is how you handle the Minotaur is you catch the Minotaur. You start the fight first, but there's really not a nice way for them to lock them down. Oh, as I say that, the mirror goes in.
Penalty zone does lock on Demonic Force as well. Trying to get to Funi. Another shot. Cassie might be able to get the kill, but Cassie's going to come back. This time Demonic Force onto Thal. Ku able to get the kill this time. Meilane also involved. Shadow kills away. Cassie still on the chase. Looking for one more proc, but the ult wears off. Vanilla able to get the dash through. A little bit of damage onto Violet. They're going to revert back to the Turtle now. Meilane, does she want to re-engage onto this? No. Going to go over to the purple buff. Let him get the Turtle.
So I was right and wrong, right? You have to deal with the Minotaur first, kill him off. In my head, I was like, I don't know how they're going to engage and lock down the Minotaur, but Thal stayed for a little bit longer than she really should. It's like once you deal your ult, you just hover around just to give the heal, not really stay there and take the damage.
So Koshi just getting denied so much right now. That's tough lane, man.
This is not a gold lane experience.
This is not a gold lane
experience.
experience.
This is not a gold lane experience, let me tell you.
This is not a good experience at all. I'm not having fun right now, guys.
It's like, do you guys want to play gold lane next? Let me be roaming. Let me be mid. Let me be mid, you know? At this point, look at this setup. They want to catch someone, but I'm guessing Namira is not the one they want to catch. And now, this time, Namira, a little bit different, going for the War Axe first item. So the next fight, they don't have to wait for the Lord Dance for the Terizla to deal damage. Now even the third turtle going to be doing quite well.
And Cassie keeping up. We did just have the Blade of Hepates as well, lock onto Ku, so there goes a nice little burst of damage. Ku was already able to secure a kill earlier. Violet, though, going to get tossed up. Going to toss up Cassie, that is, but still, NetAngel's taking it slow, and I think that's kind of in their favor here, right? I mean, as long as they don't fall behind too much, as long as they're able to keep this gold to 500 here and there, they should be okay.
I mean, here's the thing. What are you fighting for, right? Turtle's not there. Even if you get a kill, you can't really get a turret, so there's really no real reason for you to pick a fight other than just to flex. And being as everyone is so far apart, you're not gonna be having a confirmed kill anyway. So I feel like this is good coming in from NetAngels. They understand there's nothing really for you to fight for. Now this top turret though, if they can get it, it's gonna be pretty good.
Ooh, they're gonna try to rush down onto this bot turret though. Team Falcons Vega always have a read for themselves. A lot of damage, no escape for this one. Namira gonna go down. Funi gets the kill up in the top side though. NetAngels also, oh! Melee finds one. All on her own, up against 3. Can she escape from this, though? The Retribution does pop for Vanilla. Try to make sure they get it. Yes, Ku gets the shutdown. A kill into the pocket of the Roamer. Don't know if that's primary, but it does still work out. Falcons Vega, though, still always finding something on the map in return.
Well, Ku is still up top. If Ku can get that, well, she's not gonna. I mean, just to answer your question, I feel like it's fine for Ku to get the kill here because you want to get your items a little bit faster. So it's fine, right? This is a niche situation that she's in. It's okay. Now
she still needs to do damage.
She still needs to do damage. And now, NetAngels, you gotta choose. Do you want to go for this turtle or do you want to go for the fight? Looks like, looking at how they're spacing around, even they're not entirely sure. Maybe they just want to wait for the Lord to come out.
Very true. I mean, I think NetAngels, on the other hand, might want to try to force this, right? They need if they can get a little bit more gold, could be dangerous, though. Duality could get procced, pulling a couple people together, and that could be a wraps, right? Namira's been doing a decent job of landing these penalty zones, though. So if Namira can maybe pull something off, could be a game changer.
Although I do have to, Batal finds 3 members. Batal has to flicker out. Oh, they go back in.
Ooh, Minoan's Fury, though, does get the knock up. In comes Demonic Force. Cassie able to secure the kill. It's going to be 1 down for Team Falcons Vega. Namira flickers back, is safe. Tower's going down. Up on the top side, looks like Ku could be getting something. A beautiful split push.
Yeah, this is good because they understand they need a turret. They don't really need all of this lores just yet because they know that they can control it quite well. Oh, Violet, maybe out of position here.
Taking a lot of damage, but there goes a wasted enhanced chains and a lot of damage on a NetAngels from that Lord. Cassie's got to go back to base.
Right now, the only question is, when can Ku start 1v1? Because I feel like once the item is there, she will probably go for the Harif, as she's doing right now.
Yeah, cool, but Harif, Jinja, it's a lot of damage. Ku, got to get out of town, run away quickly. That's a tough, I mean,
that was
Jinja's Ku's not quite there yet.
Yeah, it was tough. It's like, okay, let me see if I have enough damage. Okay, I don't. But next time, though,
next time I see you,
down. You're gonna be Chin Na.
Chin Na,
like
bro.
No.
Chin
like
no. Chin, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's look at these items.
Yeah. Going for the Holy Crystal here. Now we see the disparity when it comes to gold. 5.4 to 6.8. That's like 1,400 difference. So, okay, now it's a bit of trouble, but. Still, going for that third item, the Claude should be fine. The only worry is that the Hayabusa is going to do a lot. Oh, they're going for Vanilla. Vanilla escapes it. Namira, can you escape as well? No, you're going in.
Namira's going to sacrifice herself for the case of Vanilla. Vanilla might have been able to get away from that, though, but now Cassie also in a bad spot. Demonic Force does proc 1v4. Vanilla maybe look for the re-engage. No, turn around, Vanilla. Get out of town. Ku, though, does get the split push on the top side, so helps balance things out a little bit.
Yeah, but that was unnecessary, man. Yeah. Like, the moment you see Vanilla is fine, if you want the penalty zone, you penalty zone away. And then at that point, Cassie should just be like, nah, fam, I'm not joining this one. And because of that, it's a free Lord for Team Falcons Vega. That was quite a big mistake coming in from Net Angels.
Chin, nah, fam.
Nah, fam. Yeah, chin, nah, fam.
Not today.
And now Team Falcons Vega, they are in prime position, especially with the Lord here. The Claude, I feel like, doesn't have his third item. So with just 2 items, it's going to be quite difficult for him to defend the base as well.
Look at the damage dealt. Phoveus still outputting. They just need a little bit more behind it. Radiant Armor just locked in for Namira here. Lord's going to be coming down mid. Net Angels, I definitely think they can stop maybe, since they have the Claude, might not lose any inhibitors here.
No, I feel like it's, okay, now Ku has quite a bit of items. I still feel like it's not going to be enough to handle Chincha, but, oh, looks like someone got picked off. Namira taking quite a bit of damage. Zaman Force already used by Chincha just to secure that tier 2.
Yeah, good try with the diversion. Not quite able to secure the full kill, though, and that's 2 ultimates down for the side of Team Falcons Vega. Net Angels might just be able to defend this, but there goes Sikoshi. Taken out quickly. Ku still with the split pushing, letting the rest of the team defend this Lord. Chincha looking for the angle as well. Cassie does not proc the Demonic Force, just play it safe, because Ku's handling business on the other side of the map. But Wave's still crashing in. Ku now back onto the map, looking for Chincha, gets tossed up, knocked up, almost taken out, down to the last health bar, but in comes Cassie with the Demonic Force. Will it be enough? Looking for the kill. The ult finally goes down. They want some more, but Cassie taking way too much damage. Chincha reaping the benefits. Violet now also low. Ku looks for another target, got the health bars back, wants to re-engage onto the fight. Ku able to find Melee with a quick tap. No, Melee actually gets a kill onto Ku. Chincha now with his Zaman's Force. Can they end it here? It's nothing but Vanilla and Sikoshi on the field. Minions still coming. Melee is low. Blazing Duet does come out. Violet low as well, but Chincha's getting the free shots, and that's the final one. Team Falcons Vega with a clean 2-0 sweep.
Falcons Vega drafted beautifully, having the Minotaur, having the Lui, having the Edith. There's a lot of ways to handle the way that Net Angels want to join in the fight, especially that Masha. Usually we see Masha just free hitting, going all the way to the back line, but having that Edith controlling makes it so that the Masha, even though you have 2 items, is still not enough. Sikoshi didn't exactly have a good game here, but with that being said, congratulations, I guess, to the Angels for making it this far. But Falcons Vega, they're moving forward. They're going to face Vitality tomorrow. And the thing is, this usually is the grand finals. I think for the previous 2 MWIs, it was ID versus ID. This is going to be the first MWI. We don't have a full ID in the grand finals.
It's definitely going to be interesting. We're going to get to see 2 titans of the women's scene going up against each other tomorrow. And as you said, Net Angels, they did a great job getting this far. They were able to think their way to this position, but today they met a wall that they just couldn't get through. Falcons Vega, man, just clean gameplay all around. They kept it simple, didn't think too far outside of the box, and I think that's one of the things that really secured them the dub here. They stuck with the fundamentals.
I feel like Net Angels, they have something there, right? Their idea, their promise, just needs a little bit of polish, right? Because they see the weakness for 2 games in a row. The gold lane was not able to hold out, right? So I kind of feel like if they brush that up, making sure that in the early game, no one gets taken down for the first 5 minutes, the laning phase is safe, I feel like it's going to be good. But again, there's always next time. The next MWI, we got to watch out for Net Angels. But for Falcons Vega, they're looking super good. And with that, I'm pretty sure they're already on stage, so let's throw it over to the stage with both our hosts.
Thank you so much, guys, over at the studio. Now I have Funi beside me. Now, Funi, question. Game 1, that split push, that backdoor coming from your sister. We would love to find out what's going on in the comms. Tell us.
We already know that we cannot push into the fight, so we think we just go with the lane.
But there was a Novaria there, right?
But our jungler, Melin, already made the Novaria, used her flicker. So,
right.
yeah.
So you guys called it, there's no more skills, and then they're just tunneling their tunnel vision onto the Lord, and that's why you guys took the back door.
Yeah.
Amazing, amazing stuff.
Man, that's going down with the technicals here. But at the same time is that, how do you feel knowing that only one Indonesian team will be gracing the grand finals, unlike the past years, right? This is different. How do you feel about that?
As long as Indonesia can win the MWI, then it's okay.
Then it's okay.
No.
No?
It's not okay.
It's not okay.
It's not okay.
Tell me.
I'm rooting for Team Falcons because they have been in the shadows of Team Vitality for the longest time.
All right.
It is their time to shine, hashtag time to shine.
Hey, let's go.
But, question, okay, can you put your fiercest face on because when you look too cute. Fiercest face, okay. Earlier on, we interviewed the sisters from Team Vitality. We interviewed Cindy, and she said Cindy and Shell are the superior sisters over to you and Xin. What do you have to say about that?
Well, if we look at the fact, then it's, yeah.
Okay, translated from Bahasa, they will show them over at the Land of Dawn. They don't have to tell you how good they are. They will prove it with results. Over to you back at the studio.
Man, we taught Cheryl good Indonesian.
Man, that was some good translation there. But yeah, I don't think Funi has an aggressive bone in her body, man.
That fierce face looks more like she's concerned. You know?
But ladies and gentlemen, this does mark officially that the wings of Net Angels have been clipped by the talents of Falcons Vega, and we will be seeing that key crush maybe later on in the day as we take a look a bit at the highlights of what happened earlier on.
Yeah, I mean, it's very different to game number one. Again, game number one, you heard it from Funi as well. They adapted, they adjusted to the split push because they knew in the team fights they were actually getting, they were losing out in the team fights. But in game number two, I think the coaches and the players, they all agree, you know, we're a team fighting team. We don't want to go in split push. Even though it was a good win in game one, we want to play our style, which is team fighting. And if they get the team fight, you see game two. That's what happens if you get the team fight, and that's what happens when you try to split push away, Eterna, away from, you know, the whole team, trying to split push with Ku. It's just so tough, because in the end, I get the idea. Don't get me wrong. I like Masha, especially with that one skin, but I'm not a big fan of Masha Rome anymore. Not since, like, the changes to the items, right? What do you think, Eterna?
I agree. I agree. I don't think it's worked out. We've seen it twice already. And in either way, it doesn't have a place, maybe. I mean, I get the idea, right? They really wanted to go for a counter to that split push. They wanted to have their own kind of strategy themselves. But again, it didn't work out too well.
Yeah, especially when you leave the Lo Yi open, because in game number one, the biggest issue as to why the Harith wasn't able to fully go towards the bottom side and had to go to mid was the fact that, well, by the way, shoutouts, by the way, to Chin Chao and Tal. It's an amazing performance from all of them. On the Minotaur, I was really impressed. That's why it's first pick. You can definitely see the impact instantly around these team fights. But yeah, having a Lo Yi, game one, they didn't have that. They didn't have the global presence. Game two, you send a Masha up top. Hey, we can send a Harith up top as well. And guess what? The Harith has gold, unlike you, Rome Masha. You only have a Heptases. And even in MPLID, we saw, I think it was Lutpi and then Luke who played the Masha, but they all needed at least one BOD. Best case scenario, 2 VODs. And that's expensive. As a roamer, you're going to have to get way more than 2 kills early, maybe like 9 kills and a fully stacked up Sky Pierce to get even more kills, and then maybe you get 1 BOD.
Yeah, but other than that, I mean, still good job, well done, well played. Hopefully we'll see Net Angels again in the upcoming MWI next year. But we do have to crown our MVP by PlayStation this time around. It's always going to be Maylane, man. You know, we were talking about the jungler. We were talking about Caramel being perhaps their better lineup, a little bit more experience, a little bit more promise if they want to, you know, go in for security, especially the knockouts that it's a single elimination. But Mei Lane, again, from the group stage on the Roger, and now coming into this match against that Angels on these heroes, she's been proving that she is worthy of that spot too.
For sure. I mean, I think it was the 1v3 up top where she got a kill. That was very, very impressive. That was a 3v1. As a Hayabusa, you're not really that good at 1v3s usually. You 1v3, the shadow kill, the ultimate gets dispersed amongst the 3 members, but she was able to find the right amount of stacks onto gold lane, and she did it. What is that? What are you doing?
Sorry, I'm preparing the stage.
Ah.
We have a winner.
For the manly man Hayabusa.
We have a winner.
What's up, Haya?
Oh, I wasn't referring to Hayabusa.
Oh.
That's why when you're like manly man, I'm like...
Because like Hayabusa stepped up, I thought you were just spraying him with Axe so that he can, be cool like that.
To be fresh.
Yeah, shuriken out.
Smell good.
Fool.
But no, that's not what I was preparing the stage
for.
for.
What were you preparing the stage for?
I was preparing the stage for a special guest.
Uh-huh.
She was able to win it. Do you have a guess?
Yeah.
Of the guest? Get it? Guess of the guest? But the player, I mean.
Tao.
How did you know? Tao, welcome.
Hello, Tao, welcome.
Hello.
Hello.
Do you need translation?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Got
so,
you.
Tal, congratulations. Selamat banget atas kemenangan yang tadi. Itu keren banget. It was so good. It was so perfect. Right now, you guys have been undefeated so far, right? Not losing a single game, and that's impressive. Nobody has that same stat. How are you so strong?
Because we trying we best.
Okay.
For this tournament.
Kalau mau bantu pakai bahasa Indonesia nggak apa-apa, nanti Mirko bisa bantu translate.
Soalnya kita mencoba buat ngasih yang terbaik di turnamen ini karena kita bukan datang buat kalah sih sekarang.
Okay, that's a solid answer, man. So Tal is here, want to try her best with the team as well, but mainly she didn't come here to lose. That's what she said. Amazing stuff. Tapi I want to ask Tal as well. All the losses in the past, right, in the MWIs and all the other tournaments, how do you use that as fuel to motivate you? Jadi kekalahan kalian ya sebagai tim melawan Vitality mungkin itu gimana sih bisa menjadi motivasi terus untuk kalian? Kalau Tal sendiri itu ngapain? Dengan kekalahan itu harus diapain gitu prosesnya biar bisa tetap motivasinya ada gitu?
Lebih kayak kita mencoba menjaga mental kita satu sama lain karena kalau di turnamen gede ini menurutku skill nggak terlalu berpengaruh, yang penting mental. Kayak kita ready buat ini, kita siap, kita ada di sini dan kita pasti ngasih yang terbaik sih buat ini.
Yeah, okay. So she said that they're always trying their best. They think that the #1 factor to be able to win these games is sure skill has a factor in it, but of course the mentality is #1. So every time they come into this, despite the results that they've always been given, they're still staying motivated, they're still staying strong, and with that mentality, the mindset. LaFell, shout out.
Shout out. You can believe, you can do anything, you can achieve anything if you believe. Last but not least, I got a final question here for Tao. Obviously, looking at tomorrow, you're going to be facing off against Vitality. Now, what's going to change personally for you? Like you as an individual. You said mental, but other than mental, what are you going to change? Jadi sebagai individual nih, ya kan pasti besoknya kan ketemu Vitality nih, pasti bakal ada ya mental, apa semua boostnya segala adalah ya. Tapi dari preparation sendiri, itu ada apa yang berbeda kali ini lawan Vitality?
Gak tau sih, mungkin aku lebih nggak deg-degan aja sekarang karena setiap kita keluar atau kita jalan semua orang say let's go Falcon, dan itu membuat kita semua happy di sini. Jadi pastinya kita kayak kebus lah mental ya.
Oh, I like that. I like
crowd
that.
advantage.
Yeah, so what she's saying is, so what Mirko asked earlier on was about them meeting up with Vitality tomorrow, and then she's like, you know what, this time around, we're not nervous. The reason why? We're hearing the crowd chant, Team Falcon, and that really pushes them mentally, and it really boosts their confidence. So that's great. So shout out to the audience right now. You a G. You a G. And I'm wondering if the audience back at home and even the audience at the Amazon Arena are also a G with the predictions, right? Let's take a look at that. Tal, look at that. 93% for your team. Is this also helping you boost your confidence?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh.
That's amazing.
Did you expect that? Yeah, okay.
Okay.
The Indonesian teams have been so confident.
that.
It's expected, better, you know, all these big words. It's cool. It's really
I mean,
cool.
it's their time to shine, right? That was always the highlight, the theme of MWI coming in. Highlight in time to shine, mentality, DOD, and confidence. Confidence is key. So thank you so much, Tal. Good luck. Congratulations once again. We'll see you tomorrow in your semifinals against Team Vitality. But ladies and gentlemen, before we head over to the next match of the day, we are going to throw to a short break. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. You guys are watching MWI.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hours silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
Ready, set, go.
Our team is actually a pretty new team. Ever since MWI, the announcement for MWI released, our captain Ashley, she created a team, and after like a lot of roster changes and adjustments, we got to where we are now with our 5 players and our sub Stella. And for me personally, I think I just got out of NACT playing a different role, mid lane, which is my main role, and I had 2 months to adapt to jungle. And I guess it was an interesting opportunity for me because I've never played jungle before, and this is my first time playing jungle, so we'll see what happens. So we have me, Nicolette, jungle, and Ashley mid, Panda for gold, Jewel for XP, and Emily for roam. And then we have our sub Stella along with our coach Midnight, and we also have an additional like intern coach who is Rex, and our manager G Daiko. I used to play mid lane for BTK in the NACT Spring 2024 season, and I'm not there anymore because I don't think they had anything personally against me. I think they just wanted a different player. Like, they just preferred Mar Cutie over me. Like, there's nothing else to it. I don't think there's like personal hate, but even if I was playing with them and if we qualify for MSC, I was still gonna play in this women's tournament because me and Ashley have been talking for 6 months about creating a team, and I'm glad I have this opportunity to play internationally, whether it's with MSC or MWI. I'm very grateful to be able to represent Cloud9 in MWI because I feel like you don't get these opportunities very frequently. Like when you grow older, you're not going to be playing these games and playing competitively. I feel like you have to be young, and that's where you shine the most. I've heard a lot about the Indonesian teams for Team Vitality, and I've watched their games as well, as they've qualified for MDL in Indonesia, so that's really cool because they're the first women team to be qualified there. And they're not in our bracket, but I'm looking forward to seeing their games. And I've met all of them, they're really nice. I think being a pro player, you have to be able to keep your composure throughout the games because that's the most important part. Having that good mental to be able to bring you to finish the games. And you have to know the difference between playing competitively and having fun. Thank you to everyone who's been supporting me since the NACT Spring 2024 season and has been following me throughout this journey from NACT to MWI. And shout out to all of my friends who helped me learn jungle because they knew that it's a new role for me. And yeah, I appreciate all of you. Love you guys.
adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch, and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to MWI 2024 X EWC. And right now, we do still have 2 more amazing matches ahead of us as we circle from, you know, the East, the Asian regions, over to the West. We have Cloud9 up next alongside with VSG. And that's not the only thing that has actually changed. We actually have Leo coming in now as the panelist to help us with the analysis.
I am stepping in and delivering you guys analysis for the upcoming 2 best-of-3s. Sadly, we're going to have to say goodbye to more. GG well played to Xeno Lilies and to Net Angels, and a heartbreak that we have to say goodbye to one of these 2 teams coming up now, Cloud9 and VSG.
Yeah, it's insane. It's uncanny, and it doesn't get any easier, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome our Dr. Sulaiman Al Habib upcoming showdown. Remember, this is going to be another best-of-3 between these queens, these ladies, as we head over once again, West versus West. These are 2 teams from emerging regions that we haven't seen so much of, but they are coming in with a vengeance and they are ready to take the stage.
VSG is a franchise that is well known around the MCC, and they have qualified and created this team in the past few months and have also deployed a few imports, right? You also then have C9 who cobbled together this squad just in the past months as well. And so far, I have to say I'm very proud of them, given that they have gone much further than their male counterparts.
For sure, and I'm pretty sure Drex is really happy about that as well. But ladies and gentlemen, your predictions have been so on point, but will it continue to be on point? Don't forget to let us know what you guys think about this next matchup. Who will win this match? Do you think it's going to be Victory Song Gamers or VSG? What's wrong with me? Or Cloud9? Head over to sccplay.gg right now and lock in your predictions. So, Leo, you know, just to update you, they have been insane. The audience, phenomenal.
Yeah.
No curse today, nothing like that whatsoever. So on point with their predictions. But why is it when you come, usually things change? I don't know. We'll see this time.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Again, what I notice is whenever I'm on, at least for the past few days of MWI, is things get shaken up.
You're right.
And I like that. I don't know if you guys are enjoying that so far because, again, 2 DODs. And then today you saw a couple of the teams try to shake up the metagame as well. Who would have thought that we would see Phoveus come back? And then, you know, that little backdoor victory from game 1. But again, that did look like a Net Angels game for a majority of it. But here now, we're going into a clean slate. It's going to be Cloud9 versus VSG. Remember, yesterday, our star of the day, MVP of the day, was Kiowe. I wonder how that makes Cloud9 feel, given that they had to go through a tiebreaker to even be here.
So with that being said, let's welcome both of these teams into the Amazon Arena, ladies and gentlemen, as we head over to the Jamil Motorsport Arrivals. And there they are. Walking up first, we have VSG. You mentioned Kiowe earlier on, and now she has a new title, by the way.
What is?
Ice Queen.
The Ice Queen.
Ice Queen.
Ice cold.
Yep.
She's going to get in there. She's going to cool things down.
So it really is going to be one of the highlights of this match, right? How will these junglers fare? Because earlier on in her interview segment during the break, right, Nicolette mentioned that this team has only formed for, what, 2 months? You know? So she had to swap in from the mid lane position over to the jungle in 2 months. And now she's here.
Luckily, she has been a veteran of the NACT, right? She plays among the best of the best in North America. So with that said, even if this is relatively new ground that she's breaking as the jungler for Cloud9, wherein she's used to being a mid laner, I think she's not going to get cold feet when she's facing off against the Ice Queen. She has the mechanics, she has the hero pool. I think it's more of just putting all that together with her team, wherein they can also show that they do a pretty good shuffle. Did you know that in the tiebreaker yesterday, Xia and Ashley switched up?
Wait, sorry. My phone's ringing. Hello? Reptar? Oh, you're here! Oh, okay, great. Yeah, come over. It's okay.
It's okay?
Yeah, there you are.
Why is he on the phone and he just walking
I'm right
in?
here.
Yeah, no, because he called me
Right
earlier. He
here.
was just making sure.
Good.
He didn't know if it was like the proper moment.
Hi, yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I'm the one that called. That's why I'm talking like this. What's happening?
The next match.
The next match?
Yeah.
All right. Wait, so I'm going to be here?
Yeah, go ahead.
Doing the reporting. I just came from like seeing Key Crushes. All right, killed it today.
Thank you
Did a
so
great
much.
job. Thank you,
It's a relay race here. We're going to
Yeah.
swap out.
We're going to swap out? All right. This yours?
Yeah.
It's mine now.
Okay.
All right. Turn it on out here.
Okay, bye guys.
All right.
Thank you guys.
So, hey everyone, Renmar here. It's us, the Weird Bear Bros, here with Leo. Where we at was the last point of discussion because important matchup we have here is VSG of EECA, C9 of North America. We were talking about Nicolette just now.
I wish you acknowledged that, but yes, let's continue.
Yeah, all right, let's talk about Nicolette. So, with Nicolette going up against KOA here, do you feel like there's any pressure here? Because definitely, it's KOA who's had the better showing in the tournament so far.
Definitely. I think that's the point I was trying to get to. It's pressure, but it's positive pressure. It's the kind that Cloud9 needs just to be able to get them to that altitude wherein they're ready to face off against VSG. VSG, on the other hand, I'm afraid that they might overheat. You know what I'm saying? That's bad for the Ice Queen. You're going to melt down. And with that said, I think they want to level the playing field. They want to level their expectations, temper their steel so that they're ready to face off in a fresh best of 3.
You know, I totally agree with you. Yes, KOA, Nicolette, but then there's a very important factor that VSG needs to consider here is that role switch up with Xia and Ashley in the mid. If they're not careful here, VSG might get surprised again. Real quick, any last words about this matchup before we head onto the stage?
Good luck, ladies. May the best team win because one of y'all's going home.
Oh, that is the fact of the matter here in MWI 2024. In just a bit, it will begin. VSG, C9, EECA, NA. Let's go to the stage.
And we are back again right here at the Amazon Arena, Queen, after you. So, we are back, ladies and gentlemen, right here as we are here with the MWI 2024 at the Esports World Cup. And we are done with the first half of the brackets with the knockout semifinal matches. And now it's time for the Queens to shine at the other side of the brackets.
That's absolutely right. In this matchup, in this series, we will be seeing two emerging regions who have fought tooth and nail to be back right here at the Amazon Arena. Now, in this series itself, we will only see one team emerge victorious to advance further in the playoffs. And with that being said, presenting to you the representatives of EECA, Victory Song Gamers. incredible stuff. Now, right here for Victory Song Gamers, they have dominated Group C itself, coming up top of their table for Group C. Now, will they be taking the series in a dominant fashion, much like the group stage? Will they belt out something more to advance further in the playoffs?
Will that happen? We'll see about that in this coming match. And here we have it right now with their opponents coming in right now with Cloud9! It is taking place right here at the MWI 2024. They squeezed their way out of the group stage with a tiebreaker and all that against the Cambodia's representative. But, would that be enough for them to continue the momentum all the way to reach to the semifinals? How do you feel about that?
I'm feeling very, very excited indeed, but it's not about us. The girls look like they are ready.
They are ready indeed. I know, Queens, it's your time to shine. Now, to your stations. Let's go.
Amazing stuff. The Amazon Arena is ready, isn't it, Bar?
It is definitely shining and all beautiful, exciting things taking place, taking place here with the second half of the bracket, and it's all gonna be shining, all gonna be taken with all the stuff that's happening with MWI 2024.
So yes, with that being said, the girls are locked and loaded and ready to head on over to the Land of Dawn. So we're going to throw it back to the studio to tell us more.
Thank you, Cheryl and Bara. VSG C9. We're about to head into the draft. And Leo, is it just me, or there's something about the series, seeing as how these two performed, it just feels really cool that we're seeing C9 and VSG in an elimination match.
As high stakes as it is, I wish this was more of a 5-game series or a 7, if only, right? Or maybe a lower bracket. I think that's where these two teams might excel the most, but right now we have to expedite the excitement, cut it down to a best of 3, and they'll have to pull out all the stops, no holds barred. If anything, it's C9 who has the deeper pool of strategies, or maybe we just haven't seen enough of VSG just yet.
Well, that's true. I mean, we touched on it already. The deeper pool of strategies begins with that switch up between Xia and Ashley in the mid and in the roam position. VSG, they've shown that they have two key important picks in the jungle. They have that Julian, they have that Benedetta for Kiowe, but we've seen their roamer seem to rely a little bit more on the Minotaurs, but I feel like VSG might be that kind of team that will have surprises to show. They both have Filipino coaching DNAs on them.
That's right. Coach Ola facing off against Midnight. I'm not so sure if in the history of their previous coaching stints, they were ever in the same boot camp.
Almost.
If you guys are aware, if you guys don't know the doghouse, like they may have spent some time together there, maybe a week or two.
Yeah, a week, because I remember like when Midnight, I think, was on the way out of the doghouse, that's when Ola came in.
That's when Zico stayed.
That's when the Zico stayed.
So again, there's a very rich history even amongst the coaching staff.
Yeah, so I'm excited to see really how these two in the coaching staff department, how they'll be able to one-up each other in the draft.
Not to mention Vin and Dixon.
Oh, you're right.
I mean, not that they share anything, but, you know, they're also instrumental to the success of these ladies so far.
Yeah, we have to give highlights for them as well. So, in the coaching, the drafting, the strategizing, let's bring it back into the game. There's a lot of focus right now on Ashley with the flexibility that she has shown. But VSG, it might even get to the point, man, where Ashley won't be able to play the game, where Xia won't be able to play the game. That seems to be that VSG playstyle of whatever you want to do in the early game, you're not going to be able to do it.
It's very reminiscent of the best of the best as far as ECA is concerned. Deus Vult, that is Davai Gaming at its finest. They just somehow have a way to get into that playstyle, and I picked this up from a conversation I had with Destroyer, a good friend from the ECA about a couple months ago, and that's just how things are in that meta game in that ecosystem. They just like to fight. And that's why a lot of their series go all the way, is because it really just comes down to that one last big clash. And if VSG can force C9 into a position where they're uncomfortable, you can forget about the switch up. It won't even matter.
Yeah, Gailey and Synchro. It was a question for them if communications would be a problem. They're of different nationalities and they both have varying degrees of expertise with the English language, but it seems like their language isn't any language that most people know. It's the language we know. It's Mobile Legends. It's what you do in-game. C9 takes out the Jushin, and I wouldn't be surprised if this hero does not show up this entire series.
I told y'all, day one alone. You be cautious about Jushin. She presents a kit that no other hero has brought into MLBB just yet. She's a hybrid utility, mage, and support. Like, this is right. I think C9 is doing the right thing. Midnight understands. Midnight knows.
Midnight knows that VSG, as we mentioned earlier, is a team that loves that early aggression. And Jushin, it has been showing up here in MWI as a pick that if you have an aggressive type of mid laner, yeah, Jushin would be great.
And that's Synchro.
And that is Synchro.
Synchro, I'd say maybe second only to Kiowe, because she is a role player. She is a mid laner. I think she shines in her own way too.
Oh, definitely. So I'm going to be looking now later on what the pick of Synchro will be, because VSG, you know, these are like very standard bans in terms of this meta game. You take out the Angela, take out the Terizla, and you're even respecting the possibility of a Haya.
Yeah, but you got the Ling open. Very clearly, Cloud9's attacking Synchro. I was going to say Valentina's open, but that was a second ban.
Yep.
Now you got to wonder, what do you put her on? You want to put her on a Vexana? You want to put her on a... Oh, there you go, of course. Roger's open. Does Nicolette want a Ling? They want to steal the Julian this early on.
Well, either or would be great. Nicolette and C9 know that this is that assassin meta that we are in right now.
Got Gailey's Minotaur too?
Gailey's Minotaur. I would take Minotaur if I'm C9 right now.
Do it.
Take it away from Gailey, then you pick up either the Ling or the Julian would be great.
Put her on Exaya, but are they going for the early swap? Is this a sign?
It could be. This could be Ashley's Grok.
That's right.
That we saw in the qualifiers up against CFU. And they go for the Julian instead. So this is C9 sort of like telling VSG, yeah, go ahead, pick up that Ling if you really want to put it in the jungle.
Yep, and they're willing to go toe-to-toe. Like, this is them putting on their gloves and saying, you want to box? You want to go?
Yeah.
Enter the ring. Because these two alone are amazing. What? Level 2, level 3, you can really scuffle with a Grok and a Julian.
And with really good invades too. So Gailey will get her Minotaur as it was available for her.
The Minotaur.
Minotaur.
Minun gets her signature Yuzhong, and then boom, you can. That's a trampoline.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Look at that.
I like that.
That's a trampoline.
It's a trampoline with a little bit of a, I don't know, breaking your ankles in the bounce house because of the petrify.
Yeah.
Something like that. Oh, you get the carry for C9. I like the third slot carry here because just the Minotaur and Yuzhong alone, I feel like it's enough to say, yeah, we should pick up the carry.
Yeah, just between those two that could possibly compromise the front line for C9, the carry will punish. So put that on the Panda. Make sure you have another... Oh, I see what's happening here. I was just going to say, make sure you have a solid artillery mage. And what C9 is doing here is they're going to choke out the choices so that what's left for VSG might be less than ideal.
Oh, I got you. Oh, yeah, they're continuing to choke things out. They're really focusing on the mid lane here. They're saying Synchro's that problem for us. So to take out the Lilia, with how it looks like right now, the carry should be happy. But C9, they're lacking a stopper. The Ruby was taken away by VSG, so they're going to need an EXP laner here that can help defend the members of C9 that need defending.
I don't know if you want to send that Grok up, and if there's a... Well, the only problem I have with the Tams is it has almost 0 CC.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit of displacement with the sights, but all you are really is just a, again, mobile doorstop.
Yeah.
It's not even the chunkiest, but it is active. And here we are.
Hold up.
VSG. If I'm not mistaken, this is a debut, yes?
Yeah.
First time we're seeing Lunox in MWI.
And a bit of a reactions there from the members of VSG onto their own pick. No, I think Gailey just has something stuck in the back of her throat. Hopefully she gets ready. There's a bottle of water in front of her. But yeah, Lunox jungle? It's looking like it. Yeah.
No, Lunox mid.
Oh, Lunox mid. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Roger in the jungle, put in the hands of Kiowe. Rian gets her Claude. And now we're looking for that mid laner. What?
Whoa, oh.
Mid lane Grok?
Yeah. Mid-Grok, Roam Lolita.
Double tank?
There is a lack of magic damage, but there is the Julian, and you do have true damage coming out from the carry. One final word, Leo.
VSG all aggression. C9 gonna put up that wall.
All right, let's see if C9 will be able to ruin Kiowa's birthday, or will the birthday girl celebrate a really great day for herself and for VSG. It's game 1 between VSG and C9. Casters, let's go.
And go we shall. And again, happy birthday over to Kiwi. We'll see if she's got the birthday buff. Welcome to the Caster's Desk. It's me, Naisu, joined alongside Mirko to bring you this matchup, the West versus West, the rise of emerging regions here, of course, as we jump into the Land of Dawn for this first game of the best of 3. Mirko, how we feeling, man? What do we think of the lineups here for both these teams? Interesting for C9 especially.
Very interesting, man. I mean, hey, Grok in the mid lane. We technically did see this already. I mean, on Ashley yesterday, right? In the tiebreaker.
Yeah.
There's an Angela paired up together with the Grok. That's the usual combo. I've never seen the Grok paired up with the Lolita. At least it's been a while. Now I guess we get to see. Clear is pretty good. Ashley, QC, not the concussive blast. So it is truly going to be a Grok mid. They're going to utilize. My question is, do they go damage?
Oh, like the damage build for the Grok? Good, actually, good question. And I think part of it too is the way that I see it, because you know we were in the mid cast when they had the tiebreaker game, but Ashley on that Grok did play a pivotal role in them turning that game around. A lot of poke here already early on, and the one thing that they do have to be careful for is synchro on this pick. You know, time and time again, we've seen debut picks, as Eternal like to call it, the DOD, right? The day of debuts is what it's been up to this point. And so far, even with the Loon Hooks, you have to respect the damage. You have to respect those Chaos Bolts once she starts to especially lock in. Even the first item, you know, already is actually quite a big power spike. And I think, you know, if you go the tanky route, which is what we're seeing here, at least with Ashley and Xayah, it could work. It could be enough to be that stalwart for them. But then where are you relying on that damage? Panda to farm up. Oh, hold on.
Good side damage. Nicolette still holding on to the sword. Will be able to use the enhanced sword. Out Jewel going to be caught now. Minin able to dash in front. Petrified. The Furious dive. Getting 2 members. First blood picked up. Ashley. DOT to get it down. And my God. Minin. Double kill. Picking it up top.
I'm surprised it's been a while. I mean, yes, I know Yu Zhang popped up yesterday some, but you kind of get refreshed when you look at this STC replay on why Yu Zhang is such a good pick. Look at the dive into the Petrify, and then the Essence, man. On point, plus the Warcry emblem, you know? So that little bit of boost really does help kind of capitalize on those kills, and that's what I was saying. You know, when you go back to C9's lineup, it's like, you have to wait for your damage. Right now, it's just going to be Nicolette. You know, we've seen this so much with the Julian pick, especially in the jungle. But you kind of lack damage. You sacrifice it for that durability, for that front line. And so sometimes it might just be for a VSG to be like, you know what, let's just fight. Let's just duke it out. We have the lineup for it. And then at the whole time, you just let Rion farm up.
It's the same for Cloud9, really. I mean, if we take a look at the play styles of Cloud9 throughout this tournament so far in the group stages, and even in the tiebreaker, Panda's just been given carry all the time. She loves playing this carry, and it's all about really non-laning for the carry. She's a really good, carry is a really good pick to just non-lane. You're just there, farm up, while charge on the Kyoe with enhanced chain as well. But they're unable to find enough damage. Xayah rotates over. Kyoe's like, yeah, nah, you're not going to be able to dish out enough damage. She uses the Lycan Pounce offensively. Meanwhile, up top, Minion going to be able to dodge away from the enhanced chain. With the Fierce Dive, going to be walled down. Good Petrify in Black Dragon form as well, but will be slashed from the skies. Xayah, now with the Bulwark. Got a bit of damage. Synchro with the damage. Now it's Gaily with a knockup. It's only on to Xayah, canceling out the Nuna Blast. Nicolette coming in with the enhanced sword. Finding the gap closer to get Synchro. Gaily.
They want more.
Going back, trying to deal some damage. Back again, immobilized, and the sword once more. Xayah picks up the kill this time to get Cloud9 in the lead.
Okay. All right, they got some fight in them. They have some damage too. It took them a little bit longer, of course, but great usage of that. They might still just put the pressure here on this side of the jungle. And, okay, Minun's going to be fine. But, yeah, this is that actually the way that team fight went. It almost looked like they were a little bit off synchronized, but then they pulled on through for that skirmish, for that team fight up top, able to capitalize on a couple of kills. relatively still even, but here we go. Now the objective for the taking here. They're going to go ahead and start this one up, of course. But we'll see if this is going to be C9's turtle in their hands.
Gaily with a knock up. Xayah still able.
Reset.
Just dash away. Nicolette back on the orange buff. And yeah, it's a reset, but VSG want to take this time to actually go for it.
Yeah, right now, too. Gaily doesn't have the Minoan's Fury just yet. Might be back up. That might be why they're stalling this out. Warax picked up now for Minoon. Has the Petrify available. They're going to start it up. I'm not sure what C9 wants to do.
Good barrier down. Ashley going in with a wild charge. Able to find the stun, but still Kiowe finds it. Good brilliance to slow her down. Minion finding the barrier side and the Petrify. But not to anyone. Not just yet. Numenal Blast. Connect on Kiowe. Nicolette jumping in and Hatch Chain knocking 2 members up. But Gaily's still going to be able to survive. Jewel pops into Vengeance right now. Synchro does damage with the Chaos. And man, that's a lot of damage. Jewel shredded, obliterated down.
That's what I was talking about. You know, the damage early on. Still going, though. Re-engage.
Flicker out from Synchro. Xayah still able to find the kill. Now Kiowe joining the fight with Rian. Coming in again. Kiowe with Lycan form. Xayah to be caught blazing away from Rian. Able to dish out enough damage to take Xayah. But then the blazing duet gets cancelled by Nicolette's enhanced chain. And Rian is still staying in this mid lane, but won't be able to get any hits onto that turret.
This is going to be a battle, man. You know, and I hope that this series does go the full distance. You know, the 3 games that we're hoping for, because so far... Ooh. Oh, hold on. Minun? Is she going to be able to get away from this?
Nope.
Ashley didn't even need to do that, but that was just for good measure. Goes in with a wild charge. Kill secured there, of course, for the team now. And that's what I was saying, you know, for the most part, for these 2 teams, very even on the way they want to fight. It's just, now I'm kind of wondering, all right, where is that spike for both of the teams here? In terms of the power spike, you already saw that damage coming out from Synchro this early on. So, you know, for Cloud9, is it going to happen faster? Jewel in trouble, though, might be.
Vengeance going to be at back up. In 1 second, she does pop in the ultimate, doesn't use the Vengeance just yet, but VSG get a few good hits on the turret. So it's Cloud9 though, who are leading in terms of structures, and we get a good look at the items. That's a Holy Crystal Rush for Nicolette.
Holy Crystal Rush going to be there. Golden Staff picked up by Panda. And that's the thing, you got Glowing Wand and then the Arcane Boots. That penetration is what made Synchro hurt so much. There's the Holy Crystal locked in. A lot of this, the first item is being already picked up here. DHS as well for Rian. She's been able to farm up pretty well, you know, for the most part. And we saw her rotate really well up to that fight earlier on in the mid lane. And so that's something that Cloud9 now has to be careful of, especially with those blazing duets. Utilizing the Bulwark when they have it, or even the Guardian's Barrier from Ashley. They have a couple things in mind that they can utilize when it comes to those team fights. But now it's up. Turtle, last one of the game here. If either team does commit to this, but it looks like they're going to go ahead. C9 gets control of the area, but still, look at this, on the way.
Rian going to be assassinated. Nicolette finding the solo kill and the assassination onto Rian.
That's big.
That's massive. That's not just big. A good barrier. Xayah rotating forward again, putting the Bulwark down. Really just denying any sort of retaliation from VSG.
Even down a member. Whoa, Ashley.
Into the wall, charge them without blast, stunning them in. A good Minions Fury from Gaily turns it around. Kiowe now with Lycan form, dealing some damage back again. Has a Lycan pounce, goes untargetable. Jewel walks in. Panda gets the fadeaway kill. And again, Cloud9, they get the better response.
Cloud9 gets the response. Now they're going to go for the turtle, but they are quite low. Gaily has the information here, Synchro, and now Rian's joining this fight, but too late, too little. Gaily will get away with her life, but the turtle secured for Cloud9. What a setup in the mid lane from Ashley. Let's take a look at the STC replay here. Keep an eye. There it is. Good wild charge, ultimate, and then even the Numenal Blast. And, you know, either way, when you're looking at this team fight unfold, the same can be said. The same can happen even later on with the lineup that VSG has. That's something that's going to be crucial here.
That team fight was definitely saved by Gaily there, because Gaily, she popped in, hold up. Gaily, just as I mentioned her, you know, I thought the Caster Curse was going to strike instantly, but yeah, Gaily pops in Minions Fury right as the Numenal Blast was going to connect onto all of the members. So if she didn't do that, that would have been probably a wipe for Cloud9. Gaily able to pop into Minions Fury in time, and that's what saved them in that team fight.
Minotaur's probably been, I feel like, one of the best heroes so far. Yeah. Not just here in MWI, but even for MSC. Such a crucial pick for a lot of teams to utilize.
All-rounder.
Minions Fury, the way that it works great here. Mid lane, though, still going to be the focus as both these teams working on the tier 1s. And I'm just wondering, too, if there's enough damage potential already for Panda as she picks up the DHS right on a Q.
Oh, hold on.
Ashley with a part of nature.
get out of CC, but not out of damage. Good Minas Fury again. Oh, you can see that damage pile up as well from Panda on the carry. Jumping forward, but now without the ultimate. Now on cooldown. Nicolette's doing a good job, by the way, just in her own world, in her own island up top, but that's good on the Julian. You want to try to isolate some of these members, and the damage is really starting to hurt. You can see even just the chain there, taking Rian, taking that much HP from Rian.
Yeah, both gold laners pretty much at this point are where they need to be. Golden Staff also picked up for Rian. And, you know, that's where, again, as we get ready for this Lord, it's up in 5 seconds here. The way you utilize these setups, the CC potential, once Gailey has it, MWI and Fury, and even the Dragon form, as long as Cloud9 plays against that, and vice versa, as long as they dodge that wild charge setup we saw earlier from Ashley, they're going to be good. But look how fast Cloud9's doing the Lord here.
Rian doesn't seem to be concerned there. Nicolette will be able to secure it there. That's a wild charge into the wall, straight as Jewel goes in for a bit of damage onto Minion, but she's able to just sustain. But meanwhile, like I said, Rian up top, taking a page out of Nicolette's book. Last few fights, but now Nicolette will try to match that. Get spotted in the bush. Rian utilizing the defensive battle mirror image to escape. Tier 2 turret for Lord.
You know, Rian's probably like, oh, hold on. They're all in there. Zaya!
Oh, still able to escape. Gailey gets a knockup, but it's only on 6 seconds. Now Panda jumps into him. Now Blast going to be able to connect right there, but the Brilliance gets him out. Kyoe looking for the Lycan form initiation, but knows that it's going to be a bit too risky to dive in all alone. C9 pop in the conceal. Take a look at Nicolette.
That was a lot used. I mean, they still have the Lord to take care of too, by the way. But Cloud9 knows that. They might just go ahead and try to get some turrets, of course, with this first one.
Looks like this
Nicolette waiting. Oh, she's going to get spotted out. Unfortunately, that's not going to happen for them, but they can still go for the play, at least in the mid lane. Get a couple tier 2s if they can as well. Good thing that Nicolette did the work earlier on the top side. But Lord will go down relatively quickly. Again, first one, it's already being taken care of by Rian. They want this tier 1.
Good knock up again. That's an enhanced into the back wall charge from Ashley. Getting them enough space to go for the tier 1 mid lane. Wow. With the first Lord in the bottom lane as well, those are some big minions crashing down into the turret. A barrier placed down by Ashley. They will not be able to find anything else, but still, that's 2 tier 2s with the first Lord.
I feel like in a lot of the games that we've seen so far for MWI, this is the most kind of standard, if you will. It's kind of like this slow burn into that first Lord, because some games end. You know, you're already in the base after that first Lord take. But with these lineups, they got to be kind of more calculated, I say, with how they approach those fights, how they approach those team fights, because it's almost like once everything is used, all that CC potential, then it's kind of like you got to back off. Key item pickup here too for Panda. She gets the Wind of Nature now. She has that online. Divine Glaive for Synchro. So if you thought she hurt earlier, now that she has Divine Glaive, it's gonna hurt even Ashley, as tanky as she is, or Xayah, as tanky as she can be. And Jewel, I mean, even with this Thamus, you know, popping that Vengeance, jumping into the fight, you can see the build that she went to. You know, she's got good defense, but she's kind of like that extra front line. It's like, you already got the Grok there, full. Looks like pretty much tank build, by the way. We were wondering exactly where she would go. And you have 3 tanky frontliners. So jump in and then hope that that's enough to keep it together. Nicolette also picks up a Winter's Crown.
This is why the Lunox is going to be increasingly more of a threat as we get into the later stage of the game, because you have a lot of tanky frontliners, but hey, the Lunox actually thrives against those tanky frontliners, can go and shred you down, especially, I think, after the Divine Glaive. I mean, she might even go for Holy Crystal if she really wants to go for it. It's very greedy, but if you want that extra burst, if you wanted to get rid...
Just go Big Damn.
Go Big Damn, exactly, of these tanky frontliners. The main problem, I would say, for the Lunox, the Roger, and the Claude has been the fact that Xayah's Guardian's Bulwark has been well-timed in these team fights. So VSG, they've kind of lost a lot of momentum every single team fight just based on Xayah standing in their way with the Bulwark.
Okay. Look at this, how careful they are to approach the Lord. They got the information. Nicolette's not even around here.
Nope.
And Rian gives them that. She did take the purple, but this could be a chance for VSG to go ahead and play around the fact that Nicolette's way up top. And they might just go ahead and start this as quick as they can here.
Let's go wild charge into the back line, finding two members right there as Rian is able to dodge away from them. Now Blast Gailey jumps in with a Miss Fury, but still, it's Synchro who finds the Lord. Rian with Blazing Duet now, but they're all going to be gunned down. Synchro very low, still able to survive as Minion will be the sacrificial lamb to get them out.
Okay, they get the Lord though. They get the Lord off with that. That might buy him a little more time. Down two members though. Cloud9's going to go ahead and go for the tier 2, possibly knock on these base turrets. You know, so is that enough? Was that enough value? They're going to have to defend against this, though.
Like and Pounce come down to Colette. Very, very low. Synchro jumps with the Brilliance. Widow Crown just right there. Excited to be slain in the bottom side. Tier turret. Panda now going 1v3. Scratched away by the birthday girl. Kiyoe with a double. And they still have a Lord.
Man, I was hoping Cloud9, you know, they would realize that they still had to deal with the Lord. But they go in, they try to get the turret. They do get the mid turret down, but at what cost? And now it's up to VSG. They're going to run it down mid here. Lord's still on the top side. And still, members down from Cloud9 here. They got to wait, try to keep them at bay. It's Jewel and Ashley for now, but it might be too late here. How can they buy enough time?
Two base turrets taking down Jewel in the midst of it all, trying to tank it up. Doesn't have the vengeance. That's Gailey again to knock them up. You can hear the drums once again as VSG secure game 1.
It's that victory song. You know, that's that birthday buff right there. And remember, man, like they watched that last Lord kind of dance or tango, so be it. But they knew Nicolette's up top. We can give this a go, grab it. They grabbed the Lord. They lost a couple members, and then it was like, no, guys, they're going to push it down mid. Let's just defend. We still have our key components to turn the tide, to turn that fight around. You can see Birthday Girl feeling pretty good about that, of course, because, you know, honestly, at that point, before that all happened, it could have been anyone's game still. It was relatively even for the majority of it, but great performance there. I know our experts have a lot to say to this, so I'm going to throw it to the Bear Bros out there in the studio. Break down the game for us, guys.
The Greens.
We'll do our best because there was a lot of action in that one. As y'all mentioned, it is a back and forth. You could argue that there were some moments that really, it looked like C9 was going to take it. This was a beautiful initiation. And then there were times where you say VSG could take it because that Lunox pick is wow. Leo, we were both scratching our heads, but we're very excited to see how this draft would unfold in the game. Any thoughts that you want to mention or want to start off with?
My last thoughts for the matchup was all aggression versus a wall. Now we see clearly the sword and the shield. The shield can do so much, right? You're able to work with so much utility, work with so much CC and initiation, but at the end of the day, you gotta find a way to finish the game. You gotta strike that death blow, and VSG did all that beautifully. In under 16 minutes. I could have sworn it was like 14-something because that's where the turning point happened, right at their defense, right when C9 was about to open the gates.
Yeah, and I think it goes to show that so far here for this game number 1 hasn't disappointed. We're already seeing surprises. Lunox in the mid lane. Grok in the mid, paired up with Lolita in the roam. I can't believe this is where we are at right now in our meta game. I love the creativity shown off here. And one of the picks that I want to look more into for VSG is now this Lunox mid. What does a Lunox mid bring to the table up against that C9 composition that we saw?
It's just pure, unadulterated damage. There's a little bit of a filter that you got to go through. I'm talking about the early to mid game. But as soon as that early game wherein Synchro felt how aggressive C9 can get, and again, mind you, she started the first 7-8 minutes with already 2 deaths. That was a well-earned power spike that she hit.
Yeah, and I felt this, I don't know if you feel the same way, like going up against a Lunox, sometimes you don't even understand where the damage is coming from. Is it from the brilliance? Is it when she's in the darkening mode already? So I feel like there were times where C9, understandably so, would leave the Lunox sort of like unchecked. Yes, early deaths, but in terms of the team fighting, it's hard to track the Lunox with so many things going on, especially with the Yuzong jumping on you.
Yep, jumping with you.
Yeah.
To be honest, C9 did their best. C9 could have won that game, honestly. They could have gotten right then and there, maybe penetrated and took it slow, ended at, I'd say, ideally 18, 19 minutes. Because, again, they did not get the Lord. They did win a trade, which was the product of a slow turn. Because if you'll remember, Nicolette was very late to the party, but they eventually did get like a 3 for 1 or 2 for 1. But, yeah, just how smart VSG is when it comes to aggression and engaging with the tools that they have.
Yes.
That's what put them over the top. That's what allowed for Synchro to get out of that early game rut and to turn it around.
We're seeing the reactions of the ladies on your screen right now. There was one there. It was that one I wanted to say. A very animated reaction by Rian over there at the end of the game. You can see a little bit of the worry, and then now for C9 just having to talk about how to recalibrate, because that fight in the end was a little bit of an overextend right in front of the base of VSG. That was the moment you were saying they could have ended it, or at least really controlled the game so that they'll be the ones to run away with it. PlayStation MVP. Wonder who it is, because VSG played like a well-oiled machine, but it is Synchro with that Lunox.
That's right. A humble 5 KDA with 83% on kills, which is explained by the fact that in the early game, it was C9 running away with the small wins, right? Yeah. I'm looking at the 7-minute, 30-second mark. Score is like 4-6. Yeah. And net worth is relatively close. But this was a time where Synchro had to tell herself, you know what? Rian's also having it hard. Kiyoi isn't exactly getting the kills that she needs to get her stacks on the Sky Piercer. Yeah. Minun is jumping in, but at the cost of her life as well. It's going to come down to this. It's on me, and it happened. Reptile, it happened. Where's the damage coming from? I see the blazing duet. I see Rian a little off.
Yeah.
But why are we all just melting? That's C9, by the way.
Yeah, the collective, whoa, that's cool. I just realized that.
That's Synchro.
That's Synchro right there. I like that. I like that nice touch. And, oh, hey. Oh,
hello.
She tried to go for high fives. I think we owe her a high five later on. Lunox.
Great Lunox.
Yeah, she does. Lunox now, though, then the question is it a one-off? Is it now something that we feel like can continue to show up for other teams here? What's the verdict?
I'd say it's a VSG special. There's a reason why they're the first to debut it. There's the reason why, very specifically, they picked it into what C9 would eventually draft. Neither you or me were calling out the Lolita. Neither you or me were, I mean, I think I alluded to it when I say, XP Grok? No, you wouldn't. Nope, mid lane Grok. So I think it was a specific tool for a specific situation that they used beautifully.
And there's a very specific situation we have here at the Esports World Cup MWI. It's something to do with keys getting crushed, and we have a specific tool for that. Over there in the Filipino broadcast way back in MSC, we call that Yasi. Maybe for here we'll come up with a different name for that for the press. But yeah, here's a key crushing interview that I got to do earlier.
All right, I'm here with Team Falcons Vega. Congratulations! Wow. Very there we go. All right, so Maylene, tremendous performance in this series. How does it feel to crush your opponent's key?
It's kind of sad, but also fascinating. Yeah.
Oh, so it's kind of sad and also motivating? Fascinating.
Yeah.
So sad yet fascinating how it feels to crush the key. So you're going to be going up against your rivals in Indonesia, Team Vitality. How are you feeling heading into that match?
I feel like help me.
We're just going to do our best. Yeah.
Just going to do your best. Okay, so do you have any message that you want to say to Team Vitality?
Good luck and have fun.
All right. Good luck, have fun, and once again, congratulations to Team Falcons Vega. Let's go.
Thank you.
Team Falcons Vega, again, congratulations to them. And we're going to be seeing a lot more of that throughout the run of MWI. We'll have, if I'm not mistaken, two more today. It is just the nature of the competition. Now, here's something that cool that I love to do, that we love to do here in the English broadcast of MWI. We can go back to a very important moment. Leo got to pick one out. What was that?
Let's break it down, shall we?
Yes.
That's me breaking it down.
Let me join you.
Let's throw it back to a moment in game about 7:33. This is where the game was relatively close. Check it out. You'll notice that there's a big fight in mid, and this is as scrappy as it gets as a mid-game power spike. You'll notice that Rian just suffered an early death. The aforementioned Synchro taking the 2 early deaths as well. So again, the narrative for VSG fans watching is this is difficult for us in the early game, right? And you'll see that trades are happening. Minun for Ashley. I think that's a trade that you would rather not take because Minun is a Yuzhong. Minun would like to keep fighting, and Ashley's willing to die alongside a roamer, X EWC. But you go from there, the unimaginable happens. Kiyowei dies as well. So now you think of the remaining 3, Gale, Synchro, and Rian. Funnily enough, you go to the end of the game after this whole trade here. Look at that final clip. Remember the final clip? It's those 3 wreaking the most havoc. So they were the ones all holding out. And Kiyowei and Minun understood that eventually, if we got past this moment, if we got past the utility that C9 was playing with, their aggression via the 2-way or 3-way initiation, all will be well. And that's where they got to eventually at 15-11?
15:05, roughly around that time.
There you go. So
around 15 minutes.
Again, despite VSG being a team for just what, a wee 2 months, they know each other's timers, they know each other's pace, and they know that, hey, if we can trust the process and we walk into battle with the equipment and the tools that we need, we can get the dub.
And the dub they did get for game number 1. It's match point now, the draft. We are going to be heading into that in just a bit. Let's revisit it. The last 2 picks there were the Lunox and the Claude. So it seems like VSG, they changed things up. Usually when you see a Roger first pick, you say, okay, Roger is the priority. He's going to be the one carrying us. But then, yes, Kiyowei had an amazing game, but VSG switched it up. What happened was they ended up picking their main conditions in the end, and it seems like the first 3 picks ended up becoming just what you do or what you pick up to support those key heroes.
Which is deceptive in its own way. These are all high-tier picks. Yuzhong, Minotaur, and Roger. You started with what would seem like your cores, and then eventually, again, it's all on Synchro. She was the MVP, the PlayStation MVP. She was up in there, dual sensing everything, and she knew that, hey, I just need to keep my priorities straight, and eventually this lineup of a Lolita, a Tams, and a Grok will melt before my feet. Lolita Grok already hurts, but even the Tams is like,
I feel like that's an official voice line. It could be right
That's
up in
me,
the top.
because I used to play a lot of Tams when I was still an XP laner, and whenever there would be a pocket Lunox, you know, that just came up at the last pick.
Back in the day, how many years ago was that?
About 2 or 3 now.
So you're honest about that.
Yeah, no, I it's in my past, my distant past. I am a jungler now.
What hero?
Bane.
Let's see if that's going to show up in this draft here, because looking at these 2, I was thinking, I wonder what other picks we might be able to see. I thought, wait, the Bane could have slotted in here somewhere with these 2 teams. And you mentioned Sword and Shield, right? With VSG more of the Sword, C9 being more of the Shield. It makes sense because the last pick, that Lolita last pick for C9, literally was a shield.
A bulwark,
A bulwark. And it shifted the entire dynamic of the draft for C9. But now C9 will be on the blue side. The dynamics will shift yet again. Who all can we expect for the first pick now that Jushin and surprisingly Valentino blue side taken away?
All right, given how much success C9 saw despite not getting the dub, I think they are on the same mindset. Midnight specifically is we attack Synchro.
Yeah.
And then they, I would assume, make the adjustment of maybe we don't fall for the Lunox so hard.
Oh, all right. Let's see if the Lunox will still end up becoming a factor here. So Angela, the Haya. Yes, C9 are respecting Kiyowei, but at the same time, VSG, they're respecting the power picks of Nicolette. Earlier, we mentioned the Hayabusa, excuse me, the Benedetta and the Julian being pickups there for Kiowe. For Nicolette, it's the Hayabusa as one of her signature pickups in the jungle as well. Terizla taken out. What? Whoa! I did not expect this.
Ruby seems to be the flavor of the tournament.
Yeah.
Like, she just seems to just fit into most lineups, whether you're in blue or in red, and can flex like nobody's business.
Yeah. Not even in MWI. Was one of the key conditions as to why SRG was able to defeat Falcons AP Bren in MSC was because they had the Ruby with them.
That's right, which was played by MSC champions Yums and Kram. Very effectively. So here, you don't even know. You don't even know. Is it Jewel, Ruby, Jewel, or is it Exia? Or even, at this point, even Ashley. Like,
mid lane Ruby? Mid lane Ruby? Or Ashley Roam Ruby?
At this point, it's one or the other.
One or the other. Again.
It's like Prime Haji VYs, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I get
like,
you.
It's just whatever.
Yeah.
And that's a strength in its own right.
Yeah. And I mean, we did talk about that as the draft started. VSG gets the Julian and the Minotaur C9. All right, this time they're really just going to match up the Assassin-Assassin duo. They pick up the Ling for Nicolette. If this turns up becoming a really great game for her, it's going to be Nicoling. Surprisingly enough.
3 out of 5.
Thank you. At least I passed. Only 4 wins for the Ling.
Yeah, it's been tough to be a Ling. Again, half of the teams in the groups are very damage-centric.
Yeah.
So when you're a Ling, you're not even afraid of just getting caught up by a CC or a trampoline. You're afraid of just getting blasted.
Yeah, just getting caught out. VSG will match the attack type of the carry. They go for dependable basic attack, fast basic attacks
DPS.
with the Claude, DPS. So in terms of the bans here, again, you're going to be asking if you're VSG. Okay, the Lolita makes sense as a ban, but I feel like it's a bit of an overthink.
It would not be out of the realm of possibility if they could just go Grok ban 2. Just to clear it out. Like,
just to really say, no, you're not doing
safe.
it again.
Just to be safe, right? Like, what Coach Ola is saying is that Ruby better go into the roam, but so be it. It's the Fatamis. Odd how these two teams are just willing to let their mid laners stick it through.
Yeah.
They're just saying, hey, yo, Synchro, well, in this case, Ashley, just hold it down. We'll get to you.
Yeah, just wait up, just wait up. C9, they can take away another EXP laner option.
Loyi's open, Loyi's open.
Loyi still is.
She is!
Loyi Claude, Minotaur, Julian, sounds like great picks for VSG, right?
How? How is Loyi getting through? We saw Loyi in the previous series today.
Yeah. It feels like C9 saying we have the link anyway, so that whatever split push shenanigans or map presence will get equalized. It'll feel more like if VSG pick up the Loyi, it'll be reactionary to the fact of, oh,
it's
we
open.
need something to match it, and it's open.
Yeah. C9 wouldn't mind either way. It's just a safe pick at this point. It's not the best, not the worst.
Yeah.
She's reliable. Oh!
Whoa.
Haven't seen him in a while.
That man is conditional if they pick him up.
Yeah, no. Who are you finding? Yeah. You can see in the face of his eyes like,
Wait, which? What's the Lapu-Lapu for? Is it it's a lane duel thing? Are they expecting the Rubies going into the EXP?
Is it, I don't know, a preemptive attack at the Farsa? I mean, she's still open?
It could be. Well, with the entries, all of VSG, Farsa now would seem difficult.
Yeah.
They could go Kagu or something
exactly.
like Lilia.
No, I think the Lapu-Lapu took it over the edge.
Yeah.
Like the Julian and the Minotaur, it's a bad idea. Lapu-Lapu, you better not.
Yeah. Farsa, forget about it. That's 2 picks.
Lilia seems safe. Lilia's okay.
Yeah. Lilia or the Kagura is what I'm vibing for. Oh, here it comes. Oh, let's go. Someone finally picked up a high loss.
Put a COD and a Thunderbelt on it. Call it a day. All right, that's a DOD once more. Every day we're seeing something new.
And this might actually not even be a COD Thunderbelt high loss. There's a chance it might actually just be full defense high loss.
Just straight up.
Straight up with how annoying he is. So with the way I'm seeing things, wait, is that a mid lane Esmeralda? It is.
It is. Might even be a mid lane Ruby.
I love this meta, bro.
Midnight, what are you doing? Coach Midnight, here it is.
Oh, and here it is again.
I hate to say it, but Reptar, look, there's 3 solid targets for the Lunox again. Look at the HP pools on the Ruby, the Hylos, and the Esmeralda.
Yeah, the Lunox looks, she was happy in the last one. She looks way happier this time around, too.
Sword in the shield all over again. Hey, but it almost worked out for the shield prior. So
yep.
Maybe.
High loss. Esme. Rome, mid, EXP. We shall see. Might even be a mid lane Ruby, as you mentioned, with the swaps. Any last thing that you want to say before we go to the boys?
Nothing is beyond C9 right now. My mind is blown. I just want to see some good MLBB.
And good MLBB, I hope we get. That's it for us here. Casters, guys, what's going on? What y'all thinking?
Wow, I'm thinking we're gonna get some good MLBB. How about you? You like the high-lows pick?
I like the high-lows pick. I've been a fan of the horse.
The horse. That's it? That's where
That's it. I've been watching a lot of White Horse recently.
Okay, I thought you were going to say, yeah. All right. Well, I thought there was more to the horse, but you know what? Let's jump into the game here once again. It's a best-of-3 spot for the semifinals for both these teams. Cloud9, after what happened in Game 1, they bring a very fun lineup, I'd say, with this, especially the fact that you have another debut hero pick with Xayah here on this high-lows pick. Oh, good early poke, too. I mean, they're going to have that. And, of course, too, with Ashley here on this Ruby. A Ruby, typically, we don't see in the mid lane too often, but this is just that dynamic, you know, that C9 has brought to the table for MWI. The pressure here, though. Okay.
Careful.
All right, she's fine. But I think one thing, too, you have to respect this damage from this Julian. I mean, Killway's also running the Warcry emblem. And, you know, Julian already does quite a bit of damage alone. You pack in some extra percentage.
Again, the knock-up. Oh, the damage coming from Synchro. They might actually be going for this. She has the flicker. Decides, nah, not yet. Nicolette on the Ling, though. Trying to go for the invades already. Already ahead of Kiyoi, actually. Just in the first minute, but Kiyoi will be able to just pick up level 4 as well. But yeah, man, like Leo said, now the Lunox gets a lot of value. Same goes for game number 1, right? The Esmeralda, the Ruby, and the Hylos. I guess now Xayah has a Vengeance, so there's another way to actually turn the damage back around. In game 1, it was the Bulwark. Now it's the Vengeance.
Yeah, and look at this. I mean, even the placements that we see from VSG, the way that they also calculated things in the previous game, very impressive. Again, you know, for a lot of people, they might not know this, but they actually boot camped, I believe it was in Bali, like a week before the tournament. And it shows them, you know, that experience that they gained, however long that was for that week. Whatever they managed to do is showing here in the tournament for MWI. And, you know, with the way that they're rotating, even with this lineup, I think, yeah, it's crucial. Oh, Jewel. That's the Chaos Bolt. You see the damage already early on. This is what I mentioned even in game 1. I was like, man, you know, she does a lot of damage early on. What more when she gets that first or second item even? They're going to keep them at bay here. They're really forcing them out of the turtle pit. C9 can't even get close just yet, but they still might rely on Xayah here with that high-low. She has the ultimate available. Everybody's still available on it.
And now Xayah's going to be isolated all alone. Gailey pops in the Minnows. Fury smacks the hammer down, picks up first blood. And now it's Minion. Bravest Fighter, that's a stun as well. Used up Jewel, able to purify out of the stun. Gale again on this Minotaur. Just disengaging, but VSG are really just capitalizing on the fundamentals that Cloud9 want to play with. They always position to turtle, and now they get punished for even walking up to the bushes near the river.
Yeah, it's almost like, I don't know, hold on, Jewel, is she gonna be okay from this?
I don't think so, man. Just a few more blades, one last shot should do it. She gets the shielding, but look at the tank of the jungle, the turrets, Kiyoi diving in, enhanced chain. That's the elephant to take Jewel down.
It is, and they're trying to make a play here on the bottom side. Not going to happen, but, you know, going back to it, it's like, you know, you want to see how are you going to utilize the Hylos pick. You want to kind of, I would say almost better for this lineup to just drop that pathway down earlier, the Glorious Pathway, and let it, you know, you get that speed boost or that reduced movement speed that you can work with, plus that heal, even the Vengeance. So they're going to force Rian out of here.
She actually decides to go for the Battle Member image in front of the Blazing Duet too. That's a fadeaway, jumps back towards the BMI. And Gale's right there to get the motivation roar. Well played.
Good timing. Well played. Yeah, you're right. For VSG, able to make that move, and they're really good. This is what I was talking about earlier, man. The way that they rotate around the map and that they're there for those moments, those timings. VSG has that seemingly really good timing already. For Cloud9, it feels like they're still really trying to make this lineup that work. And now you already see VSG. Hold on.
Good chain into the chaos. Xayah trying to run away with the Glorious Pathway. That's an Imafeta connecting on the two members, bringing them back under the turret. But Minion zoning Nicolette away with the Bravest Fighter. Kyoe on the purple buff. Jewel trying to look for an opening here. Nicolette gonna be zoned again. Ashley, no, I'm offended. That's a Minus Fury connecting there, but the Tempest of Blades will be used up. Nicolette still isn't able to find the purple buff. It was Kyoe, and she finds a kill on top of it all.
This is what's tough, man. You get to a point if you're C9 to be like, all right, things are falling apart in the early game for us, and now our resource, our most valuable resource, mind you, for Nicolette is going to be focused on put the pressure there, and you lose bodies for it. It's too expensive. Nice. It's too much to handle because with this kind of lineup, and especially having a Ling there, I mean, we saw the win percentage in the draft. It's not too good. And
25%.
25%, another objective is going to get taken. So, and there's a reason.
Oh, no.
Oh, hold on.
Again, oh, the immobilization with the chain. The enhanced scythe, and then again, the roamer that's been killing.
Where can they make a play for C9? Where can they find their own moment here? Because right now, that's what I was saying, you know, you just get to a point where you're so far behind, and it's tough to find your winning condition at this point. Even early on already, Brilliant's going to be used under the turret, forcing them back. So VSG is just trying to brute force themselves even for these tier 1 turrets. And at this point, you kind of have to think, all right, for C9, what do we do? How do we get back in this game? Because obviously we have lost the early game. And at the same time, we have to protect this purple buff. And that's why you see VSG playing around that. You know, they see this wound and they continue pressing on it because that's all you have to do for VSG to delay it even further because eventually Cloud9 can farm up. But Xayah,
well, there's Pathway with Vengeance used up. They're trying to bait out as many resources as possible. Synchro dealing a lot of damage already, and Ashley already used the I'm Offended. Now Panda goes for a trade up top, but might be cut off. Minute has the Bravest Fighter. Doesn't decide to use it. Panda, good positioning back again after getting that turret.
All right, 3,000-ish gold is not anything too crazy. As long as Cloud9 doesn't lose any, you know, bodies here from this point on, they can farm up at least for Panda. She can do what she needs to do because you've only got that Berserker's Fury here for Nicolette. Panda has the Corrosive Scythe working on her next. War Axe there for Ashley. And that's the thing, man. It's just like itemization-wise, firepower-wise, it's not going to be there for a while. Even with the lineup that they already had, it wasn't going to be the case unless Nicolette had a great start, which is why we see these assassin junglers, you know, play their part so well if they get that early lead. Look at this, Nicolette going to be forced even just to fight for these regular camps for her. And a lot of the times, too, now that you have Gailey picking up the Flask of the Oasis, it's even harder to get through that sustainability, to get through that motivational roar, healing, and this is just going to be another turtle taken here.
The chaos now, I mean, at this point, all the neutral objectives are just getting taken out so quick.
So fast.
The Julian in itself, you know, you can clear really fast with the enhanced scythe. On top of that, you have Synchro. Enhanced chain going to be used up onto Ashley there. Minus Fury again. Gailey finding 3. Even the Vengeance is not going to be enough. Now it's going to be Minden with a Bravest Fighter to the back line. Finding Panda with the last swing. And now it's Rian gunning Jewel down, running away real quick. With the last skill one gets her. The act of thievery, stealing away the lives of Cloud9.
I'll take that stack. I'll take that kill. And they take everything in that exchange. VSG. I think at this point, they all have the birthday buff, man. They're playing this game so well, so
it's our
perfectly.
Birthday.
It's our birthday at this point. And, you know, when you're looking at this kind of, again, they're just planting themselves in the jungle here for Cloud9.
No.
What can you do? What more can you do aside from just look and have everything taken in front of your eyes? Panda does get a golden staff, but again, every time that this happens, you're looking at adding an extra minute to getting that playback potential from C9 now. Oh, hold on.
Oh.
Nicolette?
Wait. Oh, gotta be careful. She walked into Dexter there. Oh, that looked close. Gailey, though, rotating over. Pinch poised by Nicolette. No one there to catch her, so it's a good assassination up top onto Rihanna as she gets out. It looked close. It looked really scary. She walked over to Dexter, but it's all good. They get something on the board, finally.
At least they get on the board. Good shot of the, what's at stake there, right? The close-up of the keys that have been crushed already
man.
For MWI. Cameraman doing work there. But, you know, that's the thing, man. When you look at it, Cloud9, they did make a comeback in their tiebreaker yesterday. Now, can they do that here? Is that something that's possible in this game with this lineup? You have to start thinking about if they get to that mid-game, late-game transition and they get to the late game, what is this lineup going to be able to do for them? I think even yet, they should just give up the first lore. They really shouldn't contest it. because they're just not in position to go toe-to-toe yet. I mean, even look at the level gaps across the lanes here. You know, at that point, too, you have to be very crucial. I mean, Jules only level 8 to Minun's at level 11. And even with an Esmeralda, you're not going to really be able to be up front like you hope. So it's up to VSG. They might even just try to bait this out, you know, for C9 to have some form of confidence to see if they can turn things around. But honestly, for C9, they need to buy as much time as possible. Wait for that moment. Nicolette?
Another 1v1 with the Blazing Duet. Now Rian able to get the solo this time around. Disaster for Cloud9. Minin, bravest fighter, glorious pathway placed down by Xayah just to disengage. The assassin lost in a 1v1.
That's not good. Yep, Nicolette going down there, especially against the gold laner from VSG, is just going to resort to a Lord secured, an objective secured. You know, again, she's really just trying to do what she can. That's you can't count out the fact that Nicolette at this point, especially because she hasn't had a purple buff in a while, she's not going to have the next one either. She's just trying to push the side lanes, trying to get something, because otherwise they're forced to get nothing. And for VSG, they're going to continue to put the pressure here everywhere. I mean, again, the Synchro getting that purple buff is going to make things much worse. She's already got multiple items that she needs to tear through the front line. I mean, what you can call it a front line from Cloud9 here. And as they get ready, Lord, it's down on the bottom side. They're going to keep Nicolette there, but VSG eyes set here on these other lanes, especially in the mid.
Nicolette sent down there without a purple buff. You can see the rest of the members already going to the mid lane, picking up the tier 2. Kiyoi wants to challenge Nicolette into a 1v1. Enhanced Chain going to be used up there. Nicolette deciding to just finch poise out away from that Lord. But VSG, they've always been really impressive with how they manipulate these waves. They let the bottom lane push by itself with the Lord, and they're just going to build up a big wave together with the mid lane. Luckily, Nicolette dealt with it a bit, right? It's taken out a half HP, so it might not be able to really crack this base turret open, but it will get the holy defense before even the next minute wave coming down. Xayah again, even with the vengeance, gets melted down. Blazing Duet once again as Kiyoi jumps in forward. A good falling Star Moon, lock them down into the turret. Minion is still able to flicker out the safety. Enhanced sword there. They only lose the Minotaur. They traded for the horse. 1 for 1.
A cow for a horse.
A cow for a horse.
You know, good
a
trade.
bull for a horse.
A bull for a horse. Sorry, yeah, a bull for a horse. Good trade there. But, you know, you're seeing it, man. And I would say, like, even for this, okay, I'm offended, going to be used.
Ashley?
Brilliant.
I'm offended. Synchro just says, oh, okay.
I see you guys are here, right? But now still, they're actually going to still force C9 to fight for this purple buff. I don't think they're going to get it, though. They know the I'm offended's gone, and they're not going to get it. Nicolette even utilizing the Retribution. So this is a very hungry, a very starved, very 25% win rate Ling. It's so tough to be in. I mean, even looking at the damage dealt, guys, you can already see how much of a disparity there is here in terms of fighting potential for Cloud9. Best thing they can do is stall things out as long as they can. We're talking nearly 5+ minutes at this point to get the items that they need. Once they get to that point, then they can hope they can pull a defense off. I think one of the biggest problems, though, is, you know, when you're in the defense mode in your base, what's your clear speed look like? It's not that great.
No.
You don't have that traditional mage in the mid lane to help clear things out, especially with your marksman. And, you know, you have, it's all about time. It's all about being able to clear things out. You got to carry, but, you know, you're there to shred a little bit. You know, the best thing you can do is shred down some of the minions.
Well, let's see. Cloud9 already posturing up. Trying to go for perhaps just the pick off here. Whoever wants to try to 1v1 Nicolette, maybe it's not going to be a 1v1 this time, right? Now with the Ruby down below. It does seem like for PSG, they're just going to go straight for the Lord. They don't even care about the side lane anymore. They know it's just a tier 1 there.
Yeah,
Synchro.
They trade it.
They already used the Chaos. Minute jumps with the bravest fighter. They're going to be able to rush it down. Kiyoi fighting. Nicolette still jumping in. Minus Fury connecting on the 2. Panda knocked up and obliterated again by Rian with the Blazing Duet. 2 for 0. An enhanced Lord. 13 minutes in. It's looking blink. Oh.
Yeah, it's grim here at this point. The STC replay, you saw they were off timing on this. They wanted to push that in the bottom lane, the tier 1, but yeah, VSG doesn't care. They would rather get the Lord. And, you know, you were almost thinking, all right, maybe Nicolette can get there in time to try to do some miraculous steal with the Retribution, but they were just too late by a second or two. And taking a look even at the items, once again, look at the difference in gold here across the lanes.
Oh no.
Even for that, Nicolette, she's going to get chased down. Doesn't have a purple buff too, so they might just leave her to it, but they still have a Lord down in the bottom side. Oh, Minun knows. She's going to go ahead and stop Nicolette. Orange buff still there too, but she's got to get back to the base here. She's got to help the team defend this. She is there in time, but now will they be able to even hold on to the base?
Rion going to be engaged upon now with Wind of Nature, able to survive just a bit. Nicolette with an amazing assassination as Panda deals with the bottom lane. Xayah pops in the pathway. Synchro baited out there. The Chaos. Good start over to Jewel, so able to survive under the turret. They're able to defend, but they lose a base turret. Now another one in the mid lane with the Brilliant's going to be used up. Again, Panda still able to evade. Now I'm offended. Brilliant Synchro all the way back for Panda to free hit. It's going to be Jewel in the midst of it all. Caught by the enhanced chain slash again. Picking up a killing spree. Kyoe, the birthday girl walking forward. Another chain. That's a double. Looking for a triple right now as Xayah tries to soak in enough damage. Another chain with the elephant coming up. But the Temple Blade saves her. I'm offended, bringing her back once again. Winter Crown going to be used up by Kyoe. Now another chain used up again. But finally, Nicolette finds a shutdown. Looking for a double kill herself. Goes over to the Bion Blade. Goes to the Finch Poise. Up top she goes to clear the wave. But look at the bottom wave. Minun on the base, trying to go for the crash down. Xayah gonna be knocked out, forced to use the vengeance now, and that's a fadeaway kill from Minun. It's just 1 versus 2. Nicolette versus Minun and Kaylee, and she is able to delay for a bit.
Is it enough time though? I mean, Jewel is up, but now Rion's here for the fight. Are they still gonna put the pressure on the base?
It's gonna be tough. Again, Temple Blades used up, and the Miss Fury will be dodged away from Blazing Duet. The fadeaway shots now as Panda pops over to Nature, comes back in with the light wheels, but it's not gonna be enough. Panda's gonna be slain. That's a triple. Ashley trying to save the game, finding 2. That's one more member. Minun on the base. The Minun is still there. Play the victory song. VSG has done it again.
1 hit, 1 minion left there. But VSG, they don't care. They'll go in together. It's their birthday, and it's their victory. Again, great try there. Great effort for that defense from C9. But it was just too much to get the grounds back. They were too far behind in too many places, and VSG knew how to punish them. Again, tough as competition is. Someone's got to go home. Someone's got to be the loser, and today, it's C9, but they made it here to this point. They made it to this playoff. They made it to the knockouts. A lot there, I'm sure, to talk about, but man, the lineup that they had, it was experimental in a way, you know, to bring that to the table here, and it just, unfortunately for them, it didn't work out.
Now Cloud9 have been eliminated out of MWI 2024, the Esports World Cup. The run ends here in the knockout stages. Expected Cloud9 to get out of groups in MSC. Unfortunately, that did not happen, and now they did.
They did it here.
But unfortunately, day 1 of the knockouts, they have to swallow a bitter pill.
Yep.
Up against another threat from the West.
VSG, victory song ringing today. Again, I can't wait to hear what they have to say, because that's going to be it for us here on the desk. We're going to throw it over to the stage to hear from them. Hosts, take it away.
Thank you so much, guys. And in true dominant fashion, once more, we have Victory Song Gamers taking the 3rd series right here off the knockout stage. Now, we have Synchro right here beside us. Now, question to Synchro is, she has selected Lunox twice. And this is a not so meta pick right now. So is Lunox a Synchro special, or tell us about it?
Этот герой просто подходил по пику.
That's just was good for our pick, that's why.
Right, so you guys played it in the ECA for Lunox. So is this like your pocket pick? Is this your comfort pick, and that's why you chose Lunox?
Yes, that's why.
All right, a lot to celebrate here today. Of course, winning and Kyoe's birthday. Any plans?
Хотелось бы его отметить всем вместе после нашей победы, вернее, которая уже есть.
Yeah, we win, and I think we can do this later.
So yes, so speaking of today is KOA's birthday. By the way, in-game, in the Land of Dawn, you guys were taking everything for KOA. Objectives, turtles, lords, the blue buff from Ling. And speaking of gifts from the team,
yes,
we would love to have our representatives, Ashley from Cloud9, to please hand on over your keys to our representatives from VSG. Thank you, and you fought well. Perhaps you can give each other a fist bump for a game well played. You can give Ashley a fist bump for a game well played. Oh, well
What a
played,
game.
Ashley. Thank you.
Amazing performance all took place. So, you got the key, you had the win. Anything you want to say to the viewers right now?
Поддерживайте нас дальше, мы будем очень сильно стараться. Спасибо за вашу поддержку.
Yeah, my followers, thank you for everyone. Just trust for us. We can show you later what we can do. We can win.
They can win.
So yes, guys, this is our representatives from EECA VSG. It is not just a birthday buff. They literally have gotten a birthday present for KOA right here. Go forth and celebrate. Congratulations once more. And we're gonna throw it back to the studio.
Let's go.
Woo-wee. C9, thank you for the effort that you showed here in MWI 2024. A unique lineup. Let's start it off there before we talk about, again, the key pick for VSG. C9, it became obvious because they couldn't get a close early game. They lacked the damage.
It was more than just the lack of damage. It was the lack of clear execution path. CEP. I just came up with that on
We'll make it a thing. We'll make it a thing.
Yeah, but
CEP.
it's mainly because of how layered their approach needs to be for this lineup to work. Again, as happy as we are to see the Hylos, as big a fan as Mirko is of horses, maybe not like this. Maybe not here, not against VSG, who is so scalpel precise with the level of aggression and damage that they have. I think, if anything, this game was much less closer than the first.
Yeah. And we also got to see there one member of VSG that I want to highlight. It's not the key pick I had in mind, but it worked out really well. Gailey just getting her Minotaur back. She just showed off here, and so far for the entirety of MWI, her experience, her veterancy. She's been a pro for quite some time in the Philippines.
Oh, yeah. Gailey on the Minotaur is just as good as peanut butter and jelly. And, of course, a walk in a sunny day. It's just perfect. It just fits. Everything that VSG needs to do comes at the flick of a wrist or a press of a button for her. You want CC? Minoan and Fury. You want to heal? Motivation or everything comes quick.
Yeah, and because of that, now here is our updated tournament bracket. In the semifinals, in the bracket above, you're going to be seeing the classic Indonesian matchup of Vitality versus Falcons Vega, while C9, them out VSG, is now waiting for their opponents. A lot of uniqueness in that series. Before we go off, though, I kind of want to hear what any other things that our casters want to say. So maybe with the picks, the heroes, how are you guys doing? You guys look handsome, all of that. What's on your mind?
Joseph, Frederick.
Well, you know, I don't know. I guess we were surprised, too, with some of the picks, obviously, that came through. The Hylos didn't work out, I feel like, the way that C9 wanted to, but good effort, I would say. You know, they made it to knockouts, and happy to see them at least get this far.
Yeah, I mean, it was still a good run by them. I am a fan of the horse, but I agree with Leo. I think there's a time and a place for the horse, and unfortunately, this time, that glorious pathway wasn't too glorious. The Julian was, though. The Julian
Me inside?
Yeah, you know. Well, I don't know. I think either way, when you look at that lineup, it was like Nicolette couldn't do anything, too. I mean, how many times? I don't know if you guys were surprised, by the way, the 25% win rate on a Ling. Like, what's going on with Ling right now?
Completely different to MSC, where Ling was like prio and also finding a whole lot of success. But it's also great responses, I would say, like, even with the Claude to cancel out the assassination from you know, Nicolai on that Ling.
Yeah, I mean, good try, though, of course, to C9, and congratulations to VSG.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. That's Frederick, and that's Joseph, that's Mirko, and that's Naisu. All right.
Thanks
they're
for clearing
cool with
it out.
They laugh. All right. I was scared to drop that. So here right now we have a very special guest. VSG won the game. So who else are we gonna interview? None other than the birthday girl herself. Welcome to the stage here, Kioe. Congratulations and happy birthday. First off, how are you feeling? Happy? Like, walk us through what's going on through your mind right now that you won and it's also your special day.
Я не знаю, у меня ощущение, как будто игр не было. Не знаю, я на релаксе. Очень.
She said that she just feels nothing. It's okay for her. Like, you know, she didn't play any games.
Yeah.
She's relaxed now, so
all right,
everything is okay.
Okay, so now that she's relaxed, all is good. So starting off the day, did your teammates surprise you? Did they greet you? Did they knock on your door? Well, what did they do to start off your birthday?
Меня поздравили с утра все мои тиммейты и коуч, и подарили подарочки милые, так что да.
She said that everyone in our team congratulated her in the morning, our coach, every player, and gave her some good presents. Anyway, I sent her, you know, Diggy egg in Mobile Legends.
You have the Diggy egg?
Yes, Diggy egg.
A Diggy egg?
Diggy egg.
In the
right.
game?
Yeah.
Oh,
I think it's,
yeah,
my present for her, you know. So.
Yeah, that's a really good birthday gift. It's perfect.
Thank you.
Kioe, happy birthday. What a birthday gift from MWI. A win, a top 4 placement in the brackets. What are your other birthday wishes, if you can share them with us for this birthday of yours?
Себе? Занять первое место на турнире. Вот. И все. И вернуться скорее к своим родителям. Вот.
She just wants to get the first place, and also she wants to come back to her family. Oh, so that's all.
Now we're seeing your highlights here. At any point in the game, were you nervous that you might lose? Not just in game 2, but maybe even in game 1. At any point, were you nervous?
В первой игре мне очень захотелось пить, и мне пришлось просто в АФК встать, чтобы попить воды, потому что я немного переживала за то, как нам камбэкать игру, потому что у нас произошла немного дискоммуникация в команде, и, короче, очень сложный был камбэк.
She said that at first map she wanted to drink a lot, and she had to stay AFK to drink, to get the water, you know.
Yeah.
And also they had some problems with communication at first map, some missed calls, and she said that it was difficult to come back, but we see now that it's okay.
Yeah, it worked out.
But it was difficult, yeah.
Oh, but it was difficult in that first game.
Yeah, right.
Kioe, I want you to be able to appreciate and enjoy your win here, but tomorrow, you might be facing one of 2 opponents, that being Omega Empress or GGHG, Gadmin Gladiators Homegirls. Which of these 2 would you like to face off and why?
Это я поняла, что он спросил конкретно. Я бы хотела встретиться с Омега.
Oh, Omega. Want to face off against Omega. All right. Hopefully we get to see that matchup for you, and that will wrap up our interview and time with you here today. Congratulations to VSG. Once again, happy birthday, Kioe.
Спасибо.
Thank you so much.
Спасибо.
You didn't teach me that, was it?
Thank you.
Thank you?
Yeah?
Thank you, yeah.
Did you say it?
Spasiba.
Spasiba. All right. I want to be able to say it properly too. Thank you. Spasiba.
Happy birthday again.
And happy birthday. Congratulations.
I learned a few more words from Destroyer, but I don't think they're safe for broadcast.
Can you teach it to me after broadcast, though?
Sure.
Really? You can?
We'll ask him.
All right, cool. So, now, let's see what we got up next. I think, do we have our MVP? Is it your time to shine here, Leia, with the thing here?
Oh, I have quite the play, honestly.
You have quite the play? All right.
Quite the play.
I think we'll go with that. Let's go with that.
All right. So, we started off the analysis with the, what was that? The CPE, the clear path for execution. Check this clip out, right? You see here, this is a post-turtle take, and already you have a fight breaking out in mid. Mind you, the gold gap of 3,000 gold at 7.5 minutes. This is 0 and 5 too. This is significant. And then you see this, the first sign of, I don't want to say weakness, but we'll call it that now, from X dropping the path onto the retreat for her team. So they're going backwards already, right? That said, we'll play it out, and even underneath tier 1, C9 knows that this is a losing fight. Hence why, all the more, VSG pulls out all the stops, all of the ults, everything. Even in the back line, you see Rien has her exit path ready. And we continue. And it ends up in a free 3 for VSG. That's only because, not the gold lead, not because of the point of entry, but because of how clear and easy it is for VSG to pick the fights. Again, you have the Minoan Fury, as previously mentioned. Instant knock up slow. You have Kiyoi just needs to cast a spell 1, 2, and then she has enhanced everything. And then of course Minun, which by the way we questioned why the Lapu-Lapu came in so quick, but all she needs to do is Bravest Fighter in, flicker through, and already you're dispersing all of C9, which C9 does not like. C9 actually wants all of y'all to be under that path. C9 wants you to go into the path, have Panda get free hits, and then have Nicolette clean up. You see how you have to get 2 or 3 things correct before you even engage? That's their lack of clear path to execution, the CPE.
A little bit of a difficult lineup to utilize there for C9. I feel like in an alternate universe, that definitely could have worked. I see where they were getting at, but it was just way too difficult to pull off against the lineup that VSG showed up. Our PlayStation MVP of the game showed off some really great performances all throughout this game, and it is that Lapu-Lapu pickup, the one that we questioned. Minun, I will never question you again. 12 on the KDA.
I owe you an apology. I didn't know your game.
I didn't know your game. An apology.
To be fair, like the basement for a Lapu-Lapu is just solid damage, a straight line into the back line. That's the lowest point of a Lapu-Lapu. At best, she's bullying even a Ling. She's spacing out 2 or 3 in a Lord Dance. And that's what made Minun our PlayStation MVP. I am impressed. Paint me impressed. I wish we see more Lapu-Lapu, honestly. Because of how lineups are built these days, if they're not dispersing odd lineups like this, they're picking fights. So more power to Lapu-Lapu. More power to Minun. There she is. Ooh. Immortalized.
Yeah. That's mean. Oh.
You missed.
All right, here's the STC Play audience predictions. 32% are for Cloud9, 68% for VSG. Seems like a lot of people are getting their hearts won by VSG.
Kumusta Lapu-Lapu? Mabuhay ka?
He's from Cebu, bro. You gotta,
I don't speak Bisaya, right?
You don't? Oh, all right.
Namit git. No, that's not Bisaya.
Yeah,
but
that's
no,
else.
you know what? It makes sense though. Looking at the STC predictions, that is a whole region, ECA, with a few Filipinos on the back of versus NA.
Well,
step up. It matters. Step up. Vote for your country. Vote for your representatives. Vote for your favorite players. These ladies are modern-day gladiators.
Yeah.
Make it count.
And we're seeing a lot of tremendous action so far here on the first day of knockouts for MWI. We have one more match today. Smart Omega Empress from the Philippines. Gaming Gladiators Homegirls from Malaysia. We talk about PH versus ID, PH versus PH. How about a good old-fashioned PH versus MY matchup? More MLBB action will come your way after a short break. Don't go anywhere. MWI 2024 at the Esports World Cup. We'll be right back.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا، كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس، نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات،
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا، عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Hai, saya Fafau dan saya dari Gaming Gladiator Homegirls. Saya bermain di role Gold Lane. Saya dah bermain kompetitif scene selama 3 tahun. Sewaktu training, tak selalu kami akan sentiasa serius. Kami juga akan selalu bergelak ketawa untuk hilangkan rasa stres dan tekanan daripada game. Untuk SEA Games, saya cuma training selama sebulan. Cumanya training tu sangat padat lah. And training tu membuatkan kami improve lebih banyak dan and resultnya seperti yang kami mampu and bergantung dengan kami punya training lah. Sangat terkejut sebab selama yang saya tahu Malaysia tak pernah lagi menang dalam semua tournament yang besar. So bila pertama kali Malaysia buat sejarah yang baru, Malaysia menang. So saya pun jadi membara untuk tunjukkan yang scene Malaysia perempuan pun boleh menang. Kami rasa sangat teruja dan sangat rasa bersemangat untuk kalahkan tim Vitality. Biggest rival saya Chell daripada Vitality sebab tim dia tak pernah lagi kalah semua tournament. Untuk semua penyokong GGHG, jangan lupa support dan doakan kami supaya kami boleh pergi lebih jauh dan insya-Allah champion untuk kami. Thank you.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI-empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI-empowered Magic Portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hour silicon carbon battery. 100 watt. Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Underrated, maybe, I won't say Layla, but
Недооценен Митсита. Аргус. Очень недооцененный герой. Он 1 на 1 любого чела убивает на фулсотах. Правда, на XP, конечно, страдает, но на голду это must-have. На X-патче его апают. Все будут играть на Аргусе.
The hero that I really don't like to go against is Lucian because whenever I try to go near, she will pull me, boom, boom. Because the hero can, the first skill, the second skill is it? The second skill can lift up and then pull me to another side. Yeah, that one I really don't like. I get really annoyed.
I don't know, for me, underrated is the Alice. Esme in jungle. I love Esme in jungle very much. And Vendetta, of course.
Yeah, Vendetta.
Very underrated. Because it's my main hero and I don't see a lot of people play with it. So, don't like that.
I think the underrated heroes is Zaz. Because he's good.
Yes.
Because in Malaysia, we really use it. But when I came here and then I tried to play rank and then people all ban Zaz.
Yeah, ban Zaz. They respect ban her.
Yeah, but in Malaysia, we don't ban any Zaz.
Но Дариус считается самый сильный лайнер за счет того, что он берет соло первый фул и погнал. Вторым скиллом шотает любого персонажа. Ну, типа, это можно задолжить, если быть умным.
I think the hero that they're gonna pick the most is Ling. Because right now he's in the meta and he's already OP hero that he can rotate through the map really fast. Yeah.
I think the most hero that people will pick is Terizla, because he is too overpowered in right now, meta. Yeah, probably the band or pick the heroes.
I like K1, but yeah, you know his hair damage now, it's not that good, so I can't play hair now.
There was an event where they show us the hours that we played, and I think I has more than 4,000 hours.
4 года и 451 звезда.
This month, July, right? We started training. We trained from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. 12 a.m.
Я не играю на ранг.
My rank is Mythic Glory.
Мифический бессмертный.
Highest Immortal.
Immortal too.
Mythic Honor, because we're training heroes. Then we lose, it's okay. We're just training.
Usually, if I don't have classes, I usually play at nights only.
Usually after studying or something, we decided what hour we should play, and then we play.
Mia. First Mia. Mia.
They rest outie.
No, that's Mia. Mia's
Mia. Second skill.
It's an item. The blood wings.
Blood wing.
Это крылья королевы. Blood wings. Крылья королевы. Крылья королевы.
Blood wings.
Yes, blood wings.
Atlas second skill or first skill? First?
Lalo second skill.
Atlas. It's второй скилл Атласа. Второй скилл Атласа, да.
What is this?
Atlas ultimate.
Even I don't know. I'm a wrong one. I don't know. I go.
Yeah, but we forgot the name.
Paquito.
First Paquito.
I think first Paquito.
Maybe. Because.
Ой, это Paquito. Второй скилл усиленного.
Paquito. Paquito third skill. And the item that gives HB, I don't remember its name, but it's half immortality.
Ой, это пояс, да. Защитный пояс. Защитный пояс.
As well.
Oh.
It's the new emblem.
But I can't remember his name.
Temporal region. Yeah.
Это перк. Какой-то перк. Кубик.
Quantum charge. No.
This is the new talent. But I don't know what's the name of it.
Florian.
What about
Florian Bessem?
Yeah, right.
Это Флорин? Пассивка Флорин. Yes. Пассивка Флорин.
Oh my goodness.
Florin
is.
Burst is Fury.
Brisker Fury?
Yeah, Brisker.
Крит Берсерк. Я Берсерка.
Berserker Fury.
Hey there. As you can see, we have a very special guest here with us. My name is Renmar. That's Leo. And here with us right now, all the way from the Philippines, is Miss Danica Suazo!
Hi, everyone!
Welcome,
Hello.
welcome. It's good to have another, what we call a kabayan here
kabayan.
in the English broadcast.
And if I'm not mistaken, a multi-time correspondent of the season.
Wow.
That's what's now
Thank you.
two or three?
Two.
All right.
Yes.
But 3 on the way.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Nah, you're too humble. Pero I have to remind myself we're in the English broadcast here.
Okay.
It works.
Yeah, it works. How are you? What's been your experience like so far here in Riyadh with the Esports World Cup and MWI?
Well, for now, I'm really having a great time here in Riyadh, especially being here, watching live on different teams and countries. It's really a great experience for me.
Good to hear. Kumusta naman? How is the weather for you? Because coming from a tropical country, this is one of the first few things you notice, right?
Well,
How is Riyadh weather treating you?
Sobrang init. It's really hot,
Yeah.
but it's tolerable.
Yeah.
As long as you have water
Yes.
and lip balm.
Yeah.
It's good.
It's
You're
a
good.
beautiful city, right?
Yes, super.
So far, have you been able to go around and check out the other spots around Riyadh? Because there's some historical places. You can go to a place where you can like ride camels, go to the desert. Have you experienced anything like that yet?
Not yet, but I'm planning to go to the Red Sands. I want to take a photo with the camel.
Hopefully.
Me too.
Hopefully you can. Can you bring us?
Can we just go on our
let's
last
just go.
day?
All right, that's it for us here. We're gonna go ride camels. No, I'm kidding. We're not actually gonna do. We can't. We're contracted.
What?
Yeah. No, Leo. No. Get back. Get back. Get back.
All right.
All right.
But then, anyways.
Okay.
You're here to experience the EWC. Of course, you're here to experience MWI. Have you met any of the teams?
Yes, I met a lot of teams like Homegirls, Team Vitality, of course, Omega Empress, our Philippine team, and yeah, some of them.
Okay, having seen the matches so far and having spoken to our representatives, Smart Omega Empress, what do you think of the chances? What does it look like? Who do you see winning the whole thing?
Whew. Well, last time I watched the Homegirls and they won against Team Vitality. Oh, wait. But I watched the Omega Empress yesterday.
Yeah.
And they're really good. And I think, wait. We fell short last MSC, right? We fell short. But I think this time, we can get the victory.
All right.
Okay.
So that's the Danica stamp of approval with that prediction. It's Smart Omega Empress who's gonna take MWI.
Yes.
And who said it?
Danica
Swazo.
Yes.
Well, it's really been great to have you here. Do you have any quick message to your fans and your supporters right now before we go?
Thank you so much to everyone who's supporting us. And of course, I just want to say that let's support the Omega Empress on today's match, and hopefully we can make it to the grand finals.
All right, thank you so much, Danica. Hopefully you enjoy the rest of your stay here with us in MWI, EWC, and of course in the beautiful city of Riyadh.
Yeah.
Because coming up next, we're going to be having our match of the day. It's a big one. It's the Jamil Motorsport match of the day, GGHG versus the prediction of Danica Swazo to win it all, Omega Empress.
Just to be fair, it's not just the lovely Danica who wants to see Smart Omega Empress move on. Even the birthday girl, yes, likewise, but even Kiowe sees it that way. I wish that we were able to ask her more about that, but hey, let's never count out GGHG. They started out rocky in their groups and then eventually cleaned house. So I think in this case, without having to jinx it and just to, cut it down the middle, keep everything fair, Malaysia Bole.
Yeah, Malaysia Bole. GGHG has a special place in my heart, I will admit, because there was a day during the media day I got to do interviews with them, and all I can say about GGHG is that they are an absolute vibe. They're fun to be with. The Romer, G-Boy specifically, and Fafao together. That's why you saw them in those contests that we had. They just have a really great chemistry, and we've seen that translate in game. Let's see now if your predictions will translate, because later on we're gonna look at your predictions, vote for the next game. GGHG, Smart Omega Empress, Philippines, Malaysia. Well, Philippines for Smart Omega Empress, but y'all already know that. stcplay.gg. Don't forget to predict there, because you get to see the reaction of the players when they get to see your predictions.
All right, special mention for the Kabayans, whether you're back at home watching, it being currently almost 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
And to everyone watching, whether you're of a Filipino blood or supporting Smart Omega Empress, and I'm saying this specifically for them, because GGHG, they're good. Again, Malaysia is on a high right now. They just won MSC. But to the Filipinos, so far, it's been a disappointment. Nobody's predicting for Omega Empress. What's going on?
What's going on here? We
it's always like 20%, 30%.
We gotta know. We gotta know. But before that, let's see the players. The ladies roll up. The Jamil Motorsports, our rivals. And you're seeing here right now, that is the great jersey. I love it in pink and green. I never knew, I thought would be a colorway that I would love.
Froy is making it happen. This is young man in front, his name is Froy. I went to high school with him, believe it or not. And he's making it work. And of course, the lovely ladies, Miss Rian and their players, and Coach King Salman. Coach King Salman.
Coach King Salman, never thought I'd be saying that. Shout out to all the Cebuanos. That is your Smart Omega Empress that you saw just now, rolling in the Gaming Gladiators Homegirls.
All right, even when they're not in game or like with a live mic, they're a vibe. Chiboy just walked right out of frame. She's in a rush. She wants to get in there and dig deep into that player desk.
Yeah, with Chiboy, like one of the things that I remember about Chiboy, other than just her great personality, is that she has this really funny clip for the players, like the hype packages that we show off in the screens that you'll see later on. She's just showing off like her jawline.
Oh,
like,
she's looks maxing.
She's looks maxing, bro. She's mewing too. Like I never.
She's rizzing.
I'd see anything like that, but I didn't expect. I apologize. I'd say it again. I'm sorry, Gaming Gladiators Homegirls wasn't familiar with your game, and they are showing us their game. But we also got to see the game of Omega Empress. What do our representatives from the Philippines, the Cebuanas, what is it about their playstyle that stand out for you, Leo?
Aking palangga. Well, they did show a lot of macro prowess. Again, when you play the map, you look at a 0-3, 0-4 ending kill score. That means the Filipinos have done it again. Now, on the other hand, GGHG, they mix up that both. That's what made SRG so successful. They respect the macro, they have a flow, and when they fight, oh, do they fight.
Yeah, they fight really well. Omega Empress, those are their strengths. Again, they come from a region that is oftentimes underrepresented within the Philippines itself. But here they are, all of them, a group of friends from Cebu in the Philippines, flying off to a country so far away to hope to raise up that trophy in glory of the Philippines and in glory of their region, MWI. Up against them, though, another pride of Malaysia in Gaming Gladiators Homegirls. This should be a really great one. Shinoa. I was thinking of quinoa. Shinoa, Fafao.
Yes.
I'm looking forward to that matchup.
The gold lane matchup is something to look forward to. Again, Shinoa developing year after year. Fafao is someone we expect to really show up. So what else can they provide us? How deep do their strats go? Maybe now you bring it out in the best of 3.
This could be another chapter in what is a growing story of Philippines versus Malaysia. We saw Falcons AP Bren versus SRG. Now we're gonna see GGHG versus Smart OMG. In 4 and 3, here's Cheryl and Bara.
And we are back again at the Amazon Arena. Queen, after you, of course.
Thank you.
Well, this is it. We've reached to the final match. We've seen all the queens battling it out right here, this very own arena for the MWI 2024. وأعزائي المشاهدين وصلنا معاكم لآخر مباراة لليوم. So this is it, the completion of this bracket. It is definitely gonna get all on with our last match here for the day.
That's absolutely right. Now, this particular matchup, ladies and gentlemen, blast from the past, a matchup that we have seen in the grand finals of MSC just last week, the clash between Philippines as well as Malaysia. Now, unlike the MSC, we are seeing this matchup right here in the quarterfinals itself, where only one team will emerge victorious and head on over to the semifinals to live the dream of hopefully taking the championship, and that is MWI 2024. Now, with that being said, all the way from the Philippines, presenting to you Smart Omega Empress. So that's right, ladies and gents, the beautiful faces of Smart Omega Empress. Now, even though they have dropped one game in the group stages, the ladies right here for Smart Omega Empress has bounced back hard and doubled down. 3 consecutive wins right here for Smart Omega Empress. Can they continue this win streak? Can they continue to take this match and ascend further into the competition to meet the EECA representatives, and that is PSG.
And now for their opponent taking place right here, let's go with Gaming Gladiators Homegirls. They've been battling and standing strong through the group stages, and now they are here to face the strongest team from the Philippines. What's gonna happen here? We're about to see that.
So yes, ladies behind me, queens of your respective regions, this is your time to shine. Please head on over to your respective battle stations. So now, the Amazon Arena is ready for our queens to head on over to the battle stations.
And now,
with that being said, the queens are deployed. Smash them! Over to you at the studio.
Yalla.
Thank you, Cheryl and Bara. And I've been wanting to say this. Thanks, Mom and Dad. Smart Omega, Empress, Gaming Gladiators, Homegirls. Let's take it roll per roll, because there's a lot of talent, and I want to continue where we were on earlier. Shinoa and Fafao.
That's right.
Fafao has been incredibly dependable for Gaming Gladiators Homegirls. There's a lot of action around the mid lane with how G-Boy is rotating around, but that just means that it puts a lot of pressure into the gold lane to do gold lane things. Get your gold and don't die.
Where this leads me to think, when you're trying to break down what the matchup might look like, is the jungle matchup. This young lady on the screen right now, Keishi, has stepped up. Again, we followed her career, if you're a fan of a Filipino women's MLBB, and she's always been one of the more soft-spoken members of Smart Omega Empress, and she will be going head-to-head against Quinn. Quinn is the Queen of Steals. She stole so many lords in the group stage that I think now you got to watch out for the Lings, the Hayabusas, more than you would any other matchup here today. Especially since even, I think both of them play a Julian too.
Yeah.
So those three, watch out.
It's been proven that Omega Empress can be a slow to warm up type of team. The more that matches they play, the stronger they become. And that also happens with their games. The more they're losing in the early game, it seems like the stronger they get in the mid to the late game. If you aren't familiar with Filipino Mobile Legends Bang Bang, there's a team called, well, Smart Omega, the men's team that's been known to have that. And be prepared to hear the term Omega timers a lot here. And that's what I'm going to be looking for in the draft. If Omega Empress will have picks that scale very well to the mid to late game.
I think it's one or the other. Omega timers or just straight up macro control. We've seen them do both. We've seen them come back at a later point in the game, Omega timers. We've seen them take control almost minute 1, minute 0, wherein they just take the control of the map, deny kills, get little pickoffs, and they can win that way too. Where does GGHG fall in? Right in the middle. If they can find that little Goldilocks spot of not too warm, not too cold, they can just get in that mid-game, early-game power spike, then Omega Empress will be left really.
Yeah. Now, there's the Edith, there's the carry taken out, so they're respecting heroes that are good for the longer engages.
That, and these are specific picks. That's a not Ayanami hero. I mean, it's an Ayan, you understand. And as well, a Shinoa pick. What else? What else specific can take out? A Julian? That's a Keishi pick.
Let's see if they will take out a pick there for Keishi. I would not be so surprised at a Julian ban, but it could also be a Julian first pick. So quite rare.
But also, Quinn might do just Roger if they take out the Julian now.
Ah, yeah, that's a good point.
Right.
So now that's one of the options that GGHG are. Oh my goodness! I was actually thinking this. That will they actually consider a Valentina pick because it looks good in the first 2 picks of Omega Empress, a team that will ban out the Zask on the red side. It's like signaling that we wanna float the idea of a Valentina on our side.
Yeah, and here now we see it's confirmed. The Roger is denied, so that means Julian is at large. Julian is a necessity. Oh no, we forgot!
We're still not used to it.
No.
But we gotta get used to it.
We're not used to it, but I know that it's inevitable. I know that it has to be something you always consider. She's around. Just making people's wishes come true. You know, lore-wise, that's what Jushin does.
With a lantern?
She's an immortal being that just goes around fulfilling wishes.
Oh,
yeah.
Thanks for letting me know.
Here's the answer. The Hayabusa and the Ruby.
With those two pickups...
First time to see Ruby in a while, by the way.
Oh, yeah, that's true. We saw it earlier.
No, I mean, it just keeps getting banned or first picked.
Ah, yes. GGHG has shown to play the Bane in the past. When I see Ruby and Haya, I'm thinking, hey, maybe the Bane can slot in a little bit later.
That was a foul.
Yeah, gold lane Bane.
Oh.
So, I'm not completely turning off the idea of GGHG potentially thinking of picking up the Bane, not just in the 4 foul, but in the jungle too,
and it's not still out of the realm possibility. Look, jungle and gold are open.
Yeah, with an R-Lot in the EXP lane, you're gonna... That's your pick to somehow access the backline if ever you need it. And plus, it's a strong pickup. Ashley has shown great performances with that. With the Minotaur and Jushin, I expect aggression early on here for GGHG.
Oh, yeah. Much like what C9 did earlier today, the series prior, to be specific, they can just overload and engages. Look, these three. I tell you now, man, you go in with a Crimson Beacon, that as well is as good as a Minoan Fury in some cases, right?
Yeah.
You come in, threaten with a Soul Snare, threaten with a 2 or 3 hero Chokeslam, and that's it. These three can engage.
Yeah, Omega Empress will have to keep that in check. Because right now the lineup looks like, okay, Ruby can initiate, yes. Hayabusa doing its own Hayabusa things. Right now it looks like the CC might be the brunt of the, dare I say, the brunt of the joke. Because I don't see enough help right now for the CC.
Yeah.
What I see, though, is an open slot for an Angela mid for Omega Empress to give help to that CC.
That is a hero that should have been banned early. And the fact that it went under our radars might just be why it's not banned just yet, because Coach Salman might actually be picking it up.
Yeah.
And it'll be more apparent here. What else is left open? They take out the Julian, taking it away from Quinn. Ling has been banned already too. So those 3 bans right here mid. Oh, even 4!
Oh.
They don't want to let Quinn play.
Yeah. Okay. But I'm still thinking Bane jungle might actually work here, bro.
Look at that.
Maybe it's because I'm with you right now that I just can't stop thinking about the Bane.
It's a thing. It's a thing. For years now, I've been propagating Bane.
You've been the advocate.
Yep. This is a Bane manifesto. All right, so with that said, they're attacking gold laners. It's true, though, that Shinoa doesn't have a hero just yet. But something to note, there's still a Claude out there. There's still a Beatrix. Shinoa plays a mean Beatrix.
If this is an Angela for Omega Empress, you can definitely confirm the Claude as the last pick for Shinoa. Angela Claude, Angela CC.
Unless the homegirls pick it up. Because it's still open. If the Claude does make it through, then they can still get Claude here. Let's see.
Take out the Nathan. I feel like both sides need a bit, way more magic damage.
Yeah.
That's the problem
Jushin
there.
doesn't deal much.
Yeah, you'll need another magic damage dealer for GGHG. I wouldn't be surprised if a Nathan shows up at some point in this draft.
Mid lane, too, is missing.
Yeah, and mid lane for Omega Empress.
I don't think Angela. Angela's not the answer.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with
you.
you.
So Nathan Angela?
Nathan, we don't see that enough.
Nathan Angela?
It's going to be an Angela for the CC. And the Nathan will just do Nathan.
And the Rubes.
And the Ruby. Too.
And I also, all right, never mind. No Angela here.
Yeah, no Angela.
I did some work in the lab. You put Haya and an Angela together, it works.
It works?
Even during the shadow kill.
Oh, she won't disappear? Because
nope, she won't pop out.
There? Ooh.
Won't pop out.
All right, okay, thanks for that.
Credits to Herbert Trex Wagner. We went to the lab for that.
Thank you, Trex.
Now, GGHG, still the aforementioned Claude open. Nathan Beatrix.
Yeah.
Didn't notice the Harith was left out. Oh, what?
I'm glad that you're mentioning the Beatrix, by the way, because you need a lot of those quick basic attack lockdown.
Yeah, she's the, again, the straight line. She's the point A to B. Yeah. Simple solution. And there's a Claude, of course. And what's in mid? Oh, no, what's in the jungle, rather?
I wonder if this is going to be something unique. Come on, just pick the Bane.
No.
Oh, no.
That's a little...
No.
Folks, this seems like a little too much utility and appeal for GGHG. That's just to my taste.
Although it does look like this lineup, for the side of GGHG, I will stand by the idea that this could be a lineup that scales very quickly if they get an aggressive early to mid going. Jushin, Baksha, Minnow. That's a lineup that screams, we're going to mess up the mid-rotations of our opponents so that our Claude is free to farm.
Yeah, they're going to try to go through the power spike on OMGE and quick and win fights decisively. But there it is, the aforementioned Nathan.
Yep, they needed magic damage. So, the scaling for Omega Empress, they have a chance to scale surprisingly at early to mid, but it's not as easy compared to what GGHG can do with their early rotation.
GGHG basically confirms fights.
Yeah.
They can win decisively, especially with the amount of CC. There better be a couple of Purifies. I'm expecting that much from Omega Empress.
We know the conditions. We've seen the picks. Game number 1, Omega Empress versus Gaming Gladiators Homegirls. Let's take you over to our casters.
And now you guys are here. And you know what? I actually agree with Leo. Looking at the Homegirls lineup, a lot of utility. Is there going to be a lot of damage? My name is Rafael. Alongside with me is Naisu. And now we're jumping straight into the Land of Dawn.
Let's get to it. You know, last match here for the day. I mean, I feel like we're just flying through the knockout stage, obviously, you know, because this is the next one to decide who gets to the semifinals between these two teams here. And already, you know, I think a lot of people, I know Renmar mentioned the whole audience predictions. I feel like a lot of people might even be split amongst this because of what's happened with Malaysia lately. Like, even for MSC, like Leo mentioned, they are on a rise here. And we'll see if the female team can replicate that success going forward. Because if they do beat Smart Omega Empress in this best of 3, that'd be great for them. That'd be great for the region and the story here. But I think they have a lot to kind of handle here, Lafel.
I feel like for this one, it's going to be difficult to call because, again, even though I'm Malaysian and seeing what Red Giants did in MSC, even I can't really say that Gaming Gladiators Homegirls can really take this one. Now, I want to talk about the draft here. I kind of feel like the draft is kind of good going up against the Hayabusa because you got the healing coming in from the Minotaur, and mostly all of them are pretty tanky. Like, even the mid laner is going to build up a Clock of Destiny.
Yeah.
So this Hayabusa, the real target is going to be Fafao on this Claude. And as long as Fafao is able to take care of herself, or Chiboy is able to hover around her to make sure that whenever she does get Ogi shadow killed, she'll get healed up. Once the Flash of the Oasis is done, it's going to be difficult for this Hayabusa to really do anything.
Yeah, I think Minotaur has just been, he's been the pick.
Yeah.
He's been the guy. I was going to say the guy, but he's been the animal, you know, to bring to the table. He's the, well, as Mirko said, he's the bull.
He's the bull.
He's the bull to go, and he fits in so many different team compositions. I think that's what makes him so good, but also the healing, like you mentioned. Even pre-Flask of the Oasis, like you still can't count it out. We've seen it so many times actually save, you know, members that were running away, especially when it comes to these first objectives, the first turtle even. But yeah, once that Flask of the Oasis comes online, it's very helpful for the overall sustain of a team. As everybody pretty much tries to get this level 4, we still have Keshi, of course, working on her buff. They might have to give this one up. I don't think she's going to get there in time to contest this turtle here, as it looks like it's going to the hands of a Quinn. Just like that, gets the objective.
Let me just say as well, while Chiboy is running away, for our analysts, honestly, for Gaming Gladiators Homegirls, this draft is a very comfortable draft for them. Fafao can carry with the Claude. The Baxia is basically Queen's hero, and Chiboy on this Minotaur, like you said, it's the pick. So honestly, besides the Jushin, this is basically what Homegirls has been using for months, maybe even years now.
You know, we haven't even talked about the elephant in the room. It's Jushin. Like, so many times when she's picked up, it's like, how do you handle her? How do you handle playing against the whole flare concept, being dragged back, you know, getting those stacks off really easily? There's the pull, though. And the Eternal Guard going to be dropped down, and now Chiboy could be in trouble, but with the heal, she gets away with 1 HP, and now still going to be going for the fight. Amore could be in trouble with this one as she gets dragged back by the flare. And the first blood now secured here for GGHG.
And there we can see a bit of the strength coming in from the Jushin using her Crimson Beacon. She's able to move around quite well. Noble, Keishi built up the Sky Piercer here, but I'm not so sure whether it's usable for this one. I kind of prefer for something like a Hunter Strike or even a Blade of Hephaestus, just so that you have a little bit more damage in the early game here.
I feel like, you know, it's just such a cheap item.
Yeah.
1,500 gold, you might as well grab it early on and see how that goes, because you can see she's going to work on the next, but I think you kind of rely on the fact that you can pump out some damage already. Look at this. I'm Offended going to be landed too, and now they're going to try to keep this tier 1 turret alive, but the flare brings Murray back again. It looks like she's going to be okay. She's able to survive the exchange, but man, talk about escaping just by a thread.
Smart Omega Empress, they got to respect the damage that's coming across from them, you know, but they're still keeping it relatively easy. Going back to the point, even with Keshi picking up the Sky Piercer first item, they should have relatively good capabilities of managing the damage, you know, early on, especially with Amore. She died earlier on, she was the first blood, but you can't count out, too, the Eternal Guard utility. And that's why they're going to go ahead and start up this turtle. Second objective for Smart Omega Empress. They'll go ahead and try to cap this one out, even it out, but the fight is going to go. But Keshi will already secure the turtle. I'm not sure if they still want to fight this out. Eternal Guard going to be dropped down. Look at the damage and the knockups. Quinn able to get a kill, but Chiboy also on Amore. It's only 2, make it 3 that fall for Smart Omega Empress. They couldn't get anything out of it. GGHG might have lost the objective, but they win the team fight.
This is where they really use their utility. I kind of feel like that's really good because right now we're going to look at the STC replay and look at Honey throughout this entire fight. This is so rare that we see a mage being the pick-off hero. She's the one that can isolate a target. Like, look at this. She was even able to go to Keishi and take him down. Like, the amount of crowd control coming in from the Jushin as well as the Minotaur makes it so that Smart Omega Empress, they don't want to commit to the fight, but they didn't have a choice.
This is just like, I don't know, Odette 2.0.
Yeah.
You know,
a different kind of Odette. Odette deals damage. This one deals
stacks.
Yeah.
And utility.
Utility, yeah.
Like, I mean, the way that you play
kind of Chow.
It is. And the fact that you can even flicker forward and then, you know, get those stacks faster and then drag them in, because you can drag multiple targets.
Multiple targets, yeah.
As long as they're in that little radius of the flare. And also Flask of the Oasis was just picked up by Chiboy here, so she's got that now. A little more extra sustain that we talked about leading into this. You can see, I mean, the good kind of gold lead that they built up, all just based in the last couple seconds or last couple minutes.
Gotta say as well, despite having a Hayabusa, honestly, Fafao has been having an amazing time in the lead. I wouldn't necessarily say it's a gold lane experience because I kind of feel like she didn't really have the time of her life, but still,
not yet.
Good. Not yet, no.
She's getting there, you know, but Turret is going to go down. First one there for Smart Omega Empress to get. There's the drag with the flare. This is what we're talking about. Not Ayanami could be in trouble. She pops the Vengeance, though, returning a lot of that damage back. She's trying to escape. She's going to get dragged again. What do you do against that? Time and time again. And now bring it to the mid lane. Not sure if they're still going to re-engage this, but yes, you're seeing this, the power of the Jushin pick.
It makes it so that you don't have a choice.
Where do you go?
That makes it unfair. It's like, legit, I don't want to. No, Mom, no.
No more.
No. I want to pause the game. No, you can't come here. And it's like, yeah, it's unfair. It's one of those catching mechanisms where it's like, for example, catching heroes, they can do it once every, say, 20 seconds. This is like, what, 3-5 seconds? Okay, pull back then. Okay, pull back then. Pull back then.
There's probably going to be a change on that. There's got to be.
It's probably going to be a nerf.
Yeah, maybe a little bit longer until you can activate it again. I'm not sure because it's just
more mana usage.
That might help.
Yeah.
That might help. Because, I mean, how many times have we seen whatever team does have to play against the Jushin, them trying to escape from it? I mean, looking at the items, hold on. The fight, though, for this purple buff territory, GGHG could have forced them back. Smart Omega Empress on the retreat a little bit, already using that Eternal Guard as well. She's even going to throw the Eternal Guard around, but they're low enough. They have to back off. Chiboy with the heals for the motivational roar, and that's going to be it there. So again, as we were saying, you know, the power of that pick is showing here.
The thing is, I feel like the Hayabusa can deal with it. It's just the Minotaur. The minute, like, having this this Jushin alone, you have answers for it. Maybe something like a Yuzong, a Ling, a Hayabusa, but when you have this roamer that is pretty tanky and give sustain towards the mid lane, and then eventually Honey will build up more defense. So yeah, this just feels like a double roam setup, honestly.
What is the answer for the Jushin?
Honestly, for me, I think it's the EXP. A diving kind of EXP that can tank a lot of damage and actually deal a lot of damage, especially an EXP laner that has a War Cry or a Hunt Strike. I kind of feel like you can deal with the Jushin that way. The only thing is that it has to be able to move around, because if you're just in her face too long, she's going to pull you anyway. So
it's kind of like once you use everything in your kit, you just kind of have to accept the fact that you're going to be thrown around.
Exactly.
Like, you're not going to be able to run away from it unless you have a flicker, unless you have a dash or something that you can gain some space, you know, or distance between you and the Jushin. But so far, it seems like Smart Omega Empress hasn't been able to handle that, hasn't been able to solve it just yet.
Honestly, the CC, I feel like if have maximum stacks on the Warcry, she could try. Not sure if she will succeed, but maximum stacks on War Axe might be enough to do with the Jushin.
Okay, well, right now she's going to be the focus here under this tier 2 turret. You know, trying her best to keep it under wraps, and now the rest of the team, there's the Shadow Kill going to be used already. Gets a couple health bars down there, but nothing too much. Smart Omega Empress, I feel like they just really need more time to get the items. You know, Shanoa, she's been farming up. She hasn't died, at least in her case, but at what point does the Natan start to shine? Because it looks like they might have to give up this Lord here. I'm offended going to be used. There's the pull. The Eternal Guard going to be dropped down, but Lord already secured by Quinn. And I'm not sure if they want to fight more. They know they don't have the firepower here to contest against GGHG.
Nice. While nothing is going on here, I actually have a quote here coming in from King Salman. Our big problem is that our first game is always down.
Yeah.
And they said for this knockout stage, they got to work on that. And this could be good, could be bad. Maybe this is part of the script where...
At least it's best of 3.
Yeah, first game not looking good, but then game number 2, game number 3. But again, the first game is not over. Just going to give you the quote there where looks like if it's Smart Omega Empress, they realize usually game number 1, not their hottest game.
Yeah. I think, you know, Redmar even pointed it out. Smart Omega in general, even the men's teams that we have over there in the Philippines, they're known for like a certain timer. They call it the Omega timers. Now, even for the female team here, for the Empresses, you know, they have their own timer. And I think in a case, it's like, yeah, their first game for some reason, it's kind of like they're downloading the script. They're downloading the play here against their team they're facing. And right now that's been happening because they're going to lose these turrets as the Lord approaches the base. And look at this, Murray just continuously getting dragged in. I'm going to be used into the Eternal Guard, forcing them back a little bit further. And still down in the mid lane, Quinn's going to be able to get away, but they hold on to the base turrets for now. Honestly, that's probably the best thing Smart Omega Empress can hope for. You know, when you're down like this, at least get that defense. Hold on to your base turrets.
How you deal with the Minotaur is isolate him away from his team and then kill him first. The thing is, they don't have a way to do that here, especially when you look at the lineup. You have an Arla, you have the Minotaur as well as the Jushin. They can actually protect the Minotaur. Looking at the itemization here, his full item is just the Flask of the Oasis. The rest are just the second-tier items just to have a little bit of stats.
It's like a Chop Suey.
The Chop Suey?
Chop Suey build.
Yeah. And then honestly, the Arla as well has been stacking up with the Thunderbelt. So this lineup is a little bit too tanky. That's why I was a little bit worried about the Hayabusa, especially the first item, Sky Piercer. I kind of feel like Sky Piercer is okay if you can confirm the kills. If, say, in your opposing side, there's 3 squishy heroes, like the mid, the jungler, as well as the gold laner. But when the opposing side is tanky for everyone except for the gold laner, I think it's not that great.
Oh, this might be a moment to proc that Sky Piercer, and there it is. Cheapboy's going to be the one to fall into the Shadow Kill once again, but the Blazing do it on the backside, forcing them back a little bit further. The flicker out from Murray, too, will keep her alive, but look at this. Final Slash going to be used, and not Ayanami will fall as well. Again, it's a 1-for-2 trade here. Smart Omega Empress does get Cheeboy, but man, talk about a tough fight in the mid lane.
Like I said, this is how you deal with the Minotaur, right? You have to isolate the Minotaur. This one is more on Cheeboy. Her positioning was a little bit off, and that's how they got the kill. But then afterwards, just because the difference in terms of gold as well as EXP made it so that it didn't look that big of a mistake. Homegirls was able to initiate a fight and still get something out of it. So a bit of a mistake coming in from Cheeboy. But Smart Omega Empress, now they seem to understand they got to deal with the Minotaur first, and then start thinking about the rest of the team.
I think that's part of it. Once again, they're going to go. I'm offended. Already going to be utilized, and this should be another kill. Cheapboy will go down again right before this Lord is going to be the focus. So down a member. I'm wondering if Smart Omega Empress can go ahead and play with the advantage they have. They still have to keep an eye on these side lanes as well. You can see what Fafa is trying to do, trying to put pressure there on the bottom side. Like I said, at least for Smart Omega Empress, they held onto the base turrets. They can keep it kind of under control for now. They might be looking for Asha here. She goes in. Look at the damage coming out from Hani, though. She gets the flicker out from Amore as well, and now she's going to be looking to drag in more members, and you can't escape from this as Murray goes down as well. The power of the flare, dragging them back and forth. Now Smart Omega Empress might just have to watch this Lord take.
Well, I'm pretty... Oh, hold on. Keishi wants to go in. Keishi wants to make a play, but they're too tanky. It's not going to happen here. And it looks like the Lord is going over to Gaming Gladiators Homegirls. This Jushin is not going to see game number 2 or game number 3. I don't think so.
And maybe that's what it takes, you know? Maybe that at that point, you let it slip through game one. But I don't know, man. Like, at this point, you've seen it so many times. Have so much success throughout MWI alone. We didn't get a glimpse of her, you know, at all during MSC because she couldn't be played. But here for MWI, it's been a nuisance for any team to go against it, because even when you have a good initiation, you set things up, once she joins the fight, someone is going to kind of have to be that sacrifice. Someone is going to have to be the one to get dragged around and stay back and just pretty much die, you know, because at that point, how do you escape it? Even a Winter Crown here picked up for Quinn. And now this is a big play. This is a big moment for Smart Omega Empress. Can they stay in the game here? The Lord making its way down the bottom, nearly 15 minutes in. We'll see how they play this out.
Yeah, honestly, this Jushin can force out mistakes, but Mireille probably could do something with the Unoffended. Maybe could force an initiation coming in from Gaming Gladiators and make them make a mistake. Queen right now taking a little bit of damage coming in from Not Ayami, as well as the Lord comes in, but they're focusing on mid.
Okay. Turret's going to go down finally. Mid as well. Still the top's up there. Blazing Duet going to be used, and then the Winter's Crown. Keshi couldn't get the shadow kill off that she was looking for as Amore falls, and Lord still up here. Murray's going to be next, and she can't escape Ash. And now it's just a few members left of Smart Omega Empress. They want to fight back. Keshi waiting for the shadow kill to be back online, but she's going to find Ash, and now looking for Quinn as she picks up the kill there. So far, so good. It's a double for Keshi.
Good news, bad news. Good news for Homegirls. They were able to get all of the inhibitors. Bad news is, honestly, there were moments where the minions was already in the base. They could have just ended it there, but not Ayanami pulled them away and able to delay the game, which is something that Smart Omega Empress really need, because once Natan has his items, which looks like is delaying the Holy Crystal, maybe that's why we're not seeing a lot of damage coming in from Smart Omega Empress. Oh, 12,000 and 9,000.
You know, you said she didn't have the gold lane experience earlier. I think we can say, you know, she had it in a way at this point now, even though she hasn't any kills, I think Fafao going in with the Blazing Duet and then just popping the Winter Crown is enough of a distraction to worry and then be like, oh, wait, we have to also worry about Hannah.
Yeah. At this point, it's the Blazing Winter.
Blazing Winter.
Yeah. Crowning that one. Blazing Winter. But either ways, right now 11-4, because Shinoa is delaying that Holy Crystal, instead opting for a Divine Glaive as well as the Wind of Nature. I don't know about the damage output of Shinoa at this point, and not Ayanami is going to get caught out, and you know she's going to get pulled.
Oh, that was some distance on that one. She brought her through the wall. And that's what I'm saying, LaFell. What do you do? How do you escape it, right? Even with the Vengeance alone and some of the itemization that not Ayanami has, look at this. I mean, that was after she got sent through the wall.
If it was me, once I'm caught, I'm just going to spam the emotes. I know I'm going to die anyways. It's like, well played.
Yeah,
you know.
I don't know. Again, there's got to be something done, but right now that's another Lord just going in the hands here of GGHG. And with a fully exposed base, this is going to be even more difficult for Smart Omega Empress. How do they do this? How do they approach this defense here, LaFell?
Okay, try to imagine this.
I'm imagining.
Right? 5 men, I'm offended, right? That's first step.
Wait, why are you starting there? I thought it started with mindset.
Mindset. This is where the real game happens, all right? 5 men, what did I say again? I'm offended. And then 5 men, Eternal Guard. And then at that point, Shinoa uses her ult, and then first kill, and then bam, bam, boom, bam, bing, Savage. That's
okay.
That's how you do it.
We'll see if you have the foresight here for this one, if it's going to be a 5-man or not. But I thought you were just going to say it's all in the mindset. As now the Lord is in the mid lane, looking to close out this game number 1 here. GGHG goes in full force, doing their best to keep it together. It's not going to be a full 5-man setup, but there's a Minoan and Fury, but on the backside, Keshi's going to find 1 immortality, gets the flicker out, but it's not enough as Keshi's the one to fall. Meanwhile, the rest of the Empress team will go ahead and keep the Lord at bay. They have to clear it out. Quinn is also quite low. Not Ayanami trying to escape. Pops the Vengeance. Murray 1 hit away, still has the immortality. So far, so good. Can they keep it together? The base is going to be worked on. It's at half health. They clear the minions out, and on the backside, once again, they find them all. But not Ayanami will not be enough as she falls into the base, and a couple more hits on that crystal, but they can't find it, but they finally get the hit. They get the game, and it's GGHG.
Well, Honey looks pretty happy with that one, but I gotta say, if I got a Jushin and I had that kind of protection, I'd be pretty happy too. I mean, like, in that game, she's pretty much untouched, and the moment she is, it's like, I got Clock of Destiny. Get me down below 50%, I'm regenning back up.
Yeah, it was a good, valiant effort, I would say, to go ahead and defend at that point, almost the 20-minute mark. You know, almost 19 minutes in for that one. But it just, again, 6-0-9 for Hanny. There was no answer for this Jushin. The answer is going to be next game, just ban her out. Either ban her out or maybe draft to take it. I don't know.
Honestly, in this game, I feel like Smart Omega Empress kind of lost the draft. The first pick, Hayabusa, was heavily countered, man. Like the Batsia, the Arlet, as well as the Minotaur. I don't know. We're going to pass it to our experts. What do you guys think?
Well, I agree with you there, Lafel, and actually we agree with you that pickup here by Omega Empress, picking up the Hayabusa early on, sort of in a way drafting themselves into a corner. They were lacking, and it was a little bit easier for the side of Gaming Gladiators homegirls to make their lineup work. It feels like I'm seeing the same kind of script or narrative that we had earlier with the matchup of C9, but it is what it is. This is sort of like a mix of old and new. Yeah, you have a jungle, tank jungle, but you have a very aggressive mid-rotation with the Mino, with the Jushin, and they took control from there, which meant that, as we all mentioned, Fafao will be able to carry with that Claude, and she did. Woo!
More than just Fafao, I think, I hate to be the one that says, I told you so, but I told you so. The Jushin is such an impactful and significant pick. Like, besides Fafao carrying, right? All the roses and flowers for the Claude. I think the Jushin almost single-handedly, starting as soon as she got the chokeslam, as soon as she got the Soul Flare, she was demanding attention and just the same claiming space like nobody's business. A mage has no business doing that. I don't think there's any hero in MLBB right now that has that capability under that role.
Now, let's see if that was enough to get the PlayStation MVP honors for this game number 1. Was it the Jushin or was it someone else on their team? Yeah, of course it's going to be the Jushin. 100% kill participation, 15 KDA. There's a reason why this hero, once she came out, it took some time, but just like her kit, it takes time until you feel it, but then people realize you don't need time. Just be aggressive early on and make sure you maximize Lantern Flare.
You know what the time is?
What?
About 3.5 seconds. That is from 0 to a choke slam. That's what it takes. Like if you have no stacks and then you get that Lantern Flare on,
yeah,
not even using Crimson Beacon, without the ult, it's 3.5 seconds.
And looking at the draft of Omega Empress, picking into the CC eventually felt like their attempt at a response for at the Jushin. But based off that highlight that we saw, I will go down with the hill of CC needs Angela. It's not always the case, but CC needs an enabler for herself. In this lineup, with Hani getting the MVP, CC trying to get the Jushin alone, even with a Vengeance up, not going to be enough.
It's a non-starter already. Jushin wants you around.
Yeah.
CC wants to be around to have Yo-Yo deal the damage and get stats. You're asking to get chokeslammed, and you are going to get chokeslammed.
Yeah. And that hero right there, oh, those butterflies are huge. Oof. In just a bit, we're going to be seeing a glimpse as to what happened earlier. We just saw Smart Omega Empress and GGHG Game 1, but of course, behind the scenes, we saw VSG get to crush the keys of Cloud9 earlier today.
Is that Minun?
That's Minun.
Oh, Minun's such a sweetheart. She can't... it's a mixture of excitement and sadness that she has to be at the hands of the, what do you call it? Yasi?
What Yasi?
The name of the press.
The press, Yasi.
She had to be the one to press that button.
Yeah. Oh yeah, she was.
Right?
She's the one in front. Yeah, so a fun fact, the players that you see in front of Yasi, the hydraulic press, they're the ones who actually press the button to engage the process. And now you're seeing here the reactions of the players, of course. Homegirls very happy. Fafao, when asked about Malaysia, winning MSC, she said, "I'm shocked because Malaysia has never won any big tournament, but SRG finally did it. Because of that, I feel hyped and I want to prove that Malaysia can excel or can win in the female scene too." And so far, they've been impressing all throughout MWI. Not the perfect performances that they're not perfect performances. They're not, you could say, like complete stomps. They have dropped games and all that, but they're really showing that they can play with the best of the best here in MWI. Real quick though, I want to change the narrative now to Omega Empress.
Yes.
What do they got to do? What are your expert recommendations for what they need to do to secure this game number 2 and force a game number 3?
All right, number 1, get that draft down. Already based on the quote from Coach Salman, game 1 always seems to be rough. Always. Yep. All throughout MWI 2024 for Smart Omega Empress. So I think now we've gotten that out of the way. You know how aggressive and you know how well GGHG is able to use utility. Address that. Respect the Jushin. If you're going to draft a dead lane, make sure that the other lane is active. And if you're going to go for combos that are, again, straight lines, A to B with a solid CPE.
Clear path.
The execution.
That's it. GGHG, well, they're a team that are relatively quite newer on the scene, but they did dominate their qualifiers going here. Smart Omega Empress have been together since 2023. They all come from one region, and they were 3rd place in last year's MWI.
Quick note, since 2021.
Since 2021, even this specific roster.
This specific roster, okay. 2023, a majority of them since 2021. Not Ayanami came in late 2022.
There we go. So, the Smart Omega Empress is the veteran scene, the experience is here, you know. So, if there's a team that can come back from a situation like this, I mean, you expect veterans to go for it. Again, Coach King Salman did mention that they are a team that when it comes to game 1s, it's just not their cup of tea. There's just something up with game 1s as Smart Omega Empress that just doesn't work well for them. So I'm more excited now to see the adjustments that they'll bring. But I am even equally excited and fearful because, again, I'm a Filipino, y'all, of what adjustments GGHG will do to respond to what Omega Empress brings out. So there's still a lot of questions up in the air. Let's put some cool things up on the screen because I think we're ready for you to revisit a key moment during the previous game, Leo.
Just to make my point clear, not just was the gameplay relatively mum for Smart Omega Empress. I mean, this is a draft that they were ready for. This is a draft that they had a plan for in the late game. But in this moment, 1647, this is a sign of them being a little scrambled all throughout the map. You have a bare base. You've left it clearly. You want to farm up on Shinoa, and you're leaving Amore in the center right there. You have the farm up on Shinoa there, waiting for that wave. But the question is, how did not Ayanami get in this part of the map? How far was she? I'm sure they had a shot call for this. I'm sure they had a play. But already you have the nagging issue of Miss Hani right here. I'd like to apologize prior that a lot of the clips I'm showing you guys are very crowded clips. But you'll also note that based on the positioning of the CC, based on the position of not Ayanami, this was a choke slam through the wall. She went from this point to this point, right there. Is that not maximum range? Is that not a ridiculous range? Even a heavy spin could not take you from that point to that point. That is one of the strengths of the Jushin. She could have done it through here, but if that is what happened, I think Keishi would have a better exit plan. See? Keishi would be able to respond. But instead, put her there, just shows you the mastery of Hani on that hero. There you go. That's just but one of the moments that was, I'd say, the nail in the coffin. It wasn't the decisive blow. It wasn't what ended the game. Yeah. But I think it was one of the signs that showed us, yeah, no, maybe Omega Empress are just really trying to scrap throughout what's left on the map. And sadly, not Ayanami was the fall gal. You know, like she's, you know, just buy time. We need Shinoa to farm.
Yeah, and Naisu did mention it in the game itself. During the cast, he pointed out, you don't expect that range, like with how far it went, and even LaFell pointed it out. So it seems like everyone here is really just in agreement with the impact that the Jushin brings to the table.
The fact that it's diagonal makes it worse.
Yeah, it wasn't a direct line, it was a diagonal line. And again, we go back to that point of CC. Yes, CC is expected to go to places like that if she has help. The CC, if you want to make it work in a draft, needs help. We've seen it before, we've seen it in MSC, we've seen it in MWI. I feel like it would have been risky. I don't know. Perfect vision, whatever that quote about 2020.
Perfect vision is hindsight is 2020.
Hindsight is 2020. I still think that could have been, maybe should have been an Angela if it was a bit too CC-centric. But then again, the lineup of GGHG, if they still last pick the Baksha, it was a great last pick.
All right, little food for thought as the draft unfolds. Good friend of ours, Ray Ash, is wondering, why is Matilda not in demand? If you're willing to let the Jushin go, could the Matilda not save you via Wings by Wings?
Oh, that is a possibility too. However, the thing about Matilda, yes, can work, but for very specific situations now, because a lot of team fights are formless. Even a team fight with a Jushin, yes, it takes shape. You know where she is, you know where you drop down the lantern.
There's some semblance of a box.
There's some semblance of a box, but it's not like a clear box as it used to be.
Yeah. The box now is where the heroes are, not a designated zone.
Exactly.
I think that's why I might be putting on my tinfoil hat here. Maybe that's why Filipino teams are now, kind of struggling. It's because we're so used to boxes being in certain places that now it's in your face. You're wondering, like, hey, a little too close,
That's
a little too close.
That's true. That is a possibility. So, let's see. Omega Empress will take away one of the heroes with the biggest team fighting boxes in the game with that Zask. With that area that he covers when
multiple
he
boxes.
Ultimate. Multiple boxes, that's true. And the entire box of the map being covered by Ling, they take those out. That is a respect ban on Hani that has been, when played by GGHG, that Zask, they just look comfortable playing with it because of how well it disrupts the team fighting of their opponents. Take away the Hayabusa, GGHG has banned the Jushin and the Roger. So the Harith and the Lo Yi, Valentina, those heroes, typically first pick will be open. I will pose a suggestion, though, that might come back to bite Omega Empress.
What is it?
Because the Valentina is open, maybe you can go for a Minotaur first pick.
Minotaur first pick. Odds be damned, you let through the Valentina, you let through the Riz. Speaking of, where do be the Riz?
Yeah, the Riz has not been popping. A lot.
Chiboy was showing us she was mewing, she was looks-maxing.
Yeah.
That's Rizzing. Oh, there it is! Okay, never mind.
Valentina instead. So they'll think, so they'll sort of soft deny the Minotaur possibility from Chiboy with the Valentina first pick.
Is the Minotaur that bad, really? I mean, it's like the other day, Kerias Tigreal, right?
Yeah.
It's very similar in the effect, but you can find a solution to that. You just don't lose the map.
Easier said than done.
You're right.
Easier said than done. But if they do decide to pick up a Minotaur eventually with this lineup, I wouldn't be against it. But maybe they'll consider a Grok third or fourth pick later on if it's possible for them. But oh no, yeah, it's the Minotaur still.
Nope. Keyboy gets the Minotaur. That is law.
Yeah. Chiboy just loves that pickup. Ooh,
oh!
Layering crowd control. Not going to be easy for Valen.
If it's not broken, don't fix it.
Exactly.
This is literally just, well, a majority already of the draft from game one just on red side. Here's a Nolan. I haven't seen him in a while.
Oh, wow. Okay, with the Hayabusa, Ling, Roger gone, yeah, Nolan is the next best bet. But Julian's still going to be up here. Julian, Minnow, Arlot. Sounds good for a team fight.
A lot of CC. A lot of CC. Very bouncy house.
Very bouncy house. And that might give a bit of difficulty for the Valentina. So Omega Empress, I like how they went ahead and picked up the Edith. Usually that's the pairing we see together in the mid and roam, Edith and Valentina, because the Valentina damage isn't enough. You need Edith to cover it.
I mean, this could possibly be the mid trio already, right? It's activated very early. I'd say level 4, like bare minimum. This can kill. No, Edith doesn't even need to hit level 4. She just needs to get the Earth Shatter and the Onward.
Ah.
So with that, GGHG, instead of going for the Julian, they invest in Fao already. This is very dive. It's very in your face.
Very in your face indeed. So their mid laner might either need to be someone static backline, but then that's why you have to be careful of the Nolan. So what if GGHG just goes all dive with this lineup?
They can, because that's one of the things that a Nolan struggles with. You're looking for the angle. Sometimes the angle doesn't show itself because the fight is already there.
A lot of things happening. The EXP laner, I feel like for Omega Empress, if it's not going to be the Edith, needs to be something that gives, or that forces out the Minoan Fury before the other members of Omega Empress can go in, before the Nolan, before the Valentina can go in.
GGHG choking out gold laners while Omega Empress once more attacking Quinn. Didn't really bother her much in game 1.
Yeah.
Still pulled out the Baksha. Very comfortable pick for her. That said, what else is left out there for gold? Claude? Man out the Claude?
Yeah, Claude's still available, the scaling, but Omega, with that 3 of Omega Empress, the Claude, I want to know what to feel. I don't know if the Claude will be able to get enough room to spike. Because right now we don't, my biggest concern is we don't see the mid laner of GGHG yet. Oh, so they do ban out the Claude.
It's
covering bases.
It's a straight line. Yeah, you're just covering your bases. It's one of the better tools in the meta right now.
You're right, yeah.
Omega Empress, what else is left to ban out? I mean, those are the big 3 already. No assassins left. Unless something's...
No assassins are we're used to, yes. I mean, Julian, no.
They'd rather the Martis, wow.
They'd rather give the Julian.
They're saying, Julian, come through.
Unless they're really going to be... Well, if GGHG might even swerve and just go for a tank.
Yeah, again, the box was open.
Yeah, box was open.
Fred's open. I mean, we saw a couple of Fred bans earlier in the groups.
Varus doesn't really cut it anymore. Maybe that's about why they banned the carry. What if they're thinking about going chunky in the jungle, you know?
Which they already did. And they succeeded.
Okay. Chunky in the jungle sounds good, but will it be all dive or will they have some semblance of backline artillery for their mage? They need a little bit more range with their lineup.
Or just Faramis, just call it a day. Just go all in.
Yo, that's pure dive.
That's a mid-fove.
That's a mid-fove. Is
one of the few answers that was first presented to the Nolan.
Yeah. Oh,
Q3, Q4, 2023. Oh.
And there's already a lot of dashes on the side of Omega Empress.
There's 3 on minimum.
3. Ooh, okay. Could be a little bit risky though. I mean, the Phoveus mid hasn't won yet today. We saw it earlier in the day. Hasn't gotten W. What's this gonna be?
Look promising though.
Yeah.
Could definitely disperse, and one of the few weaknesses of Omega Empress so far we've seen today is when they're split across the map and when they're not allowed to play their game.
So what's it gonna be? Beatrix?
You need a gold laner and you need a decisive roamer.
Yeah. Oh, it's the Ixia.
All right, just yesterday, Shinoa debuted the Melissa, and here they pick up an old favorite, the Tigreal. That's 4 dashes.
At the same time, the lineup of Omega Empress, by putting the Tigreal in the roam, I appreciate the lineup. With all the dive, one well-timed implosion can ruin the team fighting.
Yep.
GGHG.
But just the same, it's very all-in on Shinoa.
Yeah, this is a lineup for Ixia, you're right.
It's very Shinoa-centric, and you have Keishi just to either clean up or act as a scrambler. And here, wait, hold up.
Bennett jungle.
Quinn is pulling the page out of the Ice Queen's book.
Yeah. We have the Ice Queen on VSG. It's Ice Quinn.
The Ice Quinn. I see a world though wherein she shows us a different flavor.
Oh yeah.
She's very elusive. She's very slippery. Come through the jungle, especially Lord dances. So I'm with it. I like it.
Yeah, there's a lot of the Phoveus I'm thinking of right now. It's not a direct pick, but it feels like it covers so many bases.
They're 2 very different lineups.
Yeah.
Neither going all in one, save for the Ixia for Smart Omega.
That's it for me and Leo here. GGHG is at match point. They can eliminate and end Smart Omega Empress's run now. Or will the Omega Empress force game number 3? LaFell, Nice, what do you guys think?
Well, I think GGHG, they have so much dive. If someone tries to run away, Phoveus will chase as well. But for Omega Empress, you gotta look at a Tigreal, man. Yeah. That Tigreal could be the game changer. Welcome back to the game. Welcome to the Land of Dawn. My name is LaFell. Alongside with me is Naisu. And yes, like our experts say, this is gonna be a game decider. Either it will end here or we're going to game 3, which today there's been no game 3 so far, Naisu.
This could be the one, right? Especially when you look at the lineup. I'm on you with that, LaFell. I think this Tigreal from Murray could be a game changer. We've seen this so much, you know, such a valuable pick for any of the lineups that do go with the Tigreal. And even on that note, the Ixia, come on. Like, this is the most glass cannon, gold lane, Hail Mary pick that you can pick up for that. Again, going back to the draft, so many gold lane options were banned out. Speaking of, Shinoa going to take quite a bit of damage, but here comes Keshi looking for that first blood kill and will be able to find it on Fao, and now gets the flicker route from Chiboy. Good start for the Empresses.
I would say if Homegirls had their mid laner as well, maybe they could have done something, but the mid laner is a Phobius, and now the Phobius is getting chased down. 1 HP left, Keishi not going to go for it.
Okay. I didn't know if she would be able to get away, but she does. So you can tell, definitely this early on, LaFell, Smart Omega Empress wants that game 3. They want to take this lineup, start fast, start strong, and then get to the next one. You're the one that mentioned, you know, that quote from King Salomon, their coach, that, yeah, the first game, they kind of use that as an, I don't know if it's an opportunity for them to just learn their opponents or what, but always by the second game, they come out swinging like this.
Well, we got to remember as well, in an interview, they said that they know that they're very strong in the early game, right? So why don't we just play for that and then just end the game as fast as possible? And it looks like game number 2, they're already starting well with that kind of mindset. And you're right. It's all about the mindset.
There it is.
It's all about the mindset.
I've literally heard you say this for days now.
At this point, for a month.
Actually, yeah.
Yeah, for a month.
It started a month ago.
And,
you know?
And Eterna's the one who's like, yeah, no, positive mindset doesn't work.
That's not the mindset you want to have.
She's always so negative, man. She's like, oh my God, I'm so worried about this people. What happened? That's how she sounds like.
Oh, that's why she's not playing here like these women are, because, man, they have to have the mindset to win this matchup. And Amore, you know, she's got the Minoan Fury. She's holding on to it herself. She could actually find the setup. Final Slash going to be used right on target, trying to keep it from happening. Amore jumps out of the fight, but they're still going to go. Fracture already used from Keshi, too. They get forced back. Looks like they wanted more with that. Ash going in, but I think with that, GGHG just gets control over the turtle pit.
Yeah, it looks like they were able to sustain way more than Smart Omega Empress expected. And again, I kind of feel like it's a combination between the heals as well as all of the dodging, because you got to remember that when the Phobius is jumping up and down, I don't think it's a full iframe. It's like a semi iframe where there are instances where you avoid the damage, and I don't know if it's real. I just felt like it. And first item C Halberd for the Ixia. Probably for the Minotaur.
Probably, you know, for the Minotaur, it even helps a little bit with dealing with the Harith.
Yeah.
And even some of the sustainability that you're going to get just from, I mean, even the Brave Smite, right, for the Arlott there, the emblem. But I think it's funny because the last time I saw Ixia was in a different tournament, similar setup. You have a Tigreal and an Ixia. You're hoping that at some point, too, Shinoa gets the Sky Piercer, and you just hope to see that crazy slow motion setup of an implosion with a full barrage with Sky Piercer procs. If they can make that work, that would be closer to what you were talking about earlier in the previous game. 5-man implosion, 5-man full barrage, 5-man Sky Piercer proc. Oh, hold on. Quinn gonna get tossed over right into the jungle. You know, just taken care of real quickly. And now for the orange buff, she's gonna lose that. Keshi working on it. Ash might be able to help stall that out a little bit longer. Looks like the rotation's gonna come up. They get the information. They at least save the buff.
Yeah, again, looking at the goal difference here, we got to talk about this, how even though Gaming Gladius Homegirls, they were able to secure the first turtle, 2 kills over to Smart Omega Empress, where in terms of the goal difference, about 900, 1,000 gold, which is okay. But now Ayanami taking a lot of damage, but Ash having to use the flicker is to make sure that she doesn't get taken down there.
Whole lot of ankles getting broken there. A lot of flickers being used, obviously, for that exchange. But yeah, I think that's part of it, too. If you want to look at also the power spikes or the timings here for both of the teams, who has it faster here?
In terms of the power spike, I actually do feel like Smart Omega Empress, Shinoa takes time, but everyone else, like Amor, Keishi, and Mirik just needs level 4, same as not Ayanami. So I kind of feel like they have the power spike advantage. To be fair, Honey only needs the Clock of Destiny, but it's about your opponent something.
There it is. Once again, the damage is going to come through. Demonic Force already popped. Getting the airtime that she needs, but still staying strong. And now they're going to force Smart Omega Empress back. Demonic Force being too much. Not Ayanami trying to get out, scoots out, but not enough as she goes down to Quinn. And even with the setup, with the implosion, it was not enough. And so that'll be another objective secured, but they trade it across the map. Tier 1 on the bottom side, that's Turtle in the hands of GGHG.
If I could suggest, Mireille, don't look for anyone else. Just look for Chiboy, because we saw that counter engage hitting onto 4.
Yeah.
4-woman knockup.
It's about as good as you can get it if you can't get that 5, you know, at that point. So for Mireille, even when you find those setups, that setup potential, even utilizing the flicker early on, sometimes you still got to be very cautious in that counter play, that counter punch with the lineup that we've seen so many times, especially with the Minotaur locked in here for Chiboy. So they'll kind of get, I guess this is more like a check, you know, you were building on that momentum early game for Smart Omega Empress. You go in for what looks like to be a good team fight, a setup, but then you kind of get just checked, you know, and that's exactly what GGHG did. And also you saw Chiboy just picked up the Flask of the Oasis. We talked about how that is such a good item even in the previous game.
This is going to be a rare moment for me, Naisu, but I'm going to say it here.
All right.
Don't go for 5-man implosions.
Don't go?
Just go for 1.
Just go 1. This time they're going to go for 2. There's the knock-up again. A Demonic Force going to be used. Ash and Fafu joining the fight. Shinoa also on the backside. Goes in with a full barrage. Looking for targets here to lock onto, but gets thrown into the wind. Ash there already using that final slash. And now, once again, they drag it a little bit further under the turret. Mireille trying to keep alive, but they're just going to go full sending it under the turret to fight him out. A flicker going to be used by Shinoa. Can she outplay it a little bit further? Looking for another kill. She gets a double kill. Can she get the triple? She's waiting for time to get here. She heals back up. She gets a triple. Maniac. How does she do it? And now she gets the Savage. What an outplay. What an outplay from Shinoa.
I did not thought that was going to happen. But like I said, you don't need 5-man implosions. Just do 2 and then get a Savage. Sometimes less is better. Now, we got to look at the SCC replay here to see, like, homegirls, they were very ambitious here, which you can't understand. Look at Shinoa. She's so low. But look at that healing, right? The healing coming in from her own kit. And maybe this is why she grabbed the CA Halberd, just to make sure that those extra heals, it's not going to happen. And not Ayanami, that was a key onward. That onward was savage-able. Like, because of that, they got a Savage.
Oh, man. What a play. You can hear the crowd love that, too.
One bad thing, though.
What's that?
If she dies, that's a huge shutdown. That's
a lot of gold.
That's a lot of gold. That's the only thing that we got to preface here.
So that's on the list now for GGHD. They're like, yep, all right, we got to go ahead and shut her down.
Is that the first Savage of MWI?
I think so.
Right? I mean, I know we've seen Maniacs.
We've seen Maniacs.
I don't think we've seen Savages.
I think that's the first. So there it is. And also with that, like, she gets the Corrosive Scythe. I'm wondering what the next item she's going for, too.
Demon Hunter Sword?
Yeah, Demon Hunter Sword. But even with that, I mean, now they're going to... This is the thing. Mid lane, they're going to find it out. Full barrage already going to be dropped once again. Demonic Force might not be enough for this one. They're trying to get the positioning. Final Slash going to be used, too. They finally get Murray, but look at this in the mid lane. They're going to be shut down a little bit further as she does fall. And Demonic Force from Hanny is too much. But here comes not Ayanami. The shield is there, the stun. And now Ash will help disengage. Talk about a swing back. Momentum continues to go back and forth, but GGHG wins that team fight.
Okay, she went for the one-person implosion. Okay, get two at least.
All right,
no, we see the middle line, right? Don't do 5, don't do 1, do 2. But again, that's the big shutdown goal, right? We just
said it.
We literally just talked about it.
You're on desk, LaFell. You got to be careful what you say.
I would like to give my apology towards the management of Smart Omega Empress. I only have one thing to say. I'm just doing my job, man.
Hey, you're stating the facts. That's what they had to do. They knew after the Savage, we got to get the kill. They got it. Now the gold's there. Obviously, also Skypiercer being picked up here by Kashi. So all this leads into a relatively even take for the Lord. You know, itemization-wise, it's pretty evenly distributed. They're pretty much neck and neck in terms of economy, but right now, who's going to get the advantage, the upper hand? And I would still say something that GGHG has to be careful of is that full barrage. Once they see that laid down, someone has to put the pressure on Shinoa and hopefully cancel it out early, because it's a lot of damage that can be pumped out. But as we're seeing, man, Hani on this Phoveus mid that pops up. Hold on. Speaking of, Demonic Force going to be used once again. quite tanky herself. And also in the bottom line, Shinoa going to be the one in trouble under the turret. They're going to dive in. Ash goes in, takes a ton of damage, but will go and trade it out. And it's a 1-for-1 trade. A 1-for-2 trade, actually. Conceal going to be used as well, pushing them back a little bit further. GGHG on the run here. This might be the opportunity for Smart Omega Empress to take the Lord.
I see what you did there.
Yeah?
You talked about Honey, and then Honey died.
Sorry, I threw it back to you.
Yeah. This really is Malaysia against Philippines. More than one way. With that being said, now we're kind of going back to equal here. Every member is alive, and now they're fighting around the Lord. I would say slight advantage to Homegirls just because they have the healing coming in from the Minotaur. But with that being said, there's honestly a lot more engaged coming in from Smart Omega Empress because Amore has the Minoan Fury. So Miri can pick people off. Just do 2 Implosion, and the rest of the members Amore can handle. So now you honestly have the perfect setup. You have 2 roamers, and both roamers can initiate a fight. So 1 for engage, 1 for disengage. So on one hand, you have healing. The other hand, you got a lot of good ults.
Oh, plus the Edith. That's
oh yeah,
part
the
of it
Edith
too.
as well, yeah.
And Edith not only provides a lot of that CC available, but even damage once the Primal Wrath form is popped. Holy Crystal, though, picked up. Speaking of damage for Fao. Quinn here now, getting eyes set on Keshi. Has the information. Also, a little more defense for Hanny. Flicker going to be used. Not sure what the play is here, but they're going to force Quinn back a little bit further. Neither team could actually start up this Lord, as both junglers putting the pressure elsewhere. And it looks like they're just trying to get the space advantage to work around with. Now, if GGHG gets this mid turret in Tier 1, they'll have a little more space to work around with because theirs is down. And now this might be the moment that they both get set up for the Lord take.
I feel like they definitely want that mid, but they also understand they will not be able to get it without a fight. And right now, Quinn is having to do cleanup duty. She has to handle the top lane. But we've seen this before. The moment someone is seen in the map, that's where you can see a team getting aggressive. Kind of feel like for Smart Omega Empress, they already found Honey.
Yep, again with the Demonic Force, the rest of the team trying to make their way. Goes in, there's the jump in, but look at the damage. Full Barrage going to be dropped down. You can see the Sky Piercer proccing as well. Ash will be able to get away. Now Quinn amongst them all will go under the turret, but she finally gets taken down. Double kill for not Ayanami. 3 down for GGHG, and so now this could be that moment. Smart Omega Empress only down Murray. Do they take the Lord here? Fao waiting patiently. Rest of the team need to go heal back up. Shinoa's going to go ahead and start this one up. Still working on it. Keshi does have the Retribution available, so this should just be a Lord in their hands.
You know what's the game changer there, Naisu?
What's that?
Mireille.
Yeah.
You know what she did?
What'd she do?
Implosion only to Chi-Boy.
Only to Chi-Boy.
Chi-Boy was so late getting that Minoan Fury off just because Smart Mega Empress, they initiated the fight with not Ayanami with the onward, able to catch out Honey. And then Chi-Boy, of course, she wanted to help the mid laner, right? But because the implosion was there, she couldn't do anything. And by the time she engaged, it was a little bit too late. Honey was not there anymore. And then at that moment, Homegirls went in a disadvantage because all the timings were not right.
Yeah.
So shout outs to Mireille. That was an amazing play coming from her, making sure that Chi-Boy didn't impact the fight as she wanted to.
And you know, with that, it's kind of like if Murray does just catch 1 or 2, actually, in reality, it's okay. Because like you mentioned, they have so much layering of ultimates that they can take, especially if Amore continues to take the Minoan Fury. She might be searching for that now, too, to set up for this Lord push as it makes its way down the bottom side. GGHG trying to keep this together, trying to keep as much of their base together as they can. The Earth Shatter going to be used still at any moment. Not Ayanami could force a situation with that onward. She has the flicker available too, but they're just going to get that 1 turret for now. Might take the discipline route. Everything, again, what they're facing is this match point from GGHG.
Amore now having the Minoan Fury, so again, a lot of initiations here. Queen having the Blade of Despair should be able to deal a lot of damage, but I kind of feel like damage isn't her problem, it's survivability. Can she survive this gank? Oh, good eye for an eye.
Good eye for an eye. Good usage there. Able to go in. Ash, though, with the final slash, going to find Murray. Implosion, going to find 2. There's the knock-up 2. Quinn jumps in the backside. Shinoa tries to flicker back, but she's got everybody on top of her. She tries to get away, but she will fall. 3 down for GGHG. It's only Shinoa that went down. Hani could be the next one. She has tons of health and shields, but they battle it out. Fafao as well. They're on the retreat, though. Smart Omega Empress happy with the 3 they got.
Right now, it does seem like Homegirls, if they want something, they got to trade something. And that's something that they really do not want, because Queen was able to get Shinoa because of that. Queen herself was taken down. And this is not good, because when you're the defending team and you're losing members, you're losing map pressure. When you're losing map pressure, you're going to lose turrets. And they might lose the mid one here.
They're going to go for it. Look at the damage coming out once again from Keshi. Demonic Force going to be used again. Hani trying to hold the front side, but won't be able to escape as she finally falls. But at least for now, GGHG holds on to their base turrets. 2 of them. They only lost that one at the bottom side. And now where does Smart Omega Empress continue to put the pressure? 15 seconds from the Lord coming up here. Are GGHG in a position to contest this Lord once Hani is back alive?
If she responds and then goes to the Lord, sure, but I don't think Smart Omega Empress is going to give the time. As we see, the Lord is getting rushed down immediately, so Hani doesn't even get time to respond for this one, so they got to protect the base. Now the problem is, look at the wave clear. There really isn't, right? You have the Phobias.
Yeah.
It's not a heavy enough. What do you call it?
Damage, clear speed,
spiky ball.
Yeah.
Spiky ball, ironclad.
Yeah.
Something.
It's you talking about his chain, his weapon?
Yeah. What's it called?
Isn't like a, I don't know, it looks like a mace lantern.
A mace. Okay, sure, let's go with that. The mace, lantern, flare,
not the flare lantern.
It's not enough to clear the minions, right?
Yeah.
The one that can really clear is Fafao, but Fafao needs to be in the Zalman Force to actually clear it, but...
Quinn could, kind of.
She will die for it.
Maybe use the Electro Final Blow.
Yes, she can, but she will die for it, right? Because the moment Ayanami sees Quinn is going to take it down, so it's very risky.
See how they kind of go with that risk. Mid lane turret's going to fall here. Lord makes his way to the base. G-Boy also picks up an Immortality. She knows she's going to have to play that front side, especially into Amore. And there's the onward. They're going to find Ashe. They get the flicker out. Still Lord going to be worked on. Primal Wrath going to be used. They have to fight for it. Going to force a situation. A full barrage going to find multiple members. The knockups too. Multiple Immortalities will be popped. The final slash going to be used. But it's Cheap Boy that falls. Keshi looking for another. Multiple people so low here. But so far they can't find Shinoa. As she'll be able to pop off once again, looking for another. Looking for the cleanup here. As Smart Omega Empress stays in the base. They approach to Shinoa, full health, full locked in, goes in, tries to clear the wave, and that's Ashe gonna fall, and Quinn's gonna be next. But the tower lock is there as Quinn takes a couple shots, but it won't be enough. And we are going to game 3 as Smart Omega Empress takes game 2.
And again, Mirai is, I would say, the disruptor here. But we gotta talk about not Ayanami on the Edith. Honestly, that Edith looks like the control to make sure that homegirls, they don't move around. Yeah. Like in this game, Quinn did not have a good game. Chi-Boy in the early, sure, doing quite well, but the moment they shut down the Minotaur is all good, is GG. And speaking of that, we're gonna throw it over to our experts.
Isa pa para sa Pinas. For the sake of fairness, lagi satu untuk rakyat Malaysia. One more for both. It's down to a BO1 in this best of 3. And yeah, it comes on the back of a savage 5K for Shinoa. I'm gonna get her name right now. Shinoa. That Ixia. I didn't expect it would be an Ixia. That would be the salvation of Omega.
So far, Shinoa has debuted successfully most out of meta heroes in MWI. And I understand why Chi-Boy is responding this way.
Yeah.
It's because she was still in the mindset of game number 1. She was still the same Minotaur that was always putting herself up front. And Omega Empress has successfully downloaded that fact. They know that, okay, whoever we find, Hani, Chi-Boy, sure, whoever it is, let's burst them down. And key to that is to maintain their resources. They held on to their battle spells. They held on to their core damage dealers, and they deployed successfully. It took a while, again, 18 minutes, 30 seconds, but eventually they got there. What do I mean by their core damage dealers, right? It's not Amore. It's not even Ayanami. Sometimes it's Ayanami, but it's not Ayanami. Yeah. It's mainly Shinoa and Keishi, which, by the way, makes it such a lethal back and forth for GGHG. The aforementioned Savage, yes, but also the fact that Keishi is such an inevitable force. Nolan gets to places much faster than you expect.
Yeah.
She can go through walls much faster than a Hayabusa can with the quad shadow. So if you're smart in your placement, which I think Keishi is, because she's so disciplined in controlling the map, then you end up with this kind of formula. Again, it's not just a one-woman show, not just Shinoa. Keishi did amazing as well.
Battle spell conservation, that's one thing that you mentioned there that stood out for me. And maybe it's because she was able to conserve her flicker at the right time that the PlayStation MVP is Shinoa. You needed that flicker for this Ixia, and you needed to maximize it. The draft that GGHG had with the Phoveus, the Minotaur, the Arlott, and the Benedetta, I really thought that would be it for this Ixia, but it wasn't.
Yep, this is once more a replay for, honestly, a nomination for Play of the Day. I'll say it now, a savage for Sheen Perez. Shinoa here. We'll break it down later, all right? We'll break it down on a more cerebral level, but she used her kit so well, and I think key to that was, I don't know if you agree with me, but her first item, Sea Halberd, it allowed for that fight to be much shorter, and that's what they needed to do. They needed to shorten the time that the members of GGHG would fall so that Ayanami could follow through, and there would be windows of doubt for GGHG for the Savage to eventually unfold.
Yeah. And one thing that... Oh, hey there, Ixia. How you doing?
Hello.
Hey. One thing that Lafel mentioned was the play of Mirai on that Tigreal, where eventually she readjusted her priorities of who she would be catching with her ultimate, with that implosion. And there was a moment we saw early on where the first major play that GGHG countered was the implosion strictly just for the Phoveus that has Purify. Eventually that was adjusted, that Mirai said, alright, I'm really gonna conserve my implosion and make the most out of it. Once those Purifies are gone, once that Nolan has bursted this Phoveus, I will be able to use my implosion.
And it helps that there are literally 4 sources of CC that could pull out the Purifies. Again, battle spell conservation. If you're able to force out the Purify from Hani early so that she can continue demonic forcing, then all the more Keishi and Shinoa's job becomes easier. If not, then that's when you force out the implosion, and then it comes through, and then you layer it with maybe another Earth Shatter, another Onward, because I think some people forget there is a stun in Shinoa's kit. There's a stun in the Ixia. So if you're able to get that through while you're in full barrage mode, then even a Zaman-forced Harith, even a Harith hopped up on time magic will have to lay down and take a dirt nap.
And that is it. One more game to decide the fate of these two teams. Omega Empress and GGHG have taken each other to the limit. But before we continue the story of these two squads from the Philippines and Malaysia, let's go on over to Eterna, who's with Maria.
Hey everyone, it's Eterna here with Maria once again. We're backstage. It's nice to see you.
Nice to see you again. Rachel Malati.
Rachel
I
Malati.
love her name.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Yeah,
that's my real name, guys, for those of you who don't know.
Surprise.
Anyway,
yeah.
I think earlier on you mentioned that you met GGHG before,
Yes,
and you had a small talk with them. Do you know what the overall vibe is right now with them? Anything that we should know on the broadcast?
You know, after they won against, not one, draw against Team Vitality, at least they scored one game, it feels like they win this tournament. It feels like they are really confident they can go through anything. But when I asked them, like during the post-game press conference, okay, how to avoid this overconfident thingy, because you just scored 1-1 against the best of the world, the best team in the world. They said that, okay, we know that this is a game that we just won and we made it to the playoff, but then we don't want to overconfident. We respect all.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's the vibe. Like, we can win against the world, but we need to respect everyone. Yeah.
So morale is high.
Super high.
Okay, that's good.
Like
because
super high.
After Vitality, it's Smart Omega Empress. And people like to say, you know, Smart Omega Empress is the vitality of the Philippines.
Okay.
Right? How do you feel about this matchup? Do you think that they can go through?
Oh, obviously. Like super confident.
Super confident.
Because this is, okay, you know MWI is a short name for Malaysia, right?
Yeah.
I want to start hashtag campaign, this is my era.
I love that.
Yeah. This is
I
the
love
beginning
that.
of my era.
I mean, technically, it
Yeah.
still could be possible here at MWI.
Yeah, they just show us against Team Vitality, and yeah, and you just said Smart Omega is the Philippines version of.
Yeah, that's true. That's interesting. Oh man, because that could replicate the same story as MSC.
It's scripted,
right? Guys, it's not scripted. She's joking. You know, just to clarify, she's joking. No, you're joking, right?
No, I'm joking.
Yeah. So
Yes,
yes,
I'm
she's
joking.
joking. Anyway, do you have a message for GGHG for their next upcoming battle?
Just do your best, believe in yourself. Like all the Malaysians supporting you, even right now because of your recent winning. The government also stated that they gonna give all supports to the MLB team. So just be yourself with boundaries, not like Lafel, and yeah, just have fun. Just be like you, homegirls, and this is our era. This is my era, and thank you so much for the hard work. Yeah.
Okay, and thank you so much, Maria, for this interview as we're heading over back to the studio. Hashtag, this is MY My Era.
Wow, thank you.
You know, I really love that Maria there put the Lafel on glass. I didn't expect that. Thank you so much.
Out of pocket.
Kind of out of pocket. Thank you so much, Rachel Jasmine, excuse me, Eterna, for the lovely interview with the lovely Maria. It's looking like, I mean, this could be the potential My era or the MY era, but there is still one more game for the Malaysians. They have to play up against Omega Empress. Looking back at what we saw here, the Phovius in the mid made sense. But it was responded to well by Omega Empress. Still, I really feel like Phovius mid is so risky.
It's a acquired taste. Your lineup has to have agreed. Your team has to have agreed from a player to player and even to a coach level that, hey, this is not your traditional artillery mage, not even your utility or support mage.
Yeah.
So there was some semblance of promise here, right? Like you almost saw its full potential, and I may or may not be putting Reptar on blast here, but at some point he had his hands in his head, his hands in his head in his hands. It was miserable because there was a 3-for-1 trade, if I'm not mistaken, mid-game. Even after that Savage by Shinoa, which hopefully we can break down very soon, and that's when it could go well. That's when you can time out the stolen ult, you can time out the stolen the stolen angles, and if that works out, then yeah, the Phovius mid is beautiful.
I think we can go back at that moment specifically. Will we be able to go back to revisit the Savage that Shinoa was able to show off? Again, these are the members of Smart Omega Empress behind me. The woman of the hour.
He's on the line.
That's her right there. Shinoa. Get the name right, Renmar. It's not Shinwa.
We also did sing the praises of Keishi. And again, you always have to consider the fact that Chiboy is a force to be reckoned with. She will always be in the front line, whether that be for better or for worse. And Quinn is not afraid, and she's not above getting her hands dirty. When you need her to steal a lord, she'll be there. When you need her to assassinate a soft gold lane marksman, she's there as well. And of course, Hani. Hani can pick up a Phovius and still show up. Again, a gold lane Phovius isn't for everyone. Or rather, a mid lane Phovius isn't for everyone. I think I can count in my hands, I don't want to say in one hand, but in my hands, how many times a mid lane Phovius was picked across many different leagues and regions that here now, even Hani, I gotta tip my hat off to her.
There were times where I really was feeling like looking at that Phovius, wow, Omega Empress has to spend so much just to take one pick down. But okay, going from Shinwa, let's go on over to another player I'd want to focus on the side of Shinoa. Sorry about that. Shinoa.
Continue.
Look at Keishi this time. In person, when you get to meet her, she's quite very low-key.
Soft-spoken.
Soft-spoken. And her playstyle is somewhat similar. Excuse me?
Drafts up. I don't think this is what we should be seeing.
Yes.
We'll be repairing this.
Yeah, we're repairing this. This might be a...
It will be amended.
It will be amended. That isn't the actual draft, but we can go back to Keishi.
Yes, sir. Talk to me about Keishi.
What she
I'm
does,
a big fan.
I'm a big fan of Keishi too. Like when I got to interview her, she really is the type that she just goes with the flow. literally, I asked her, who are you looking forward to face? It's like, I'm looking forward to face anyone. I thought they would mention everyone. I thought she would mention Vitality, Vega, of course, but she didn't put a lot of focus on the Indonesian teams, and she just said, you know what, just give me anyone. I'm ready for anyone.
Truth be told, anyone includes GGHG. Yeah. And currently, they are who stand in the way of Smart Omega Empress from breaking through 3rd place. But take this as well. Talk about GGHG. What if they snap into a different mode? What if they get a brand new laser focus and they show us something else? Because it's one thing to take the momentum, to have the momentum taken away from you, right? After winning game 1, oh so dominantly, and then suddenly, you know, losing to a Savage. So I hope and pray that GGHG have something left in the tank.
I'm sure they do. I mean, a pick that can rock Jushin really well, a pick, team, excuse me, that can rock a gold lane Bane, that has excelled with Zask, tells me they are a team that is ready for this current meta. And for this current meta, heading into today, if I'm not mistaken, some of the top picks that we've seen, the Terizla, Claude, Edith, Julian, and Ruby, those are our top 5, with the Minotaur, Harith, Valentina, and Roger very close by. So with these picks that I mentioned, are there anything there? Is there any pick there that you feel like would be a respect ban for either of these two teams? Let's start with Omega. What would Omega want to take away from GGHG?
Oh, Minotaur.
For sure.
Unless Valentina's open, because we saw that works now, right?
Yes.
But to hone in on what you're trying to get at, I'm going to cut through A and B, jump to Z, or maybe should I say T.
Yeah.
The odd lack of the Rizzler. Group stage was all about the Rizzler. We saw teams first picking Terizla left and right, and now suddenly, save for Smart Omega, they actually love the Edith. Where's Terizla? What if Edith gets banned out? Maybe they should consider that if it doesn't get banned out.
I agree with you. And I really agree with you with the Minotaur. At one point in this tournament, I think this was the updated stats from yesterday, heading into the knockout stages. Please correct me if I'm wrong. He had close to a 70% win rate. That's how effective Minotaur has been for MWI. Edith with 62%, Valentina 66, almost 67. Terizla, because with how much he's been used, is teetering around 47, 48%. But then again, it's just because he's been used so much.
Yeah, the sample size will do the stats dirty, especially if you pick it high enough. As well, Roger, if I'm not mistaken, like Roger should also have like a close to 50-50.
Roger, surprisingly enough, is usually banned.
There you go. So he's just that much of a priority in the pool that he's protected.
Yes. If I'm not mistaken, out of the most banned heroes at some point, okay, he's not the most banned, but he's in top 5. The top 5 most banned alongside Ling, Chip, Jushin, Angela. Roger is there at the number 5 spot.
At this point, I think you're really just thinking of banning one hero per side, because there's always 2 that's automatically taken out, and then you just get 1 that you can adjust and modify.
Here we are, the draft. One of the heroes that you mentioned earlier was Edith. Instead of that, maybe pick up the Terizla. Maybe that will be an option for GGHG as they first ban that. Omega Empress, if there's a pick I would like them to respect, it would be the Claude of Fafao. But they will also respect the Zask that we mentioned earlier for GGHD that they rock in the mid. Second ban now for HG, I would like to see them consider taking out the Angela, maybe the Valentina.
I think they're just going to start attacking Shinoa here. But here's the thing. Attacking Shinoa is most likely an exercise in futility. You know she has a Melissa. You know she has an Ixia. Very rarely do they have to kind of set up around her. There's the Ling Ban. Still at large, the Roger. Still at large, the Jushin, the Chip, the Lo Yi. There's so many heroes out there. Oh, and of course the Valentina. So we're going to see a Lu Yi or a Chip. Or Lu Yi these days just kind of gets snubbed.
If I'm Omega Empress and they, okay.
Chip's open.
Good thing they ban out the Jushin. Would you rather
deal with the Chip? I mean, if they go Chip here, you obviously go Arlo. You gotta go Arlo.
And I feel like Omega Empress could potentially, ooh, they don't go for the Chip. So Chip, LY, Arlot, all open.
Yep.
Harith still open.
Would Mirai do Chip?
Would you get 2 power picks with 1 pick right away? You rush Chip Harith? Lo Yi Harith?
Okay, low Yi chip.
Low Yi
Last
chip
time I saw that, it was a little disgusting.
Yeah, but I still lean towards the idea that it can be a little bit overkill. So they go for, whoa.
Do they just snub it entirely?
Whoa. Yeah, they're snubbing Chip, Low Yi, Harith. They just go ahead and pick up Nolan and Minotaur. I mean, we did talk about the win rate of Minotaur now at 69% and counting.
Nice.
16 times. Yes. Should be at around 10 or 11 wins.
It's easy. Again, if not for the Valentina, the Minotaur would have single-handedly and dominated the game. Chi-Boy is notorious for that. So, with that said, no Valentina on the board. How does GGHG respond? Do they pick up the Arlo this early? Do they pick up a Tigreal this early too? Because again, I think the Tigreal is great against Keishi.
Yeah.
It's great. Ruby's also out there still.
I'd rather the Ruby than the Tig. If you're going to pick up the Tigreal, could be later. I would like the Ruby now. Oh, but this is also really great. You pick up the Low Yi, self-sustaining, great crowd control. So this seems to be a lineup by Omega Empress that isn't so honest. It can come from different angles. They have the Nolan, but their EXP laner or... No, yeah, their EXP laner needs to be coming off, needs to be able to come off from an off angle so that you get the Low Yi out of position to maximize her rotation dispersion.
All right, there's the Arlo going into the hands of not Ayanami, which is a solid answer to Lu Yi as he is an answer to the chip, right? Like as long as you know where the angle is coming from and you're able to relocate, you can just final slash whoever comes through. And what's scarier about this is there's no way out. The shortcut, you can kind of go through the portal. With the diversion, it's all in.
So for Omega Empress, are you gonna commit the last ban now that you've taken out the Tigreal into the... Commit the last ban on Ruby or commit the last ban on on Terizla?
Or the chip.
Or the chip.
Still possible.
Part of me is still okay with giving the chip though. Don't know why.
Both teams too. Both teams too. This is... What is this? Bizarro world? Are we Twilight Zone? What's going on?
Claude is gonna be open for Fafao. If this Roger... Oh, wait, no, excuse me. Roger will be going into
confirmed.
Confirmed.
So, this is a clear green light for Mega Empress to go, hey, let's give Shinoa a winning lane. Actually, no. It's not. It's because they have a great babysitting roamer.
Yeah.
So they can go for like at least a 50-50, a 40-60 at worst.
So Mega Empress are taking away backline divers. Oh, they can steal... Oh, wait. No, they cannot steal the Terizla.
Yep, no more. Oh, wait. GGHG can still play it.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking that Omega Empress might consider taking it away because you have the Hayabusa already in the jungle. The Terizla would be great unless they want to go full aggro and just pick up an EXP laner that can clear waves pretty fast.
Which I think they won't need because they have Low Yi. Low Yi clears waves pretty fast. And here's a nice deep cut from about 30 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Ixia, the Savage earning Ixia.
Oh, Omega Empress might be stuck with a Nathan here.
Beatrix too.
Or Harith. But up against a Low Yi.
Yeah.
Might be tough for a Harith, yeah? Up against
you can just Purify. Just pick up the Purify.
Okay.
As long as you... I think mid lane is going to matter too. You want to have a vision enabling mid lane. Like, you want to make sure bushes are clear.
So what, Nova?
Huh?
Nova?
Or Faramis.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Or Nova.
There is a Nova. They go for the long range instead. Gold laner here. Excuse me. EXP laner for GGHG. Terizla making sense?
Rizzler's still open, yeah. Yuzhong, oh no!
Oh, Yuzhong, Low Yi, Haya.
Down the Nova. Come through with a diversion from an odd angle. Oh.
Yeah. So if it's going to be a Yuzhong, what's the roamer for GGHG then?
It's a Crouching Roger Hidden Dragon.
I like that.
I'm here till Saturday.
We're here till Sunday, technically.
Well, I mean, on
the broadcast. Okay. Okay.
You're welcome.
I got scared. I thought my flight was scheduled at a different time.
All right.
Roamer, what would it pair with?
What's on Chi-Boy? Chi-Boy is such an impact player for GGHG, and it looks like they're taking their time. 5 seconds left on the clock.
He's thinking. Don't tell me she's gonna Kufa or something. Atlas? Nah.
Kaj! And the Rizzler.
Oh, right. How could I forget to mention this? A classic combination of Kaja and Low Yi a la Rebellion Esports in MPL Indonesia.
All right. Crouching Roger Hidden Garuda, I guess.
What's it gonna be now for the gold lane? No, Kari was taken out early. Tough.
I don't think you want a Bea here.
No.
All the more it's dangerous.
Claude entries will be difficult. You need a bit more magic damage. It just can't be the Nova. You're both burst. You need a lot of sustained DPS.
Is Harith that sustained DPS?
Not in the traditional way that I would consider it. He's still skill-based because he'll use his basic attack after a skill.
Yeah. Oh! This works! This works!
This works!
Get away! This works!
This works!
But again, still, you have to get it in the practice. And if I'm not mistaken, if you time the getaway well, Shadow Kill can't even get to you.
The melee mains right now are very happy. Representation for them.
Miracle's going wild.
Miracle's going wild. There's a caster named Vey as well who'd be very happy about this game. But let's see if those melee mains will be happy being represented. Will this be the pick that sends Omega Empress to the next round? Or is GGHG's lineup enough to give this melee hell? This has been me, Reptar, here with Leo. We'll be back later, but now we'll send you off to Lasu. Lafel Naisu, how you?
Lesu? There's an actual Malay word that Lesu means.
Yeah.
It means tired. It means tired or tiring. But yeah, welcome to the lineup done with Lesu. I mean, let's just roll with it. And welcome to the final game of the day.
It's the final game of the day. Hey, we got to see a Savage earlier, and now it comes down to this. When I was looking at all the series today, I was like, you know what? I have a feeling this last one has a good chance of getting to a Game 3, and here we are, Lafel.
Here we are indeed. And honestly, looking at the whole composition here, really, I gotta say, MWI has its own pocket meta. Like, this time we are seeing the Louis against the Louis alongside the Kaja. It's gonna be pretty interesting here. But again, the thing about Kaja is that sometimes you can make a mistake when you're trying to force and engage. So, I don't know. Going up, basically what Chi-Boy has to do now is do a Murray. You have to catch the Roamer, actually.
You can't, yeah, I was gonna say.
And then kill the Roamer as fast as you can. Because if not, the Minotaur is gonna be like, you want to engage? Who decided that?
Yeah. And, you know, the thing about it is, I guess when you look at the Kaja, because this is a pick that it's always there, kind of like in the back pocket of a lot of teams, but it's very specific situations where they bring it out. And I think in this case, the Kaja is going to help. You're really just trying to get the numbers advantage early on, but you have to make it happen fast. And I think part of that is utilizing the fact that this is a Luo Yi. You can go in with a diversion, make some surprise picks happen. But if it doesn't happen, then you have a response, especially from Murray, especially with the final sash. And I think it was a great pick, a genius pick to pick up the Novaria, a hero that has been slept on through MWI a little bit because you're just playing for vision. You know, you're looking to get at least a vision, at least a sense of where the rest of GGHG is. And even for Shanoa, I think the experts handled it really well about the whole go away, the way that you can actually time that correctly to even deal with Quinn in a sense here. So we'll see how it works. We've seen Melissa at least a couple times.
I've been hit by a go away once.
Have you?
It was not pleasant. I did not see that coming. And I gotta say, I was hurt.
What were you playing?
Oh, not MLBB. But anyways, now not Ayanami as well as more. Taking a bit of that. Chi-Boy gets taken down.
That's a good final slash from not Ayanami. We'll see if she's able to get away, and now Murray there to help him out. There's the Minoan Fury, gets the knock up into the air. Quinn goes, and Quinn will fall 2 down. Omega Empress gonna get everything in this exchange. 2 kills plus the objective.
Well, we saw quite a bit of mistakes coming in from Homegirls there where essentially the abilities are not hitting anyone. And you don't want to see those kind of mistakes in the final game of the day because, again, Smart Omega Empress, they're good in the early game. And after game number 1, they're going to make sure that they hold on to their lead. Looking at a goalie here, Fafa is not having a good time.
Ooh, yeah, not having a good time. Also, not Ayanami going to go ahead and pick up. Oh, hold on. Gets the Thunderbelt already, but look at this.
Oh, they know.
They know. They have an idea, and that's why the Novaria is so good. And now they might actually press the situation. Murray going to jump in. They forced Chi-Boy back. They couldn't get the kill they were looking for, so at least stopped in their tracks for now. Now Quinn going to join the fight. The shadow kill going to be used. It's all on Murray. Go away is going to be dropped down, but it's not going to be enough. as Murray falls. Good response from GGHG.
Yeah, at least they get something here. Excuse me, the crab is still there. Quinn. Oh, yeah, there you go. It looked like both jumpers were like, I mean, there's no way I'm going to get that, right? Even the crab is like,
hey, what's going on?
Excuse-moi. Hola, mi amigo. I'm here.
Well, you know, either way, like, even Hani.
I don't know what the crabs...
That's the language that
yeah,
gold crab speaks.
I heard crabs say, hola, mi amigo.
All right.
Yeah.
You know, you might want to download a different language pack.
Maybe that's
probably it.
Yeah. Either way, right now looking at the items here, the Arlet very fast on the belt here. I'm going to make sure that he's going to be able to stay in quite a while. And the Hunter Strike on the Nolan is going to provide quite a lot of trouble. Quinn opts for a Sky Piercer, and you know how I feel about Sky Piercer on a Hayabusa against the Minotaur. If they can pick up the Minotaur, it's going to be good. But if they don't do it, then they're kind of wasting an item slot.
I think it's part of playing the part. The whole fact that you have the Kanja. You know, you want to get that pull in. You want to be able to get that Sky Piercer proc off. I almost also would have liked to see maybe if Chiboy picked up the focusing mark instead to go with this. You know, to get that burst potential down and get that numbers advantage. But this is what they're going to go with, Quantum Charge. And now the fight for this turtle. Final Slash going to be used. They get a couple flickers out too, but it's going to be Quinn that gets the turtle. And now Murray in trouble. That's the Sky Piercer procking right there. And she's still going to be going, forcing them back a little bit further. Turret is going to be grabbed down in the bottom side. That's the trade. But they might still go for more. Not Ayanami going to be all by herself. Multiple members here from GGHD on top. And now in the mid lane, they'll keep control of it, but I'm not sure. Do they still push this in? Not Ayanami going to have to watch the turret just go down here. So good trades. I mean, a trade across the map, and you go and look at the gold. It's pretty much even for both, even down to the kills here. And Turtle, so it's pretty much an even game here, Lofel.
So for that one, the reason why Homegirls were able to get a win was because of Chiboy. She was able to lock down Mireille mid-animation of the Minotaur Fury. So she was able to stop that big ult. If she can continue doing that, then we got a game here.
Well, Shower Kill going to be used just to put a little bit of pressure. Not much going to happen there. Quinn might as well just go ahead and use it once she has it available. And if they can get a, you know, pick off at this point in the game, it's going to be great. But you can see, you know, obviously Quinn still needs a lot more damage. Hunter Strike's already available here, of course, for Keshi. She's working on the next. And like you said, you have some defensive items too locked in, but nothing just yet for Murray. What would be the right item for Murray to take first item here against this lineup?
Honestly, I would even rush the Flash of the Oasis just because you're facing against a bursty kind of lineup with the Roger as well as Hayabusa. Might as well just make sure that your teammates will get, you know, extra shielding as well as heal. So personally for me, I would rush that, because if not, then you can build the small item of the what you call it?
Which one?
It's an armor item that reduces the damage.
Still plates?
Yeah. Oh no.
Hold on. Still going to be more. Wow. Talk about clearing that up. Oh, and she's going to flicker out, avoiding getting set up there, but they are going to have to trade the objective. So the turret's going to go down here. And so they'll go ahead, go for the trade.
A more.
Where's going to be used? Yeah, she's going to be fine. But this is the turtle. That's what they're going for. Ash going to go in. Flickers on in, forward, but fighting for it once again. Murray not going to find the connection she's looking for, and Quinn will somehow get the turtle. Ash going to be the one to drop. Murray going to be next. She goes down there. The rest of the team on the back end, and they'll get zoned out, but there it is again. GGHG somehow getting that turtle, getting in the exchange. Do they get more? Not Ayanami jumps in to keep the turret alive.
I'm going to say that was overextending. Personally, for me, that was a bit more aggressive than I wanted it to, but they made it work. You know, like, they trusted Ash. Ash went in. Oh, now Honey still survives.
Honey still survives. Good try there with the final slash, but not Ayanami, not going to be able to get that one.
They trust Ash.
They trust her.
Even I was like, okay, Ash, you already missed your ult. You're still moving forward. You're taking a lot of damage. And still, she says to Quinn, is like, trust me, you need the right mindset. If you think you can get the turtle, you can.
You can.
And she did.
And that gives them this, I mean, it's a very minor advantage to work around. Nothing too crazy. And I think Smart Omega Empress, you know, knowing this, it's kind of like, they're just waiting for Shinoa, obviously, to get the item she needs. She did lock in the DHS now, so she's got 2. But even on the flip side, so does Foul. So when it comes to it, it's utilizing the setup potential or even the disengage potential of the lineups that they have here. Minoan's Fury is great for that, even a Final Slash. But they go in once again looking for the engage. Go away, are we going to be dropped? And now Ash can't get in range. And now still fighting for it. Not Ayanami going to pick up a kill. Gets the stun with the Vengeance, but the Shadow Kill on the backside. Looking for the right target, and Quinn won't be able to find it. Not Ayanami giving the call, going in once again. The Vengeances are going to be there. Murray jumps in, and she gets away, but not Ayanami going to be the one to fall. And they go back again, not wanting to overextend. But I don't know, man. Would you say Smart Omega Empress comes out with that win?
They initiated and they got good targets. It would be better if Homegirls did not trade, but the fact that Homegirls did trade, I would say it's pretty even. We're going to look at the STC replay here where we see Marie able to catch 2, and because Ash understands that she's not going to get away anyways, might as well try to engage. And Quinn tried to go to the back line, try to get Keishi or more, but again, because everyone's so clumped up, they're all looking good. Not Ayanami, tried her best. Foul, I feel like she wanted at least 2 kills there, but again, there was not enough damage just yet. Endless Battle is great, but it's not enough just yet.
Right now, what could be great and enough, more than enough, is whatever team gets this Lord here. This is where you always start to see the Novaria especially start to shine. Once you get those shots in, the damage is going to be there. There's Ash jumping in with a flicker, forcing Shinoa back a little bit further. Could be a trouble as Ash going to be the fall, but also not Ayanami will be going down in the exchange. Murray could be the next target, goes in with a quad kill. The quad Shadow won't be able to go in any further. Once again, fighting for this space, fighting for the Lord here. Chiboy in the front of the fight, but it's going to be a reset.
Yeah, definitely, because Homegirls, they got to be careful because the Minotaur is still there. The Minotaur is still healing. Shinoa as well as Keishi can deal a lot of damage. So I feel like for Homegirls here, you don't want to overextend. You got your advantage. You get away. If you get a catch, that's amazing. Looking at Chiboy, still having the ult, you can pull someone in. Preferably pulling in the Mireille. The thing is, do they have enough damage? Fafao just completed her... Okay, looking at items here, having Wind Talker, Endless Battle, as well as the Malefic Roar, you have enough damage to take down Mireille, especially when Mireille does not have any armor at all. So it's a good time if you want to catch her out. So it's really on both roamers at this point. Whoever engaged first has a higher probability of winning.
Yeah. Quinn also doing top of the damage here. You know, she's doing work on this Hayabusa, and I think anytime you see the Hayabusa drafted for these lineups, for these compositions, it's such a... You really have to be able to use the mechanics really well. You know, the shadow kill timing, a lot of times we've seen her just use it early on for the pressure, but even her placements with the quad shadows has been really good, playing against the amount of crowd control that this lineup has for Smart Omega Empress. So, you know, this is just a showcase of how close this game is. Again, it's come down to this one game for both these teams to move forward to the semifinals, and it's going to be Smart Omega Empress that just gives it a go, but here comes the diversion. They're going to be too late as the Lord is secured. Unless something can happen, Conceal going to be used. Chiboy might pull, not Ayanami. Is that the right target? They're going to force them to fight. A final slash going to find 2 targets. And now still working at she's going to fall next. Keshi trying to join the fight, but Murray falls as well. They still have the Lord. Do they want to fight this? Foul can't get the kill on Shinoa. She's trying to run away, but it'll be too late as Foul falls. So it's a 1-for-2 trade, but the Lord goes to Smart Omega Empress.
Yeah. I feel like, yeah, just a little bit too late. I feel like Smart Omega Empress, they saw Quinn down at the bottom, and then they just called it. It's like, we got to do this now. While all of this is going on, STC replay here, I feel like the targeting coming in for Homegirls is a little bit off because it looks like they're going for different targets here. Fafao is going for the damage dealers. Everyone else was cutting back. Not really their fault because all of their HP was so low. Yeah. It's more on Fafao being a little bit too aggressive here. But something I do have to say is 30 minutes in, and I don't know why. Ash only has 1 item. Kind of doesn't make sense. I don't know why Ash only has 1. Like, I feel like we've seen the item pop up quite a few times. I don't know if it's a bug or something, but why does she only have 1? I feel like at this point, the minimum you should have is 2 because you're the EXP, you're not a robot.
Yeah. Interesting to point it out.
Yeah, just 1 item.
Yeah, she's only got the Dominance Ice. I mean, she picked up the Fury Hammer probably early on just for the lane.
The thing is, their gold is not different. 5.4, 5.9, 500 difference, but looking at the Arlet is going to finish the 3rd item first. right?
Yeah, interesting. I mean, it looks like they have, what, 2 conceals, too? Oh, Quinn, wow, she just deleted. Diversion going to be used, but they won't follow up on that. So with this, once again, it's just going to be put the pressure on the bottom lane. That's the game plan for Smart Omega Empress. Want to get as much territory as they can. And now eyes set on the base turret here. 4 members for GGHG. Is it going to be enough to hold on a little bit longer? Base turret still standing for now. Not Ayanami on the front side. They're going to jump in. Murray there too, looking for this kill on Ash. Ash Immortality going to be popped. There's the final slash. The Chi-Boy will fall, and now Ash could be next. They get the stun. It's a double for Not Ayanami. And now they're going to take the disciplined approach and back off. They still have a tier 2 in the mid lane to work on.
Right now, Homegirls is definitely in a bad spot. Looking at STC replay here, it does seem like Chi-Boy is not going to have a good time trying to force a fight, because now with the map pressure that they have, Smart Omega Empress, they can initiate. Mireille can do whatever she wants at this point. And looking at the management here, they're not really pleased with how the game is looking so far. Well, at least for Homegirls.
Yeah, for Homegirls. Smart Omega Empress team looking really confident at this point. Look at that, Hanny just deleted with a combination from Keshi. 5-0-4. This pick really paying dividends here, and now I'm going to work on the Lord. Not sure if GGHG can really turn this around. Conceal going to be used from Chi-Boy. There's the jump with the penalty zone, and Quinn going on the backside too, going to force them back a little bit further, even with the go away. But Quinn will find Keshi. Final slash going to be used. Chi-Boy going to be next. Chi-Boy will go down. She's out of here, but Quinn still there. Not Ayanami going to try to keep her here at bay. Quinn goes in with a quad shadow. And once again, Lord's still going to be taking. Smart Omega Empress will be able to secure the objective. Fafao jumps in. Quinn, what left can they do? The final slash won't be able to connect. Oh, but the shot from Amore will find the mark.
But Honey's still around. Homegirls, they really don't want to let this Lord go. They're like changing shifts at this point. It's like, okay, now it's my turn, now it's your turn, now it's my turn, now it's your turn. Make sure they don't get the Lord, but looks like they don't have much say for this one. The Lord is going over to Smart Omega Empress.
It's going to be the trade right there. Again, a very messy fight for them to go in and secure this, and Hani really trying to do her best. She has quite a bit of damage too. A little bit longer if she could have, but Quinn will get a kill on Not Ayanami. So once again, Smart Omega Empress, they get the objective. They get ready for this push into the base for GGHG. Could this be it? Could they defend?
I feel like they can defend one more time. Just a feeling, but the moment they're able to take down Fafao, I feel like that's it. Because I feel like Fafao is the saving grace for Homegirls right now, even though her KD is 2, 2, and 3, but she's been able to juggle this team fight quite well. Going in and out, dealing enough damage to make it so that Smart Omega Empress doesn't fully commit to any kind of engage. But again, that Minotaur is a problem. Mireille, 0, 4, and 12. Again, Chi-Boy hasn't been finding the right targets, having to force to pick up Not Ayanami instead of Mireille or even Keishi.
Comes down to this. At this point, this could possibly be a game-ending Lord for Smart Omega Empress. They went through it in Game 1. They had a game for themselves with a Savage in Game 2, and now for Game 3, looking to clutch this one out. Ash on the front side, trying to keep it at bay. The mid turret's going to be the focus. They go in with a shadow kill, but it's not going to be enough to pump out the damage they're looking for. There's the final slash and the Minoan Fury with the flicker combination. Chi-Boy in trouble, 1 hit away. They will be able to get it. Lord's still going to be worked on, and now running from the backside. But Smart Omega Empress still looking to cap out the game, and they will do it. They'll force it in. It took them 3 games, but they'll send the Homegirls home and go forward to the semifinal.
And with that, Homegirls have been eliminated. Good job for making it this far, but again, we heard people talking about it. This is basically the vitality of the Philippines. Pinas La Malakas, they're moving through.
That was good. Very well said.
Thank you very much.
What a game. What a series. I'm glad that when we got to get to this last match of the day here at LaFell, for us, LeSue, we got to see 3 games. Because with everything at stake, of course, this is how you want it. You want it to go to the distance. You want to see these girls put their best showing on, and that's exactly what they did. Even for GGHG, man, they held up a good game. This was a relatively close game 3 even.
Oh, yeah.
And Smart Omega Empress just comes out on top of it.
Again, like, there's no other way to end the knockout stage. And we got to put this into, like, just think about this. Tomorrow is the very last day of MWI. This is the second last day. By tomorrow, we have 3 best of 5s. And tomorrow, we'll find the real queens of MWI. So, honestly, thank you very much, Naisu. I would say thank you for everyone watching. I'm going to say thank you to all the casters for today. You guys have been doing an amazing job during the knockout stage. All the winners you guys have seen are all going to play for tomorrow, and it's going to be intense. Tomorrow we'll find, for this year, the queen of MWI. With that being said, thank you very much, and we're throwing it over to stage with Cheryl Yao as well as Bara. It's on you guys right now for the interview.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a way to wrap up, you know, the final day with a full best of 3 series. Now, I have beside me, so are you or are you not Ayanami?
I am not.
Not Ayanami. So it was just a trick question. Now, when it comes to Smart Omega Empresses, you guys usually have a rocky start, but you guys clean it up afterwards. And very similar to the Smart Omega boys, which were once called the Comeback King. What happens?
For us as the female counterpart, I'm not really sure, but it's always like that. Even last year's international tournament and SEA Games, we lose the first game against Indonesia, and then we cleaned it up. But then you know what happened next, and also yesterday, it's what happened. Our first game was a bit rocky. We didn't play that well, and then we cleaned it up afterwards. It's like always like that for us. I don't know why.
You don't know why, but you gotta find a solution, and a solution fast, because make no mistake, right here at MWI, not just you guys are looking for the championship. Every single team all has the dream to be the queens of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. And speaking of which, I do have another question, and that will be coming from Bara.
Well, now pretty much, first of all, great performance and all. Now you'll be facing VSG. Any player maybe pretty much you'll be having a look for, a look out?
VSG has 2 Filipino players, and I'm looking forward to both of them.
Oh, okay, okay. And how you feel about that?
I'm not sure. Good luck to both of us.
Okay. Good luck to all, definitely. All the queens shining beautifully here.
Yes, so let's not forget the prize after taking this full series of a best of 3. We would love to have our Malaysian representatives from Gaiman Gladiators Homegirls to pass on your tournament key over to them.
Beautiful
Amazing
sportsmanship. Let's hear it, everybody. Come on, let's hear it, everybody over here.
Amazing game. GG, well played indeed for Homegirls. Now, not Ayanami. We do have anything you want to say to your fans? A full series, it could go either way. You know, what do you have to say to all your supporters back in Philippines?
I know there's a calamity happening there right now, but we just, like us guys, we had a rocky start, and let's just fight. Let's just do the best we can to get over the obstacles that overcome us.
Let's go. Let's make it happen.
That's incredibly, incredibly humble. Now, whoever comes your way will happen. Just like in the Game of Dawn, in the Land of Dawn, where we had 5 people going after Shinoa. And she ended up with a savage over at the Land of Dawn. And this is Smart Omega Empress. Over to you guys back at the studio.
Thank you so much, Cheryl, Bara, and of course, not Ayanami, but she...
Not.
Confirmed. Ayanami. Tremendous showing here by Smart Omega Empress, and before anything else, I would just like to call back to a mention there by not Ayanami. Currently back home in the Philippines, there is a calamity going on, and So yeah, it's glad that Smart Omega Empress was able to give a small light of hope, a small light of joy for the Filipinos watching. So let's get back here into the game. Well, at any point, was there anything about the performance of HG that, let's begin with that, made you feel like, uh-oh, this looks quite dire for Omega Empress?
Anytime and all the time. Both drafts, no, all three drafts throughout the series were legit threats. They could eliminate Smart Omega Empress throughout each one. But here in Game 3, very specifically, all the Filipinos are going wild in the Amazon Arena. Here in Game 3, it was a very singular draft. It was, we're going to pick off, we're going to win fights, and if we can't do that, Omega Empress wins. That's what happened. They were able to split up GGHG's singular approach through the Kaja, through Ash's engagements, and then of course the pickoff potential from the back by Quinn and Fao. If all of those failed, which Omega Empress got checked off their list about, what, 80-90%, then it was very difficult for GGHG to come back.
Let's revisit the bracket of MWI so far. Earlier, Vitality and Falcons Vega secured their slot for the semifinals and will be battling. Now, Omega Empress will face off against EEC Ace VSG. The top 4 of the tournament have been locked in. 3 teams there were expected to make it to this point. Now, they have a wild card amidst them, VSG. But let's focus now on what we just saw here. Smart OMG getting the W over their opponents, GGHG. Lots of G's. Let's welcome our MVP. It's Shinoa, the goal laner of Smart Omega Empress. Shinoa, how are you feeling? Getting a savage here in MWI?
I'm feeling great, and actually I was expecting it to do good in Ixia Hero Pick.
Ah, okay. Why Ixia specifically? So did you prepare the Ixia for MWI? Have you been spamming her a lot?
Oh yeah, there are so many using Harith, and I think it's a counter.
Ah,
yeah.
So you think that Ixia's the counter to most of the gold laners we have now?
How about the Melissa? You've shown the Melissa twice now to great success. 100% win rate now on your Melissa. How did that come about in your training? You prepared for Melissa too.
Yeah, I was spamming Melissa and Ixia.
Of the two, I'm sure meron ka pang tinatago. You're keeping more heroes. Are there more? Are there more for top 4 in finals?
Yeah, just there are many.
Okay.
There are many. The secret. The secret. Shh, y'all, it's a secret.
Okay, I have a question for Sheen. Sheen, during that savage moment, I'm sure it's fresh in your mind. What were you thinking? What was the play? Because there was, what, 3 or 4 members? Almost 5. Oh, well, literally 5 members of GGHG on you. What was going on in your mind?
They're coming at me. They're all coming at me. And I was calling my teammates that, hey, come here. I can do this. And actually, I was feeling great. It was savage.
Yeah, and who came to your rescue? That was Ayanami.
Yeah, it's Ayanami using Edith.
Yeah, you tricked Quinn. I saw Quinn sent her the Benedetta attack the other way. Yeah. So Ayanami confused GGHG well enough that you scored the Savage. Do you say thank you to Ayanami after?
Yeah. I say
salamat.
Salamat.
How do you say salamat in Bisaya again?
Salamat lang.
Salamat also. Trick question.
It's a little trick question. All right. So we know now you're going to be going up against VSG of EECA. What do you think is the biggest strength of VSG right now and why they made it this far?
They're all good in mechanics. My team just said it. And also their gold and tank are good. That's why they make it. And also their jungler.
And their jungler. So a lot of them are just really solid individually. So real quick, yes or no, will Omega Empress get the win tomorrow?
Of course.
All right. That's Shinoa, the MVP of our game number 2. Game number 3. And real quickly, do you want to say one last thing for the fans watching at home?
Is it okay if it's Tagalog?
Yes, even Bisaya if you like. Yeah.
Salamat sa nitanaw namo, especially sa akong family and sa mga friends. Thank you so much for supporting us. We will make you proud and we're gonna win this tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Shinoa. Congratulations to Omega Empress. And now I think would be the perfect time to check out who our MVP is actually for that game number 3, and it is none other than Amore. The Novaria. You mentioned, Leo, in the draft, they needed vision and they got it in spades.
It was an all-in vision. The alternative was the Faramis, because again, there was a lot of team fights wherein Smart Omega Empress came this close to death, but apparently they played well enough with space that they didn't need that. What they did was lean hard into vision and the inevitable scaling of Novaria, wherein she got maybe, what, a couple of from downtown shots, like definite 3-pointers from Amore.
Yeah, there's that one death that you see on Fafao. That was on the hands of that Novaria.
That's her.
And that's her. And that was a moment where Fafao actually needed to survive, because that meant that GGHG could have come back for a fight. But that one stain, that one death, that continued the turnaround for Omega.
And in a way, it made the diversion a non-starter. It made going into weird angles almost impossible, because yeah, you could check this bush. If no one's there, throw the Astral Echo the other way, and it's almost as good as it goes, right? That's all Novaria, that's all Amore.
Are those rocks around Novaria? I've always wondered.
Those are galactic meteor. Where?
Galactic meteors. The ones like floating around her like a halo.
Yeah, she is a cosmic being, so...
That's true.
Yeah. That's part of her, I would say, her costume.
Yeah.
it's not organic. That's not her body.
Yeah, I get you. And that hero was the PlayStation MVP hero pick. It's time to check out the El Gudia MVP or plays of the day, because it's now time for the play of the day, where we review some of the top clips from today's action.
We're going all the way back. Here we have Vitality versus Xeno Zenith, Xeno Lilies rather, and there were promising moments here for the Lilies actually.
Yeah, and this was the Alice Angela pickup of the great counterplay actually coming in from Team Vitality. You know, that about the series, especially Chell. Chell is an incredibly solid gold laner. If she's not popping off, she's just like not dying.
She's so stable.
Yeah.
She is
stable is the right word.
There you go. She is giving just rock solid, just building vibes.
Yeah. And it was just a great effort by the entire team to make it work. Countered it. Thought it would be over for them, but now let's revisit Falcon's Vega.
One of 2 mid-lane
Foviai?
Fovias. But of course, you can't count out Falcon Vega's understanding of the metagame and fundamentals. So despite all that, here we go. If I'm not mistaken, you know, you say Chinchaw, damn you Chinchaw. Like, this was a good fight for Net Angels, but look at the base.
The split push there coming in from
upper left corner.
Chincha.
There it is.
Go. What a split push end there for Falcons Vega, and you could actually see the heartbreak when that happened for Net Angels, because that looked so competitive for them. They could have won that.
Look at that beautiful smile. She was devious. Yes. She knew what she was doing.
The energy I got was, oh my god, I can't believe that actually happened.
Or all according to plan. You'll never know. We'll have to ask Chincha. Yeah. You're seeing C9 go up against VSG, and as much as you would like to see C9's shield go up against VSG's sword, all it takes is one little crack, one little just turn around, and that's what happens.
Yeah, it'll be great to see VSG. There's a bit of history also between like Rian, Gailey, and the members of Smart Omega Empress, so it's going to be a reunion battle of sorts for them. And this was just from the series that we watched, game number 3 of Omega Empress versus GGHG. Of course, with that Melissa. The melee mains are well represented. That's 2 victories already for Melissa, undefeated.
And last but not least, from game number 2, the aforementioned Savage by Shinoa. Can confirm now, she was actually calling for help. And here comes Ayanami, enough of a distraction to make Quinn want to go for the Edith instead of Shinoa, who would then just kill everybody.
And from that game number 3 play that we saw before this beautiful Savage by Shinoa, it was the 4-man Minoan Fury knockup by Mirai, which led to a double kill there for not Ayanami, which allowed Omega Empress to continue their momentum and control in that game. What a day, man. And throughout the day, we've been asking for your predictions. And I'm pretty sure we already have the results of the latest predictions from that previous series up. Let's bring up our STC predictions, and it was quite even. Finally, someone has acknowledged Smart Omega.
Thou hast heeded my request to show love for our kabayans. Now it makes a difference. See, like if you guys show support, whether through the SCC play predictions or through just watching and sending well wishes to the teams, you see amazing things. You see savages happen.
Yeah, but what I also feel like is with those predictions, this is a perfect time to acknowledge the rising star that is Malaysian MLBB esports, not just on the men's side, but on the women's side as well.
Of course.
GGHG's roster don't have the same amount of playing time and experience as the roster of Smart Omega Empress does. Some of them has been doing this for so long, and they've been doing this as this entire group for a whole year now.
Yet they take it to the wire. Yet we see a Game 3 that really could have gone either way. So kudos to GGHG, to the homegirls, the Gaming Gladiators. We have to see you guys very, very soon.
Yeah. Now, I know that in the game right now, there's a lot of skins. There's a bit of a fair for the youth. The youth fair is here with incredible bonuses and exciting events. You can grab multiple permanent skins for free, just like Sylvana's Classroom Charm and its painted skins Classroom Glam. Both skins I do not have, and I'm jealous of anyone who does. More exciting events will be revealed, so watch out. Do you have those skins?
Yes.
You do?
Dude, I've been spamming Bane and Jushin. How can I not have the skin?
All right, you go.
Pretty, by the way. For a skin you get for free, you feel like, hey, I should be paying diamonds for this, but thanks, Moonton.
All right. Thanks. Okay, yeah, you have the skin. You have the skin. Do you want to say the thing? The next thing is scheduled. You know, you be the one. You have the skin, so you be the one to say the
you sulk over there, Reptar. Ladies and gentlemen, folks around the world, do tune in. Tomorrow we are coming to a conclusion. MWI 2024 ends through a back-to-back-to-back best of 5. That's right, starting off with Vitality versus Falcons Vega. It's civil war here for the Indonesian queens, the uncrowned queens versus the de facto dominant force in women's MLBB, and of course VSU versus OMGE, and then in the grand final, whoever wins those first two.
Yeah, we'll be seeing the semifinals and the grand finals tomorrow. It's packed. Potentially 15 games of MLBB. 3 BO5s. Before we go off, Leo, is there anything else you want to say?
Thanks to everyone who tuned in. Thank you to the Filipino fans, the Malaysians, those from ECA, from Indonesia, from Myanmar as well. None of this would happen if you did not show so much love for the ladies competing here on the grand stage. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks again. It's been an honor to be at your service.
On behalf of Lafel, Naisu, Eterna, and of course the other casters, everyone who has graced the stage, your ears, and your screens today, our production team, we thank you. Our journey here in MWI is about to end, but we have one more day of action ahead of you tomorrow. Tomorrow, we will crown the new, or maybe still reigning and defending, Queens of the World. If you want to find out who it will be, then watch us. That's it for the second day, or not second day, first day of playoffs. Everything will culminate tomorrow. Join us. We will see you here at the Amazon Arena. Stay safe, good night, and good fight.